Hello and welcome everybody to the second day of FanFest 2022. I am CCP Goat and I'm going to be with you here for the first half of today as we introduce the fantastic things we're going to be talking about, all of the presentations and the roundtables. This is going to be a packed day. It's a full schedule of a lot of talking, so there's a lot of things to explain and talk about. Here to assist me with the start of the day, we have Brisk Rubel.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good night, everybody all around the world. I'm happy to be here to join my dear friend CCP Goat, as well as all of our crew here at CCP TV, as we cover today's lots of fun at the second day of the EVE Fanfest.
It is great to be here, and alongside Brisk, we have Frost.
So, hello and good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and everything else. As you can see, I have an agenda today. I have my cat ears on. That is my good question I'm going to be asking all our guests is cat ears when. But yeah, thank you, CCP Goat, for introducing us. And yeah, it should be an interesting day. I'm looking forward to it.
It is definitely going to be a packed day. We will, of course, start. We should take a look at the schedule, if possible. We will start with Mike Azariah's longevity talk, which he told me yesterday he is competent on talking about because he's old. And after that, we will have the first sort of large presentation of the day, which is the Living Universe presentation. And I think there's going to be a lot to talk about there.
Absolutely. I think when I've been looking at all of the schedule and after last night and seeing the keynote and talking to folks, I am very, 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 very excited to hear what CCP Rotati and the folks have to say in the Living Universe section. I think that is probably going to be the most impactful of all of the presentations today. But we got a ton of good presentations today, so I hope everybody sticks around and sees what we're going to have presented today.
Yeah, I mean, but from my point of view, obviously yesterday is kind of just the introduction of, the new concepts that are coming through. Today, now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. What is this actually about? What does it mean? How is it actually going to play out? And I think that's going to definitely grab everybody's attention because everybody likes to know the nitty-gritty, the mechanics.
We never get the detail. You don't get to see the detail when you're doing like a big keynote, and you have so much stuff, so much material you want to talk and be able to present.
Yeah, the first day's the glitz, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and then today we dig in, we get to see the details, we get to find out exactly how this stuff is going to work, and I think that's what a lot of players are looking for. I know that's what I'm waiting to hear, because I know after all of the announcements yesterday, I think the community is ready to hear what's coming next and when.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after that, we're also going to be seeing some data presentations, which are always nice. We're going to be talking about the new players, something that we are actively, and we talked about that yesterday, we're actively trying to make it easier for people to come into EVE so that everybody who's already here has more to shoot. And then, I mean, we'll go deeper into the schedule as we go along. I just think I think it's important to remember that, as you said, this is when we get into the nitty-gritty. Today is going to be the nitty-gritty day, and I'm sure some of the hard questions are going to come out. And I'm sure some of the hard questions came out yesterday as well, after we finished the CCP Games Games. I don't want to brag, but my team won.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, someone commented to me that our victory was immediately dismissed by the hosts taking all the spotlight, so that's...
They did do a good job there. I mean, Antiquarian and Convict did do a really good job last
They
night.
are fantastic. Yeah. They are absolutely fantastic, and they make us proud. They really do. And after that, we had the pub crawl, the famous EVE Fanfest pub crawl. You guys both went out, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did that. I was with CCP Swift, and Aurora was there, CCP Shreddy as well. And so I had a great team, a bunch of developers that I really needed to talk to anyway. So they're kind of a little bit inebriated, so I can get my message across a little bit better. And hopefully they'll remember today. That's the main thing. But yeah, it was a good event, and it's always fun seeing all the groups get split up, and we all kind of cross each other in between the bars and everything. But yeah, I had to wake up this morning as well, so I had to be a little bit careful.
Things start out very formal, but then once everybody hits this 1.5 pint kind of the inebriati status, that's when the truth flows, right, Brisk?
Yeah.
Well, that's where you're just getting started. I mean, you got to get a couple more drinks in you before you really get the fun. But, I mean, last night I had a great time. We ended up, I started out at Lebowski Bar, ran into Hilmar, ran into CCP Burger and the guys, ran into Dunk Dinkle, hung out with them, myself and Merkel Chen, and then we ended up wandering over to Kex at the end of the night. And we had a good time. We were hanging out, seeing and talking to everybody, just getting your EVE vibes on. And I think I lost my voice a little bit last night. Just, the music was pretty loud. We're trying to yell
near the
at
speaker.
talk.
It doesn't show. It doesn't show. It's perfect. But I'm getting whispered that we are pretty much ready to go into our first presentation of the day. It's going to be the CSM member Mike Azariah talking about longevity. And I would like him to take it away.
As I joked a second ago, thank you both for showing up. I know the pub crawl was last night, so if you fall asleep and snore, we will not make fun of you. On the other hand, you may not know where your wallet is when you wake up, this being Eve. Give you a second to read that and try to figure out if you know what I'm going to talk about. You're wrong, because that would be you assuming that I actually know what I'm talking about, and that I'm actually going to hold a steady train of thought for the entire talk. No. Oh, Mom says hi. For those of you who don't get that reference, I did a talk in 2017 at EVE Vegas and had a picture of my mom up on the screen. I told her I'm doing another talk, and she said hi to, send a hi to all the delegates. So Mom says hi. I will. Okay, starting with this. Greek tradition. This is a sphinx, or a sphinx, if you've never had an education. And people who actually mispronounce words, that's good. That just means you learned by reading rather than hearing. Head of a woman, haunches of a lion, wings of a bird. Mythicized for being treacherous, merciless, and would kill and eat anyone who could not answer a riddle. She'd make a good EVE player. That monument was made 4,500 years ago. So a riddle seems like a good place to start. Seeing as I plan on confusing you for the entire talk, I might as well start with a riddle. Now, the Sphinx's riddle, in case you don't have a classical education, was what walks on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs in the afternoon, and on 3 legs in the evening. And I'll get to the answer. If you don't know that one, it's so old and classic, it's been used 1,000 times. But I got a new one for you. What's full of bugs in the morning, sand and salt at noon, and empty in the evening? Being a forum warrior, if I don't put a definition up, I lose my membership card in the forum, so I had to put up what longevity is. Longevity has a couple of meanings, but mainly I'm going to be flashing between them. I'm not consistent. I'm redundant and repetitive, but not consistent. So knowing what longevity is when you're talking about a living thing is its lifespan. On the other hand, when you're talking about something like a game, it's also lifespan, but it's not an alive thing. It's just how long does it last. So living things have quite a lifespan, and it really spans through, depending on what species you are. It has numbers there. There's people there somewhere. Where are they? 80. Yeah, that's... The thing is, it's not a set lifespan. You know what I mean? That you don't come with, you are going to live exactly 80 years. That would make for really interesting gaming. Hey, Bob, I'd love to come to the Structure Bash next week, but I'm going to be dead. You know, we don't know when our expiry date is. I'm pretty sure I have a best before date, and I'm past that, but not an expiry date. So some species, it's not locked down to a set number. That is an ocean quahog. It was found off the coast of the island we happen to be on right now. Now, normally they can last up to 400 years. The one they found was 507 years old. They found that out by killing it and then counting the rings. So if they hadn't discovered it, it might have made 508 years old, but they found it and want to know how old it is. And the easiest way to find out how old some things, it's like trees or me. My students used to ask, how old are you, Mr. Don? I'd say, well, that's easy. You're going to have to cut me in half and count the rings. They didn't get that one. So you've got this thing that has lasted forever on the floor of the ocean. Just sitting there, hard shell, set in its ways, probably complains about crabs, nullsec. Then you got a mayfly, 24-hour lifespan. It's kind of like wake up, grow up, have wings, fly around, maybe get swatted, maybe make it your full 24 hours. This is a rookie. Because we have people who start playing this game and die or quit or are disappointed and find it wasn't what they expected because they want to know, how do I win and will it take longer than this afternoon? And they don't get the fact that this is a really long game. We're this guy, not this guy. So the life expectancy of the game seems to have two different versions. We have the people who are in it for the long term, and then we have the mayflies who come flapping in, and CCP does the stats. I found yesterday in the opening ceremony, the scariest stat that they gave, I don't know, you guys saw the opening ceremony, was that 57% stat. Do you remember that one? 57% of the EVE players right now weren't playing 4 years ago. I mean, I feel like I'm only middle-aged in the game, and I'm 13 years in. All of a sudden, I'm finding out I'm Methuselah. You know, wow, mister, you've been playing longer than this week? Oh, godchild, go away. Yeah. They make me feel old, but then I are old. So we want to try to bridge these guys to these guys. And in a game, when you're playing a computer game, these guys, the modern generation's raised with that. Fortnite, you start playing and you're done 15 minutes later, or whenever that damn zone gets to zero or everybody else dies. They're used to games that are on a very, very short time scale. And it's hard for an EVE player to explain to them what the long time scale is, what we're playing. It's like we're playing two different lifespans. So when we talk about longevity, sometimes we're just trying to turn these people into the quahog. You know, we're trying to get them to realize that you have a much longer play in this game, and it's not win all the things today. You won't. But Mike, you might say, if you knew who I was. Almost everybody introduces themselves at the middle. I usually like to get started and then do the introduction. So I should tell you who I am. I'm Mike Azariah. I drive Operation Magic School Bus. I'll explain that in a second. And I've served 5 terms on the CSM. Oh, don't get too close to the mic. The joke I did last time I was in CSM 8, 9, and 10, later acknowledged as some of the worst CSMs ever. But now I've served in 14 and 15 where we had no summits whatsoever. So these were the lesser ones of those. I have seen how the sausages are made. I have survived, and it's funny, if you take a look at the history of the CSM, a lot of people serve and then leave the game, never to return. You know, it's kind of like Longevity-wise, this is where you're picking out the tombstone. I got to be on the CSM, gone. So there are a few of us who are really, really stubborn. Steve Ronikin, I don't know if he's here, but if he is, he's even more fireproof than I am. You know, we're the sphinxes. We stand around, say things that nobody understands, and hope that that works. Magic School Bus. One of the ways I keep playing is I don't play EVE the way a lot of you do. I wish I could, and occasionally I do go out. I was just talking about running Abyssal Space, and you know, occasionally I do like to fly with people like Bombers Bar when I can. But mainly I'm known for being a Care Bear. And I'm okay with that. Operation Magic School Bus, I set up 7 years ago. What I do is I fly to the career systems, all of them, and hand out free fitted ships to the new bros, less than 30 days old. And when I say fitted ships, I don't mean teaching them how to hit the Get Your Corvette button. If they're between 0 and 7 days, I give them a fitted frigate appropriate to the region. So if we're in a Mars space, I give them a Punisher. If we're in Caldari, it's a Kestrel. You follow. If they're between 7 and 20 days, I give them a fitted destroyer. Same rules, appropriate to the area. And between 20 and 30 days, I give a fitted cruiser. All they have to do is speak up in local when the bus is in the system. And I will stay there for about 5 minutes, post in local, post in rookie help chat, see who speaks up, and it is amazing. The number of people, there can be 80 people in local, not a single person speaks up. Then you'll get one person at the 4-minute mark. What's the scam? I see you're a person of distinction who understands what EVE is. I would like to explain to you that I'm not a scam. The problem is, a scammer would say that. So I ask them, tell me, what words that I could use to convince you that I'm not a scam if a scammer can say the same damn thing? They go, don't know, must be a scam. Okay. Well, maybe if you dock up and I give you a ship and you try to figure out where I'm taking something from you, no, it's probably a trap. What kind of trap? You're going to shoot me. What's stopping me from shooting you right now? You're not docked, and I can find you. The only safe place in this system is where I am. Don't make me come and find you. So they eventually some dock, and I do that, and I've had a lot of feedback. The best thing I get is when somebody tells me, I got a ship from you 5 years ago, and I still have it. Yeah. It's me. You've got one? Or also I get people who bring their alts in, and they're trying to figure out what the scam is, so they'll pretend that they're newbies. I can tell half the time because the first thing they do is they get the ship, and 15 seconds later, nice fit. A newbie would not say that, man. They'd go, wow, the guns are there, but they're not loaded. It's in the hold. You know, you have ammo. I gave you ammo. I actually gave you faction ammo. Not a lot, but enough for them to get out. They need all the help they can get. You know, before they have their skills up, you're looking at a frigate that's doing 60 to 65 DPS. Great for a level 1, but anything else. So I give them faction ammo, a couple hundred rounds. You know, it's not that big a thing. I also rig the ships to blow up. No, I rig them so they're less apt to sell them and then think that they've won. You know, because when they go to sell it, they have to strip it, and then it says, if you strip it, you'll be destroying valuable modules. Oh, I don't want to do that. I guess I'll just have to keep it. I give them the ship to show them, you should be talking to people. This is an MMO. There's lots of people in the game. Talk to them. EVE sucks as a solo game. You know, you can do it, and the horrible thing is, I say that, I'm in scope. I've been an NPC and a solo player for over 7 years because part of being, and I get recruitment from people, and I go, no, I can't join you. Because doing the bus means I have to come across as neutral. You know what I mean? I can't have a favorite. I can't say, by the way, now that you've got a free ship, join my beautiful alliance. Which also makes this amazing. I'm one of the few CSMs who got elected without any backing from any of the nullsec organizations. You know. So that's who I is. I like this shot. That actually is the bus. The bus, in case you didn't know, is a bowhead, because I have to be able to move the bloody ships to the various stops. Sometimes I fly something smaller, faster. I love the Leopard. It's expensive, and I'm always worried about losing it. But man, when I just want to stop at all the systems real fast and give something out, it's nice to be doing 20 AU a second, you know, on the jump. So because I'm old, and because I'm talking about lifespan, that sort of thing, I have a hospital story for you. And it will connect in, but just put up with an old man telling you about his time in the hospital, okay? Humor the old man. So a couple of years ago, in the middle of COVID, I got my second diagnosis of cancer, went through chemotherapy, came out the other side. Lovely having your immunosystem compromised completely during a pandemic, but that's not the hospital story. Afterwards, I start having blood clots because of the chemotherapy, but that's also not where this is going. What's going is I was really weak from the chemotherapy, so I started trying to do exercise, just doing walking, going out and mowing the lawn, that sort of thing. I found that when I did that, my left arm started aching. And I thought, oh, another bloody blood clot. Oh, man. So I call my doctor. My doctor says, left arm? Yeah. He says, yeah, I'm going to make some calls, and I'm going to get you to see some specialist real fast. Real fast for him was within 3 days. I saw a cardiologist. Cardiologist booked me and put me on the treadmill. I start walking. I was told treadmill takes about half an hour, 2 minutes. You, off. Sit over there quietly. I thought it was going to take a half hour. Not for you. This was on a Monday. He said, I hope you don't have a lot of plans for this week. You're going to be busy. By Friday, I was in the hospital again to get my heart worked on. Turns out it wasn't blood clots. It was my heart was giving out. Expiry date. So the thing is with heart surgery is they put you in, but they don't tell you what time the surgery is going to be. So it's just check in the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, no food. You've done all sorts of nasty things to your body the day before to be ready for surgery. You're starving. Wait in this bed with the curtains drawn around you so you can take your mask off, and we'll come and get you. Fine. And I'm texting to my wife, and the phone battery's dying faster than I am. And so all of a sudden, I'm dozing in between this, just trying to kill time. Should I use that phrase? Anyways, I'm lying there, and all of a sudden, I hear, Mike, look at me, Mike. I'm going, there's nobody around me. And I hear the voice going, I think he's crashing. Get the cart. Have you called the doctor? Get him stat. Mike, can you hear us? Yes, I know you're in pain. Mike, stay with us. And this is beginning to freak me out. Because it occurs to me that you always hear about these people dying and having this out-of-body experience where it's happening to somebody else. And they're just floating above watching this. And I'm going, am I supposed to be fighting to answer? And I'm lying there, and it takes about 60 seconds for me to realize there's another guy named Mike in the bloody ward. So you try to lie there, listening to them yelling your name over and over and talking about you dying. Not using the last name, just Mike. Mike is crashing. Mike is bleeding into his own heart. Mike is not doing well. Mike, stay with me, Mike. Oh, God. This is not fun. I text to my wife, and I said, it is time for me to go to my happy place. I can disassociate myself, which in retrospect, is probably not the best thing to do when you're already worried about having an out-of-body experience. I'm now going to leave my body, Mike. But I kind of went, I'm just going to shut off all the external. I'm going to start ignoring people yelling Mike. And I'm just going to stay here. And I zone out. That's fine. A few minutes later, or half an hour later, an hour later, I have no idea. Someone says, Mr. Daw, it's time to go. I'm looking for the light. No, it's just a little guy with a wheelchair going, it's my turn for the surgery. So off I went. I never found out what happened to Mike. But my real name is Mike, by the way. But the concept of you're dying but you don't know it is a really scary one. To a certain extent, we're all mortal. We are all dying. But in longevity terms, we don't have that expiry date. Are you guys old enough to worry about I could be dead and just haven't figured it out yet? But Mike, when do you get to Eve? I just did. Games, funny things. Games have lifespans. There's some that have lasted a long time. That chess set comes from the 12th century. It's in a museum in England. Chess has lasted a long time. You could probably go back 500 years or 400 years and play a game of chess with somebody and still agree on the rules. That game has lasted. You know, there's other games. I did research. I was going to go off on a weird tangent. I managed to hold myself back from that. But think about board games that you played when you were a kid that don't even exist anymore. I mean, yes, Hungry Hungry Hippo exists, and Monopoly, for some reason, still exists. But there are other board games that lasted, for a very short period of time, and they're now collector's items if you actually have all the pieces. There's also games that you can play that lasted, in a weird way, only until you solved them. Like, how many of you have played tic-tac-toe recently? I mean, we know don't go, where to start, where not to start, how to... And if you have two people who know how to play tic-tac-toe, this is just a way to scribble lines on a piece of paper. Nobody's going to win unless one of you is really, really drunk. So what makes a game last? What gives a game its lifespan, its longevity? Now, if I actually had a definitive answer for that, I would be charging for this talk, and CCP would be paying it. So would a lot of other gaming companies. Because if you can actually boil down what makes a game last, what gives it lifespan, that would be phenomenal in the gaming industry. But I don't have a definitive answer. I don't have the right answer. What I have is a few ideas. So one of them is replayability. Like, if the game finishes or you play it, do you want to play it again? My daughter's notorious for that. We do a lot of board games at home over the pandemic. What else are you going to do? So there are games, we'd finish a 2-hour game. I want to play again. We actually had rules, so we played like Pandemic Legacy, just so you only play it once or twice a month, but we played it for an entire year. Fun game. So, but when you're playing, or continuity of play, how many of you played a computer game and all of a sudden looked out the window and realized that the sun is coming up and the birds are singing? Civ. God. That one. One more turn. One more. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Oh, shit. Challenge. Does the game engage you? Is it something that you actually feel like you're a part of, that you get caught up in? Do your choices matter? I mean, if you play a game like just Snakes and Ladders, it's roll the dice, move the piece, but there's absolutely no control that you have on the game that is going to make a difference. It is just happening. You could write a computer program to play Monopoly. It wouldn't be that hard. It's buy all the property and charge just what the best progress is. And after that, it's a pure luck game. You might as well just roll 2d6. I rolled an 8. You rolled a 12. You win. Okay. What are we going to play now? Because it comes down to pure luck. It's just stretching it out over way too much time so you can have a nice fight in your family. It's nice to know that choice you makes a difference. In EVE, the choices that we make do make a difference, unless you're talking about fighting off the Triglavians. I was not happy with that, okay? Just letting you know, putting it out there, that I don't like if they tell me this is an event and it's going to happen. And that wasn't the first time. The first time was when they brought out Dust 514. And they had the battle over the Caldari home system with the Titan crashing into the planet. And it was already preset, but they didn't tell us that. We thought we could stop this. And then to find out that they actually released the graphic before the event even happened. And it's like, why are we fighting a battle when we know how it ends? That was really frustrating because that's not EVE. EVE has always been, you make a bad choice, you're going home in a pod or Death Express. You make a good choice, you may still go home in a pod, but leastwise you got somebody else with it. The choices we make in the game make a difference. Who you trust, who you play with, who you fly with, who you fly against. All of these choices. This game is complex because we have so many choices. And the newbies, the mayflies, they have no concept of what they're getting into. Because they just want to find their version. Fortnite is, your choices are, which gun do you want, and am I going to build a tower or just try to hide and shoot everybody? The choices are really binary and limited. You give them a game like this, and they got no concept of what's going on. So choices. Do your choices matter? Now, I wish there was a way to move the screen down, because my notes go on, so I'm going to skip a quote. Later I'll have other quotes. There are people who have been analyzing game choices for a long time. And the funny thing is, EVE is, this is the original box, in case you don't know. Still have it. Congratulations, that's impressive. This came out in 2003. CCP actually found a publisher, Simon & Schuster Interactive, to publish their game and to market it. Unfortunately, Simon & Schuster Interactive closed about 6 months later. So CCP had to promptly buy back their own IP, intellectual property, and go it alone. Which, you got to understand, this was 2003. So they had mixed success. 2003, EverQuest had been running for a year, and it was doing pretty good. Our nickname for it was Evercrack. The birds are singing. I have killed Flippy Darkpaw way too often, okay? If you've played EverQuest, you know what I'm talking about. The rest of you, just assume it's one of those things that you don't need to know. But EverQuest was going strong, but could you compete with it? Could sci-fi compete with fantasy? Was the market big enough to actually support more than one MMO? WoW had another year before it came out. So EVE was actually breaking new ground in a lot of ways, trying for a 3D space game, which pretty much didn't have a tutorial, and it didn't. Like, here's a spaceship, good fucking luck, off you go. So they mainly depended on the massive support of their players. 2003, EVE is dying. This was the first person to say it. I actually did a search on this. June of 2003. Remember, the game started May, what was yesterday? The 6th? May 6th of 2003. In June, it was declared to be dying. Wow. I really want to know where that player went. I wish I knew. I did a check on EVE Kill and that sort of thing. No activity. But, you know, I want to know how long they played after they declared the game was dead. Did they play with the corpse? EVE didn't die that year, or the year after, or quite a few years after. I'm standing here, you're sitting here, celebrating the fact that we're not dead yet. Eve. Mike. Just in case you don't get the reference. But I do want to know, did that person find a game? Are they playing something else? Are they having fun? Or were they just one of those people who likes to hate everything and have been since drifting from game to game, hating each one, declaring it dead, and going on to the next one?
Sounds like a mayfly.
Yeah, and that would be the mayfly rather than the quahog. It's what did they find? Or were they just, there are some people, have you tried to introduce Eve to some people and it doesn't take at all? Like they find it boring. Like, I do not find this game boring, but there are tons of people who go, this is a boring game. And if they saw yesterday's keynote, we're now totally associated with Microsoft Excel. I'm going, way to sell the game to the masses. Yes, spreadsheets in space, and now we just make it part of the keynote. Yay. We've gone through some times. I put that together a little while ago. Eve has had its ups and downs. It's had some fantastic days, and some days we wish just didn't happen, or decisions that didn't happen. Massive crashes, huge wars, good decisions, bad ones. Over 19 years, you kind of expect that to happen. Trial and error means sometimes there's got to be error. There are people who can probably look at this graph and say exactly what happened on that peak or on that valley. They can say, right there, that was blackout. Right there, that was M2. Right there, that was This Is Eve video. Man, did that cause an influx of players. I don't remember what happened when we set the mass of most people logged on, the 65K or whatever. I don't remember why we all logged on that day. I just know we did. I'm not one, my memory is more mayfly than quahog. But I'm really impressed with the people who can look at this graph and say, I know that, I remember that, I was there, or I was there. Or if you just started, you're somewhere over here, that's okay. But there are people who look at this graph and say, there was the peak, and ever since we've been going down, Eve is dying. I wonder if they were surprised by the second peak of COVID. Too soon? You know, because I've seen graphs recently over the last couple of years go up, go down, yay, it's over. Nope. Yay, it's over. Uh-huh. Yay, I'm just getting tired of this. So, Eve has a weird tradition. If you actually work for the company for 10 years, they get a sword custom made for you. That's all the employees that have stayed with the game company for 10 years. If you stay 20, you have an option of getting a two-hander. Hilmar got one a little while, about 5 years ago, thereabouts. He said option in that the company said, you've been with us 20 years, we'll get you a gift. What would you like? One of the other guys asked for a shotgun, and one said, I'll take a trip to Italy. He went with the sword. Funny thing, in Iceland, you can't own a sword. Too much Viking shit going on, I suppose, but they don't trust you. So to actually have the swords at their office, they had to, the only way you can own a sword is if you're a museum. So it's out and under plexiglass so that they can say it's an exhibit, and they have qualified their office, their front office, is a museum of swords of the employees of the office. But you can't take it home, because if you were walking down the street, they would come and arrest you for carrying an illegal blade. And they would especially go after Hilmar with that big bastard. Well, actually, it's a two-handed, not a bastard sword. Sorry, D&D. But the thing is about that wall is that says that the lifespan is still there and that they're lasting. Game companies are notorious for headhunting and flipping companies at the drop of a hat. You get hired by one, 2 years later you're working for that company, 3 years later you're working for that company. Devs flit and move around, and yet they have a wall of swords of people who've stayed with this game company for 10 years. That's kind of cool. It also means, but again, with the 57% I told you about before, they also said 60% or 63, I can't remember that number positively, percent of the employees are new enough that they weren't here for the last FanFest. There's a lot of devs who are new to the system. And that's partially got to do with flipping, but a lot with just they've been doing a lot of hiring lately. Which, if EVE is dying, that's a really dumb way to go, is we're dying, let's get more employees. I like this graph. It's got way too much information on it. It breaks all the rules of slides. You're not supposed to do this many words on a slide, but I don't care. We play a game, science fiction, but please do not ask me if this game has any physics in it, because it doesn't. We're basically flying submarines in space, not spaceships. There's no momentum, no orbital mechanics. Gravity is just a suggestion, and more than one of you have flown through the sun without getting warm. But the backdrop is there. We've got astronomy, we've got geoscience, we've got PI, mining the planets. So we're playing that, made with this, computer sciences. I mean, the graphics of this game are gorgeous. And they're all zeros and ones. Like, do you think that through, that what you're looking at is a series of binary code in motion, in action? Everything is zeros and ones when you get down to the bottom of it. And they managed to make something that's engaged me for 13 years and you for however long. And they study it with the social sciences. Now, that's funny. There are universities who have sent people to do their PhDs on EVE and EVE players. Economists study our economy as a runaway economy with no normal checks and balances. There's no FCC to make sure that you're doing the trades legally. Matter of fact, the only people who really get watched to make sure that they're not doing real scams and cheating are the CSM. They watch me. Because heaven forbid that I just don't do trading when I'm serving on the CSM, and one or two have, and they've been caught and removed from the CSM, had characters banned. Like, they are very serious about making sure that we don't take unfair advantage of what we do. Some of you are still positive, probably, that the CSM cheats, uses inside trader information. You're welcome to that. At the last FanFest, I made tinfoil hats for people. But the funny thing is, you notice when I started this talk, the branch of science I went wasn't formal mathematics, wasn't physics or geosciences, wasn't social sciences. I started with life sciences, biology, because I'm talking about longevity and living. And to a certain extent, I really, really wish that CCP would hire a biologist. We actually have a channel, the CSM, with CCP called Ecosystem. So they're acknowledging that this is an ecosystem. We have predators, we have prey. We have all of these interactions and dynamics, and we're trying to find a balance between them. We don't want to encourage one like game style over another too much, or else we'll drive players out of the game. We want it to be a balance. It's kind of like the forest full of wolves and deer. If you encourage the wolves too much, all the deer get killed, but then the wolves all starve to death afterwards. If you kill off all the wolves, the deer population will bloom, and then disease will run through it, and it'll die off as well. So we are an ecosystem in a weird way, and I think it would be really neat if they data mined this and handed it to a biologist who studies that sort of dynamic balance and see what they had to say about the game. They actually have. I met a few CCP devs yesterday who are pure data miners. Like, what they do is build the data and collect the data and present it to the devs to say, this is what's happening in the game. I told them, and they said, that's kind of a neat idea. So I'm done for my CSM span. So that's why I started with biology. I'm retired now, but I was a science and math teacher, high school. And so when I look at something, I look at it from whatever lens of whatever subject I'm thinking about at the time. You know, some days I look at something and I'm doing the math of it. Other days it'll be the biology, the physics. And because all of this is so interconnected, that's what you do, is you try to explain things in a way that it makes sense to everybody. But not all of us speak the same bloody language or think in the same direction. So as a teacher, you try to connect. One of the phrases that used to go around was grow or die. Oh, there we go. That little pithy saying has been pretty much debunked. But people are looking at the EVE curve of the population I had a few slides back and saying, we're not growing, therefore we are dying. We were dying even when we were growing. Everything has a lifespan, it's just how long. But I like this one better. Improve or die. Darwin liked that one too. It was kind of like adapt. But he also admitted that adaptability wasn't all that it was shook up to be. It's not like the entire species found the perfect path and followed it. It's they spread out all over the place, and one of them probably found the right idea, and the rest of them died off. So Eve has been fighting a competition doing this, finding its way through a minefield by trial and error and hitting the occasional mine, and doing something stupid, blackout. Sorry. So being adaptive is important. Being adaptable is really important. Being able to pick your path. But the thing is with a gaming company is if you go down a wrong path, can you back up and go in a different direction? Or are you going to lock in? Damn it, I don't care. The players are wrong. We're going that way. Please no. I'm sure some of you can think of occasional times when Eve has made a mistake. I'm sure some of you can think of times when you've made mistakes, but you're still here. I'm sure you've lost a ship or two that you really wish you didn't take that ship out that day, or that you checked your implants before you undocked. Been there, done that. Or, for the older ones, remember to update your clone. Been there, done that, drank the water. Did not enjoy it. It's okay to make mistakes because there is no roadmap. Okay, wrong phrase. There is no roadmap. There is no manual that tells you this is the way that you're supposed to run a gaming company. The funny thing is, other gaming companies kind of consider EVE a very unique thing because we break all the rules and somehow still live. We still have players showing up after 19 years playing the game. We monetize different. Don't get me started, okay? Not going to go further than just saying that phrase. But to a certain extent, EVE goes, people say, this is how game companies work, then there's CCP. They work, but we don't know why, we don't know how, they just do, okay? I think one of the key features that EVE has, that other game companies have, but they have in a different way, is you guys. A loyal fan base, and man, some of us are fanatically loyal. I mean, how many of you brought swag for other people? You know, out of your own pocket, made things, coasters, pins. How many of you have a ton of pins on your lanyard already from meeting those people who did do the stuff? There are people who have had specialty shirts made, flags made. You know, we are a bunch of fanatics. Probably scary to the normal gaming companies. You know, okay, but they get their fanatics too. But the thing that gets me is EVE is way bigger than a game. And one of the other things I was talking about is when you stop playing the game, remember I was saying the things that make a game last? Is when you stop playing, do you still play it in your head? Are you thinking about it in your off time? You're not at the computer, but you're going, you know, I think I got a good fit. Or I know how we can catch that damn spy. Or, haha, they'll never see this coming. They did. That shot's from EVE Vegas. But the thing is, You guys are what make the game last, and probably the game companies would love to have you become fanatics for their game, but no, you can't have them. Almost done. What am I doing for time? 39. What's that? 10:39. Oh, excellent. I'm almost right on path. So here we are. One last thought on longevity, then I'll let you go or ask questions or whatever. I will accept drinks, except Brennovan's meh for me. There's a group called the Long Now. They want to make a clock that will run for the next 10,000 years. Seriously, I think they're insane. But they actually are trying to figure out the engineering and the best place on the planet to make a mechanical device that will run for 10,000 years and keep accurate time. And they're going to have a group of people who wind the clock or, keep the power running to it because it doesn't run off the grid. It's got to run off a mechanical process. Me, because I taught physics and a bunch of other things, I can't think of any mechanical device that stands a chance of lasting, metal lasting 10,000 years. There's corrosion, there's all sorts of things. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's somebody who's willing to dream really big. But they're going for a static form of longevity. 10,000 years, that's a big thing. There's a poem. I'm only going to quote, I put all of it up, mainly because they gave me that backdrop. Now, if you read through, I'll get to the line that sticks with me. Look on my works, ye mighty, in despair. Nothing beside remains round the decay of the colossal wreck. Boundless and bare, lone and level sands stretch away. But it starts with two vast trunkless legs of stone. The only part of that statue not there is the legs. So I just found that weird that the poem was the reverse of the image that I had to use. But it's the idea of building something that will last forever and brag that it's there. I left my footprints on the sands of time. But the problem is the sands of time are right next to the ocean of time, and the ocean is going to wash that sand and erase you. You get your longevity for a period of time. You may last a time after in the memory of family and that sort of thing, but 10,000 years from now, nobody is going to remember you, me, the game, maybe. This is the other type of, oops, I'm going to trip on that one of these times. This is the other type of longevity. This is Athens, just in case you don't recognize the architecture. Is one of the oldest continuous cities on the planet. Not the old, it's just one of them, because there's arguments about when they started. Athens has been there, according to recorded history, for 3,400 years. But archaeologists are pretty sure that human presence has been there from the 11th to 7th century BC. So that puts it more like 13,000 years there's been people living there. But unlike the Long Now's clock, they didn't build the city, say, this is exactly how it's going to stay forever. It has had its ups and downs, its disasters. It's been bombed, it's been burned, it has grown. It's had technology change under it, over it, all the way around it. It got plumbing. But it's still there. So to a certain extent, it has a permanence. It has longevity as a city because it didn't try to be a static longevity. It went with a dynamic balance. And Eve is doing the same thing. Eve doesn't try to be the same game it was 19 years ago. We probably wouldn't play that. Well, no, I take that back. Some of you would. But the game has grown, changed. It's always growing and changing. They've got new things coming that you guys, that I know about, that you don't. It's okay, I'm not running next term, so you can't vote. You can't not vote for me. He made fun of us. We're not going to vote for him. That'll teach him. No, I'm not running. That taught you. Dynamic balance. We've grown, we've changed. But the thing is, the foundations, just like the Parthenon's there, there's still legacy code. There's still bits and pieces of old Eve hiding there, scaring the devs in the dark of night. They will not touch pauses. Pause code is dead. They will not touch the billboards. They tried that once. It shut down all the gates. So they're afraid of their own code. And it's worse because a lot of the original coders are long gone, and they didn't. Hilmar was quoted once as saying, when they made Eve, they were hoping for it to last 5 years. So we're 14 years past the best before date. No wonder it's a little stale. Does this Eve taste off to you? Back to the Sphinx. So what's full of bugs in the morning, sand and salt at noon, and empty in the evening? A video game. Just in case you didn't get that. As far as I'm concerned, when I play, I still see a lot of salt. The game is still there. I think we're still in our afternoon. Occasionally, some of you can convince me it might be getting close to late afternoon, if you're looking at the graph. But seeing as I did one poem, you didn't expect this to be a poetry reading, did you? Ha! I didn't mention that in the outline. Quote, and most of you will know this quote from a movie I enjoyed, but do not go gentle into the good night. Old age should burn and rave at the close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words have worked no lightning, they do not go gently into that good night. Dylan Thomas. Eve may go down eventually, but I think it's going to go down with us kicking and screaming. There are some people who, the running joke is, I want to be there when they turn the lights out. Some of us have that loyalty that the only way I won't be here when they turn the lights out is probably my lights will get turned out first. Here's a weird one for you, for the older people in the game. I actually have arranged with CCP for the bus assets to be passed back into the game as opposed to lost if I pass away. I've got my daughter has the communication to, I've made a game will. Because the game assets are important to me. They're not a real thing, they're pixels. And we sign a EULA that says they're not even your pixels. Technically you don't own anything in Eve. You got a nice badge. This is real and it's mine. But you don't own any of the pixels. But I actually want to make sure that the material goes back. Any Plex that I have at the time, I want donated to the next Plex for good. If there's another charity organization running at that time, I want the ISK passed there, or just buy Plex on that day and donate that to Plex for good. I have written an Eve will. Sorry, didn't mean to depress you. I like that image. Can you figure out where you are and where CCP is? Four legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. The answer? Man. In the morning, he crawls like a baby. In the daytime, he walks on 2 legs. In the evening, I actually brought a cane, and I was going to do a little magic trick and make the cane appear. Unfortunately, they suddenly said it's 10 o'clock. So, magicians should never tell somebody that there's about to be a trick, but I don't really care. Sorry, I knew that would happen. That is the end of the talk, except for the stupid magic trick. I was happy with this. I really wanted to do this. So I'm going to do it whether it looks good or not. So I am in my twilight. I have my cane. Are there any questions? Any comments? If you want to ask stuff about the CSM, we don't have a CSM roundtable this FanFest, so if you want to ask some CSM questions, you're welcome. You might assume I pay attention. But that's it.
welcome back to the studio balcony here at FanFest 2022. I want to thank Mike Azariah for his short form presentation on longevity. I'm sure he could talk for a much longer than that.
Oh, yes, he can.
But I would like we want some time as well. We want to be we want to talk to you guys to tell you what's going on. I am once again joined by Brisk Rubel, and joining us as well is creative director CCP Berger.
Hey all.
Welcome. It's good to see you. Have you recovered from last night?
Well, I got home around 4 o'clock, and it's 4:15 now. Or
Something like that.
Yeah,
Feels
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Certainly feels like that.
Yeah. So recovery starts in a few hours.
That's good.
We
That's
have
good.
coffee here.
We have
so
coffee.
That's the important thing. As
That's
long
all
as
we
we
need.
got that caffeine injection, we're okay.
That's very good. And coming up, of course, is the Living Universe presentation, which is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
As we've been discussing, we're going to go into the nitty-gritty of things today. So, would you like to tell us a little bit about that nitty-gritty, if you could?
Yeah, absolutely. We're extremely excited for the Living Universe presentation today. People got a sneak preview yesterday in the keynote. This has been a long time coming. Among others, we're talking about factional warfare, and factional warfare is a very interesting topic. It's very easy to get like surface level understanding of factional warfare, but the second you start to scratch, the rabbit hole is really deep. So, yeah, it's been a topic we've been talking about for a very long time. It's been a thing that the community has been calling for a very long time, and it is a very exciting and important important puzzle piece in this whole embrace the new player journey that we've been on, because factional warfare is a great tool to channel new people into, to kind of really start to teach them PvP, and that's ultimately what you all need in your ranks.
Well, absolutely, and I think we have been talking on the CSM and elsewhere about trying to get some changes to faction warfare. This has been a long time coming. This is one area of the game that has been kind of left to lay fallow for years. So the fact that we're finally going to see some updates, I think, is pretty important. And I think one of the things CCP Aurora said yesterday, I think is pretty critical that we pay attention to and remember is, while they're working on faction warfare, this is not just about faction warfare. The stuff that is being done and created as part of this process is going to impact all the different areas of the game. Whether it's new graphics, whether it's Citadel changes, all that type of stuff is going to be part of this faction warfare change. So even if you're not in faction warfare, even if it's not something that interests you, the changes and the programming and the development that's going around this new feature or this change feature is going to have an impact on you somewhere in New Eden. And I think that might have gotten lost in the message yesterday, but I'm hoping that in the Living Universe presentation we're about to see with CCP Retati that we're going to hear a lot more details about what's going to be coming up.
Absolutely. And what's super important here as well is the fact that in many ways it's strange to call it like factional warfare going forward, because ultimately it should be kind of the backbone of content in EVE. It makes so much sense. Like, you have these mega empires, you have pirate factions, there are conflicts, and of course they should be, this is what all content in EVE should kind of evolve around.
Exactly. I mean, you have, in nullsec, for example, you have the big wars between the big powers. We just came off of the longest war in EVE history between the Imperium and the Pappy Coalition. But at the same time, in the backdrop of EVE in general, there's all this constant conflict. You've got the four empires, you've got the different pirate factions, they're all doing things, you've got the Triglavians. And the fact that it seemed like, despite the fact that the game is supposed to be dynamic and vibrant, it always looked the same. The empires were fighting each other. The Minmatar and the Amar were going at it all the time. The Caldari and the Galente going at it all the time. But I think one of the things I'm excited for with this update is we're finally going to see these groups having a bigger impact. It's going to look like a real war, and that's going to be cool. I think that's going to be a good feature.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one part of the thing that we're looking at. We're also talking a lot about heraldry, and I think that is a super important part of war and super important part of like showing your identity, kind of who you belong to. And it's also a very important step in this kind of journey of digital friendships and getting first impressions of people and kind of, hey, we have something in common. I'm gonna break that barrier and talk with you.
And I cannot emphasize enough talking to players, one of the things that they critically want, they're always asking for, is customization. I want to be able to fly my own flag. I want to be able to put my mark on my character, on my game. I want to fly a ship with a cool skin. I want to be able to show all of my different groups and everything. Just by looking at my character sheet, or just by looking at my character, we've been asking for these customization ideas for a long time. Finally getting to see them on the big screen with like resources put behind it, looking like this is going to happen. I think that was a pretty big win yesterday, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's been like massive foundational work been done to our graphics engine to do stuff like this, because, you know, structures are big.
They are.
Textures on structures are massive, and actually swapping out a texture on a structure is
not an easy thing.
It's not an easy thing. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that die in the process of changing a.
Now, talking about
structure.
customization, the question on everybody's lips: cat ears when?
Oh, cat ears when?
Come on, right? We got to do it.
I mean,
do it. It's what the players want.
Yeah.
It's what the players want.
I would like to step a bit back and look at the entire scope of things, because this is an old game, and back in 2004, right after it came out, you couldn't even make alliances. Despite that, alliances formed around corporations, and a fellow dev actually pointed out a flag that was here yesterday during the opening keynote, which was the Ushrakan flag.
Oh yeah.
That alliance has been alive longer than some of the youngest players playing EVE Online.
Absolutely.
And this, we maybe forget it sometimes, but this is what brings people to FanFest, and this is what brings people back into the game. Us sort of creating like a structure for people in game, a system in game for people to show this and show it off with heraldry and such. That's absolutely great, because this is the founding. Like, this is a stepping stone. This is a founding. It's a cornerstone. That was the word I was looking for. Cornerstone. The social aspect of EVE is unique in any game, I would say, because there are two players here who came because of FOMO, because of the fear of missing out from FanFest, bought tickets at midnight to Thursday because they couldn't miss out. They haven't played EVE since 2012. They are just in it because of the long-term relationship they made.
And we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
How good does it feel, CCP Burger, to be back here at FanFest, getting to see people not on the other side of a screen, right?
In 3 dimension.
I know,
like, it's
right?
amazing.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. I've missed you guys so much. Like, I mean, it's great to see each other on stream, you know, or Teams or whatever, but nothing beats all these 3 dimensions. Like, you even have back of your head.
I know.
There
are
are actually things
behind
there.
here. It's
crazy. There are clothes on the back of this man.
Exactly. It's not just me wearing pants.
But actually on
although it is
this
weird
alliance,
seeing me wearing pants.
because I was drinking with him last night and kind of chatting with him, and the founder of that alliance is at FanFest this year. This is his first FanFest ever, and he was telling me they actually started playing in beta, and they started this alliance group while the game was still in beta. So the alliance is older than the game.
And I mean, that's one of the things that I think is critical to remember. We've been coming and playing this game for so long, at least some of us. But I was struck by the number that we saw on the screen yesterday, talking about how many people have joined the game since the last FanFest, which was 4 years ago. That was pretty impressive. And I guess that's something we got to keep in mind, is the fact that, yes, we have a lot of folks. I've been playing since 2006. We got a lot of folks like the guys from Ushrakan who've been in the game for 20 years now. We've got a ton of new talent, too. And I think one of the things you guys showed off a lot yesterday was all the work being done on the NPE.
Yeah.
Is that going to continue? I mean, it looks like the career agents are going to be next. What is that going to look like?
So we're not completely redoing the career agents. What we're doing is we're giving them a huge art update. We're adding like a guidance layer on top. We're fixing the horrible bugs.
Fixing the stupid, as you are fond of saying.
Stop the bleeding, fix the stupid. So that's that. We're finally diving into that and doing that proper. And then slowly, you know, we're kind of moving more people into the handshake between the early onboarding and the evergreen, the kind of the awesome of New Eden. But then we're also we're investing a lot in foundational pieces, and that's, you know, we've been talking about this, you know, setting up for the 3rd decade, and it's super easy to talk about setting up for the 3rd decade, but I feel like we're showing it that we're really investing in it, and I mean, majority of the money that we make on EVE Online goes directly back into the game. It goes into these foundational pieces, and I have a lot of friends in the gaming industry that think we're stupid. Like, it's
Why are you spending so much money on this 20-year-old game?
It's a 9-year-old game, and you're revamping the UI system, like the back and then the front of the UI system. Like, but we're here to. EVE is going to outlive us all. That is the goal.
That's the goal.
We're the caretakers of the game right now, and before I pass the baton over to someone else in hopefully a distant future, I want to make sure that the game outlives us.
We could sit here all day and hear Brisk and CCP Burger talk to each other about everything. They pride themselves on being able to talk forever, and it's while it's very, very good and entertaining to listen to, I'm afraid that we're going to have to wrap it up here now, because I'm being told that the next presentation is ready. This is the Living Universe presentation, where
this
CCP
is the one you want to see, guys.
Take us through the nitty-gritty, and we'll see what he has to say. And we will be back here after that, and some messages.
Hello, FanFest. I'll give you a few seconds to sit down. Who was at the pub crawl last night? Special shout out to Capital Fusion, who I was hanging out with. See you. And Steve Ronikin, are you here? He's maybe too drunk. No. And the Abyss Watchers, are you here? No. I see you. All right, let's get this started. So something I heard yesterday was, what's the Living Universe? And it's basically everything that players experience after the Academy. The Academy is a runway into the Living Universe, and we're constantly improving that. But at the same time, we have to release stuff into the wild, and it might be easy to think about high sec, low sec, null sec. It's not that simple. You're not a new player in high sec. So I'm going to quickly go through this, because I assume people have seen the keynote. So if you're not, you'll have to watch that and then watch me tomorrow. So heraldry is a way for both players and corporations to display what they want others to see. This is something we talked about, promised, seen concept before, and we're all excited about it, super excited about it. And it opens up customization like beyond belief. And a fundamental drive for that is the fact that it has to be earned. Like, it can't be bought, it's not Plex, it's not ISK, you have to earn it. And it either takes time or teamwork for collective goals, or you can't buy kill marks, that's for sure. And no shortcuts. So if you wear it, you've earned it. And quickly through this, Intobus credits will be generated through activity. Can't be traded. You can just think of it as loyalty points for now. It's very similar. Or frequent flyer miles. It's a very similar topic. But you'll earn it, and you'll earn Intobus credits for your corporation if you belong to it at probably a 1-to-1 ratio. The game design is in its final stages, but that's probably the way it is. So every corporation will gain from active members doing stuff, building everything together, collective goals. The fitting window, obviously something we need to tackle to support all these new cosmetics. But this is, I think I want to try to keep the way it is for now. So it's user-friendly, people know how it is. We don't want to create another user experience. But earning them. Let's talk a little bit about that. It starts by doing activities in game. And we want more players doing stuff in space, and that's good for everyone. These challenges could earning at Interbus could be doing literally anything. Events, challenges, finishing the career program. That's something that they talked about yesterday, CCP Nomad. And to reward good students for finishing their school, and the corporations that actually recruit them while the career program is going on or afterwards. But do activities, be Omega. That will just mean that you get more credits. If you join a corporation, you contribute to the organization, and then you buy your own stuff for your own chips, for your own Interbus credits. And the corporation gets credits by having members who do stuff. If you retain them, recruit them, train them, and retain them, they'll continue generating credits for you for those special cosmetics that you want, or heraldry. And if members convert to Omega, good for them, good for you. You spend your Interbus credits on Alliance logos for your structures or things like that. And then ultimately, if you want to help them, you can always buy Plex or Omega them for Plex that they earned together. So this is the core loop. We also want to open up manual donations to corporation, not between characters, only up. We also know that some corporations or alliances have multiple corporations under their umbrella, but they still want to contribute to the alliance. So that would be possible. I'm sorry. And then corporation tax, and I'll talk about that. But Omega is the key. It simply multiplies the Interbus credits as you get. And the first activity that will grant Interbus credits is made for players by players. And I want to explain that. This is something that I'm very passionate about because it addresses the fundamental problem and unique issue of EVE Online. It is a game, it is, with rewards. And being the most sophisticated player-run economy that exists, we have three things to keep in mind. We need to give out items as rewards. It's simply what we need. We want to respect the work of player manufacturers, and we don't want to disrupt the economy with unnecessary ISK faucets. But we can't simply buy items from the CCP player market because that would set an artificial price or floor on for the market. So the first iteration would be to create NPC donation missions where the reward is Interbus credits. Now it's a choice for someone to either manufacture the items or simply buy the item from the market and donate them. Either way, the manufacturer is getting paid for their work. There's no pay to win here because the Interbus credits are heraldry, and heraldry is cosmetic only, so that's never going to work. And new players really have to learn so much. And what we're doing as veterans is we're helping them, we're supplying convenience to them. They don't have to go through all of the learning before they go into space, get blown up, repeat, rinse and repeat. So we believe they will be more motivated to stick around if they have access to ships and we're not spawning them for them. So you're helping them. While this has been, when this has been thoroughly tested, there's no reason to not expand this to a much more complete suite. A fully integrated system with all rewards, even skill points from the player market. And giving out more ships to new players throughout the academy. I talked about stronger organizations yesterday, and I'm going to talk about organizational income. If Interbus credits are LP, and we can tax LP, that means we unlock organizational income for corporations, because then we can tax a new, or they can tax this new activity without relying on donations from those players. That's a person that does accounting for their alliance and corporation. So the reason why it's so easy to do bounties is because it's easy to tax. That's very clear. That also means that there's a unnecessary friction or kind of, I would say, pressure on corporation members to do bounties. We don't want everyone to be doing bounties and ratting for the corporation. If they could just do what they want to do and contribute automatically to the corporation, that is win-win for everyone. So we want organizations to have money, because they fuel the wars, they fuel destruction, and through SRP and pay SOF bills. So that's good for the business, good for the game, and it's good for everyone. And there's another tax that we could introduce. I'll say again, CCP is not introducing this as a organizational tax on their members, optional. So if you want to tax, also we could introduce a VAT tax. So basically try to set a tax on anything that's sold on the market. So the corporation would simply take a tiny percentage of all, so whether you mine and sell the ore, whether you take the ore and then manufacture and sell it then, or take the LP items and sell them, basically some part of that wealth stream would be going to the corporation. Very easy, not that hard. And that's something, that's just a tool for you directors out there. And really, it's for everyone in the corporation. It's not unfair, because otherwise you're just going to get a bill every month to say, like, you own X million because I think you were looting something in wormholes. This also helps with that management. So we want to strengthen public access to data. Currently, we only have the MER, which is kind of, you have to upload the CSVs, you have to do some stuff you really want to dig into it. And if you're not a web developer, I am not, for example, and I have a hard time understanding the API, and I don't have time for that. So what we're trying to do here is to give a structured data warehouse to players at their fingertips through Excel. So you basically open Excel, get the EVE plugin from the official store, and then you have access to the same data as everyone else has. So very easy access. This will be fantastic for small and mid corporations as well. Then, one thing, we want to keep our new players, and I want to talk about high-sec PvP. So, griefing is something that I'm concerned about. So, we've recently spent considerable time and resources on studying high-sec PvP. And the results are very clear. There are two main patterns of gameplay. So, griefing. It's blowing up new players in new player ships with nothing in them. The attacker gains nothing, and the victim has no means to response. He doesn't expect to be killed, does not understand why he was killed, and from then on, bootstrapping back into that ship will be hard and difficult for them because they don't really know what to do next. And the verdict for us is, this doesn't fit our cruel but fair pillar. It's simply cruel. There's nothing there. Ganking. Long veterans finishing blinked Abyss, Gilas, Orca miners, Marauders doing missions. This is a massive reward for players for a good kill. And the victim can choose their risk. There's plenty of ways to reduce it, but you can't eliminate it because that's not how EVE works. And they know how to bootstrap back. If they lost something, they'll figure it out. So the verdict on that is cruel but fair. And our efforts will almost exclusively focus on reducing the griefing aspect, not the ganking aspect. So, gankers, you're safe. So the living universe today, mining volume is back to historical norms. Larrikin showed us yesterday. Wealth distribution and duration is also more diverse. New players are doing gas mining. There's all kinds of things that weren't there before. PI is more valuable. A lot of things are more valuable. Ratting isn't, but that was also part of the design. It doesn't mean we're stopped improving ratting, but it's not the only way to make money, especially if we introduce those organizational income pillars. Upcoming structure changes will make conflict much better, and we're seeing that in a week from now, or literally on next deployment. Dreadnoughts are a critical part of the puzzle. They're a logical first capital and aspirational goal. They allow punching up, and now at a much better rate, to supers and titans. They work at home defense, and they work at hunting. They can do PvE with crabs, and the new experimental capital ratting sites that we have been doing. The White Anchorage was the first one in December, hoping to see more very soon. And the strategic commitment is this, and I want to explain the faction warfare aspect of it. We're looking to create a more dynamic living universe. Vibrant Metropolis is one of the pillars. Faction warfare is a setting. It does not mean it's only faction warfare. It means that we want to introduce change through factions and the empires in that area of space. Structures and sovereignty are still the key elements of going forward, and arcs are simply a vehicle to deliver content through story and player activity. And we're looking at something, they'll talk about it later, in a few minutes. Content in this case ranges from new ships, sites, and rewards. Of course, we're not stopping to do, we're not doing new ships, we're not doing sites. Everything is coming, but in a narrative flavor, and sometimes mystery is something that people look forward to, and we want to keep it under wraps, but obviously there's content coming. And it's not just content for faction warfare. It seems it's going into, it spills into the living universe. And not just for LowSec, and not just for current faction warfare players. And now, here is CCP Aurora to actually shed a lot more light on that. She asked for 2 hours. She only has half.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to see that most of you have woken up today. It was a struggle, I will admit. I was a bit nervous yesterday. Thank you for sticking with me. You guys are terrifying. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about faction warfare. Yesterday, I talked about it in brief. I introduced a dynamic frontline system. And today, what I want to do is I want to dig in a little bit more into exactly what that means, what we're looking at. So the slides will have words today. None of my slides had words yesterday, which also means I have no notes. So we'll be looking at this together. As I said, faction warfare is our primary focus. That doesn't mean that content won't be introduced to other areas of the game, but what it does mean is that faction warfare is the vehicle through which it might be introduced. For example, there could be changes to nullsec, which would be introduced through a faction warfare storyline, but then spill out into the rest of the universe. And it could touch all sorts of things, whether that's structures, because we're not done with them yet. We still have a lot of thoughts on structures, and they're super important. It could be territory control, how you control space, whether it's inside faction warfare, whether it's sovereignty, or maybe even new systems elsewhere, claiming a wormhole system, claiming a high-sec system. And of course, ship and fleet balance. I'll never be done with that. I buffed the Proteus recently. Proteus is a great ship. Speed subsystem, maybe one day. And we'll be looking at all of the content in various areas of the game, especially faction warfare because it needs it the most. But this could be content in other places as well. So we're looking at updating faction warfare complexes, even just little tweaks, quality of life things that really need to be done, and I'll go into that a little bit more later. New battlefield sites make it really feel like a war. Right now, faction warfare feels like you're scavenging, like it's a post-apocalyptic society, and you're like, there's like 4 others out here and they might hurt me, but maybe you'll run into them, maybe you won't. It doesn't feel like a war, and we want to give you that war feeling. And as I said, it's just kind of a vehicle to introduce cool new changes overall. So I want to talk a little bit about what I'm thinking when I'm looking at faction warfare. What sort of things do I have in mind? Top of the list is we want to make meaningful geography. The geography in EVE, as some people have kind of noticed over the years, the value of that has decreased. So one system is not very different from the next system. One nullsec system that you own is very similar to any other nullsec system, and so it makes choosing space or fighting for a particular region that you care about a little too simple. You want each system to have a unique value, a strategic meaning. And so we're looking at that in faction warfare space as well. And we want people to be loyal to their factions. Right now in faction warfare, there is a tier system it results in some rather unpleasant gameplay where large groups will just kind of rapidly switch back and forth, and they washboard the faction warfare space back and forth. And we don't want that. We want you to commit to a faction. We want you to have clear goals. We want you to succeed. And of course, we need to give faction warfare space and love. It really needs it. It's been a long time. I'll go into that a little bit more. That said, this isn't a total rework. The core of faction warfare is actually pretty cool. The fact that there's so many faction warfare players here in this audience is a testament to that. I mean, you guys wouldn't still be there if there wasn't something involved that was really valuable, and we don't want to discard that. What we want to do is we want to augment it. We want to add new things on top of it, bring new people into the space, and just make it more vibrant and more healthy. And of course, we want your choice to matter. Like, this is the living universe team. It's not the stagnant universe team. That would be a really weird team name for us to have. So when you achieve a victory, it should actually mean something, and there should be a clear victory. Once again, it's not just an endless tug of war side to side across the battlefield, but it's a clear objective, a clear win, a clear loss, and a clear, nice payout of rewards once you get through it. And we want to bring new people into the battlefield. We want players in space, and we want them to have fun. So as we're looking at all of these things that we want to do, we need to keep in mind also the things that we need to consider. Risk-reward effort balance. A lot of people talk about risk-reward, but we look at it also in terms of the effort pillar, which is often forgotten. How much time did you spend setting up, rolling holes, getting everybody together, picking your alliance, just to run like a couple C5 sites before somebody got bored and left? There's a reason that content is a little bit more valuable, because there's a large effort component, even if your holes are rolled and the risk is not that high. I know, because I do that, and it's great money. We want to design for player interaction, and this is something that I'm really passionate about. We want to bring people together. So that's not just people in a system. I also care about all of the places in the system that people could be. So for example, if you are in an LSEC system, and there are 32 anomalies, 16 structures, 8 planets, 64 moons, the list can get really big. And so even though you're in a system with 100 people, it can feel quiet. You're not getting those spontaneous interactions that really drive EVE. And that's something that I think we should always keep in mind. How can we bring people into close proximity so that they can have meaningful and interesting interactions with each other, whether that's making friends or shooting? And of course, we want to consider different play styles. As you all know, it's really hard for us to get like very clear feedback, like this is exactly what's wrong. Well, I take that back. We get a lot of feedback that's like, this is exactly what's wrong with EVE. And then someone else over is like, no, it's not. And so we need to consider all of these different groups that play the game and how our changes might impact them. So I had introduced an allegiance and loyalty system yesterday, which is a way for us to kind of have a more binary declaration of allegiance. Right now in faction warfare, that is a militia system. If you join an alliance that's in a militia, then you get entered into their militia. But we want to clean that up. That's a really strange choice to have to make. There's a lot of players elsewhere in the game that are part of alliances that would like to participate in faction warfare that cannot today. Oof, I did ask for 2 hours. That would have been much better. Yeah, I'm moving along. All right, so we want NPC factions to set their own goals. So, for example, capture this system so that we can do this thing. And of course, we want you to be rewarded for them. I'll go into rewards a little bit more later, but we're effectively looking at reworking the tier system and introducing something new in its place that has better aligned incentives with what players actually want to do. All right, so I had talked about dynamic frontlines yesterday. As I said, there are 180 systems in faction warfare space, and they're all about the same. And so that's something that we want to take a look at. We want to make geography more meaningful. And this can be done in both dynamic and static ways. Like the mountain range is a mountain range. It's a difficult thing to cross. But as like an army invading it could technically seize control of that territory. So that would be a dynamic versus the static mountain range. And a little bit of both makes for a really colorful space. So the way that we're looking at these frontline systems right now, you can see like the red is controlled by one team, and then the blue is controlled by another. We're looking at a really simple definition at the moment, which is just if a system borders another system, then it is declared a frontline system. And then if a system borders a frontline, but not an enemy system, then it would be declared a command operations system. Command operations would kind of have its own tactical value. That's exactly what that is yet, is still being decided. But in this case, one of the things that we're thinking is, what if you cut off a system from its support? It no longer has a command operations system behind it to help feed those front lines. That system might be easier to capture. And so there could be new emergent gameplay created through the system, special strategies like, we're having trouble taking this, but if we cut it off, that would be really cool. We can take that system. So what would the front lines look today? Some of you will recognize Deathless. It is a well-known player tool. I just did a really bad job in Paint, do forgive me. But what you see here in red, those are what would be the frontline systems. If we just turned on this magically today, that would be where you would find the action. That's where you would find like the special new sites that we're looking to add to them. And you know if you're entering faction warfare, you want to push those systems because they'll be more effective and you'll get better rewards. And then the green would be the command operations systems. At the moment, in the Marman-Matar faction warfare zone, instead of having, I don't remember what the total is, whatever those numbers add up to, we would have 23 frontline systems, 14 second line, which is an old term that we were using before. That would be 14 command operations systems, and 33 systems which are considered rear guard. So those rear guard systems, we're kind of looking at those as they're entrenched. They're difficult to capture, and you're going to take, it's not very rewarding to do so. It's going to be a long slog. Like that's not exactly where you want to put your tactical effort, but I also don't want to entirely close the door. So maybe it would be rewardless, but you could attack a rear guard system in order to gain a future strategic advantage if you thought that that would be beneficial. And then we were going to look to layer an objective system over the top of it. So each faction would kind of declare, like, we need you to take this system. If you take this system, we'll achieve our goals. And it'll add additional vibrance to this new frontline terrain of faction warfare space. All of a sudden, there are choke systems where there weren't previously. And so this is the sort of just talking about the extra gameplay that we were thinking about adding to the faction warfare space. So we want to bring more people in. The existing faction warfare crowd is awesome, but you guys need some more friends. And so we want to expand the gameplay variety in here as well. So an objective might not be simply capture this system. It could also be capture this system, build this station, and hold it while we accomplish something. And then that could help us bring in new gameplay, such as like warzone salvaging. There could be logistics operations where you're having to like bring supplies to the front lines in order to support them. It adds a whole lot of new vibrancy on top of the existing gameplay, where you're still trying to fight and capture and control systems. Exactly what this will be, still yet to be determined. We're very much in the exploration phase at the moment. So I've had a lot of conversations. I'm about to get a whole lot more at that Faction Warfare Roundtable, I'm sure. But if you have ideas, things that you think would work well, things that you have concerns about, now's the time to ask them so that I can make sure that those thoughts make it into our designs, which will be happening next week. And of course, I said that faction warfare needs some love. So there are a number of issues. Upwell structures in faction warfare space are not great because the meaningful control of that territory was somewhat undermined by allowing enemy militias to simply still have perfectly fine tether and docking access in space that you control. So that's absolutely something we want to take a look at. We want to kind of look at complexes. So the current complex design is rather simple. Like, can we make it so that pirate ships can't enter novice complexes, for example? That would be really satisfying to those people who can't afford pirate ships, like myself most of the time. And can we kind of shift things so that there's extra value for Navy ships? Value for Navy ships is a really big thing. Navy ships are really cool, but sometimes they get overshadowed. Like, how can we make those brighter? Apparently, there's a mouse. We also want to take a look at faction warfare missions. Faction warfare missions currently do not fit well into the ecosystem of faction warfare. They're kind of a thing that non-faction warfare pilots do to extract money at the expense of reducing the value of the LP earned by people actually doing the fighting and the system control. I'm not going to eliminate them entirely, but just know that it's something that we're keeping an eye on. In particular, the tags are on my mind. I want to make sure that you can earn your faction warfare rewards. You can actually access the LP store without having to go grind for those tags in faction warfare missions if that's not exactly your thing. And we want to take a look at the sites themselves. So at the moment, every site is the same in terms of like how valuable it is strategically. Like how many victory points did you earn? Whether you're running a novice in a T1 frigate or an open in a battleship. So adding a little bit more value to those larger sites just makes sense. It rewards people for putting those larger ships on field. Speaking of rewards, we're looking at reworking them. So when I say that we're looking to remove the tier system, what I mean is we're kind of getting rid of it. So no longer will like the winning faction get rewards for just having more systems, but instead they'll get rewards for completing objectives successfully. So if you assist in completing an objective, you'll be entered into a pool of communal rewards. And then once that, whoops, sorry, microphone's there. Once that objective succeeds or fails, you'll be paid out accordingly. At the same time, we want to reward loyalty. So win or lose, if you're sticking with the same faction, there's a track that you're working along, where as you earn rewards, you earn your loyalty, you get cool stuff for it. And taking a little bit of a turn, we're also looking at structures. As we said, we're not done. Structures still need some love. I think a lot of people will agree with the top point. We want to ensure attacker commitment. So at the moment, someone can show up and just shoot your citadel. And if they don't return, you still have to form a defense fleet. You don't know if they're coming back. And that can be a really unsatisfying thing. Nobody likes made you form. So imagine for an example where, like, in order to attack that structure, the attacker has to come in and drop like a siege structure. And that siege structure powers up and it like breaks through the structure, which then allows them to bash it, but they can't remove it from the field, and that thing's a little bit pricey. If they don't show up again, the defenders will simply destroy it, take a valuable bit of loot out of it, and they'll get paid for having to show up and defend their structure. And the attackers will have lost whatever that was. Whatever system we put in place here, we want to ensure that people are committed when they're actually a threat to the places that you live. There's also some lessons that we learned from World War B. 2, 3? Never mind. The casino war, or whatever you want to call it. So at the moment, if you go and you're fighting in nullsec warfare and you attack a flex structure, the defender just drops another one almost immediately. And it makes it feel really pointless. So we're looking at, like, can we add a tactical window? If you take out their Ansa Blackskate, or if you take out their Sino beacon, can you open a window where it takes time for them to put it back so that you can actually make use of that rather than just taking a small cash penalty for making them replace the flex structure? We're also looking at capital ship retether time. I know this one's a little spicy, but at the moment there's a difference between a subcapital ship, which has a 60-second tether time with a combat timer. When it lands on a structure, that 60-second timer is really a lot. If we look at this in terms of a HP to second metric, capital ships are totally in a different league. And so we want to make sure that that balance is reasonable. So fighting on an undock can still be a thing. Like, you can still put your capitals on your undock and fight. But once you untether, there's actually meaningful risk similar to that subcap risk that already exists. In general, improved gameplay and counterplay around Ansible gates. They're a super useful nullsec tool, but at the same time, they're also really frustrating for anyone who wants to mess with you. So the ability, there's kind of 2 points here. One is projection, which is a thing that I'm not exactly taking a look at, and the other is counterplay. If you see someone in a system and they're on an Ansible gate, you don't really want to engage because they can instantly disappear at any time. So you know that it's not going to be successful for you, and so why would you take that risk? And of course, continue looking at POSes. So that could be, POSes currently have 2 uses. One is like capital storage, and one as day tripping into a wormhole with a cheap, easy, rapid to set up structure. So we're taking a look at that. And there's other changes we want to make as well. So as I said, these might get introduced through faction warfare, but there's a lot that can be done to make EVE more fun, more well-rounded. Whether that's new toys and tools. For example, a damage module that applies a damage over time effect. Something brand new. You can hit someone with it if you get close enough and run away, and it continues to tick down. Who knows? Purely an example. Please don't get too taken with that. And of course, balance. I want to pull up the weaker ships, and I want to, like the Proteus I did recently, and I want to reshape the dominant ones. So looking at hacks, for example, I'm sure there's a lot of opinions on heavy assault cruisers. I don't want to destroy them. As much as some people would really love us to nerf this thing into the ground, every ship should have its role. And of course, we're still looking at the tough issues. I don't have answers for you today on what Ritati talked about in terms of high-set ganking, but it is something on our radar. Quality of life updates. Who here would like to be able to instantly clone jump without a cooldown in an NPC station? Maybe. I can't take it away now. Yeah. More readable maps. The in-game map is great, but there's a reason that I used .lan on a previous slide. And of course, we're looking at capital ships. We want to ensure that the capital ecosystem is healthy. Every ship has its role. For example, dreadnoughts can maybe have a role in structure fights again. And every ship has its counters. So currently, it's not terrible, but there are things that could be improved. Carriers are in a strange place right now where they're both overpowered and have no purpose, which is a very strange place for any ship to be in. And of course, we're looking at Navy ships. It's faction warfare time. So we want to make sure those Navy ships are valuable. We want to make sure that your LP rewards are worth it to you. And so we're going to take a look at buffing the Navy ships. Armageddon Navy is terrible. That one's on my list. And even more wild things. Can we add value to them in other ways, such as adding faction bonuses, special bonuses within faction warfare space? That would be, of course, well-balanced for the game around them. And with that, I would like to hand it back over to, actually, nope, Snorri's not taking it, CCP Emerald, who is our new brand manager.
Hey, everybody. So great to see you all here after last night. Hi, everybody. I'm CCP Emerald. I'm new to FanFest. It's already been such an inspiring week, though. I've really enjoyed getting to know you. I've met some of you this week, and I look forward to meeting more of you tonight, especially with the party at the top of the world. Who's excited? All right, come on. All right. So now that you've seen some of the incredible plans coming from living universe, I wanted to take a minute to walk you through how we're evolving from quadrants. But let's take a quick look back first. For many years, expansions were released in EVE. I'm sure you remember the days where you waited in anticipation for the next big expansion, all so you could finally get all of your cool new space toys to play with. So a few years ago, we decided it was time to evolve from expansions so that we could be a little bit more flexible with our releases, keeping New Eden alive and dynamic. So EVE evolved into quadrants, and that was a 2-year era. Quadrants allowed us to be dynamic with our releases, ensuring that there was always a steady stream of fresh new content in EVE. And within quadrants, we told longer-term stories, as with the Triglavian Invasion trilogy. And our goal is to keep the dexterity that we've had with quadrants, but we want to build on that foundation, telling even deeper and more immersive stories, but more importantly, setting the stage for you to play a part in shaping the future of New Eden. So we're planning to roll out something new, and we're calling it arcs. Each arc tells a cohesive story in which you play an important role. It'll feature a steady stream of narrative-driven events and content that lead you to a climactic moment revealing a significant change in New Eden. Just now, Aurora walked you through how this might play a part in factional warfare. And in just a little bit, CCP Loki is going to talk about the narrative behind this. But in addition to introducing narrative arcs to EVE, we're also going to be moving towards reintroducing expansions. But they're going to look a little bit different than the expansions you're used to. Expansions will become the major content releases in EVE. They will contain big content moments in arcs, new features, significant tech evolutions, art and audio enhancement, and so much more. And a lot of what you guys saw yesterday in the plans. But a key difference here, and with this new era of expansions, you're still going to be able to expect a steady stream of releases, seasonal events, challenges, story progression moments, and balance changes in between. So it's not going to be nothing happening in between. There's going to be plenty for you guys to do. And this will keep New Eden active and vibrant with regular seasonal events, regular challenges, and new storylines told through arcs. But there's going to be something big to look forward to, making this really the best of both worlds. You can expect the first expansion moment to come in Q4 2022, and we're really excited to reveal more to you then. But now, for the fun part, I'm going to hand the mic over to CCP Loki, who's going to be doing a deeper dive on some of the narrative development plans for this, and he's going to give you a peek at where we're headed with arcs. But let's hope he doesn't get interrupted this time.
Good morning. Why are we here? True, falls under we want to be entertained. When playing a game, we want to be challenged and want to be immersed in that game. And everyone here at CCP should be aimed to enforce those feelings, including when including features into New Eden. When you play EVE, you should feel like you're stepping into this universe, this place called New Eden. A living universe is something that evolves and changes over time and is constantly affected by events that take place inside it. Now, many of New Eden's most spectacular events were created by you, the capsuleers. Over a period spanning almost 20 years now, heists and other dirty deeds have been committed. Nullsec feuds and wars lasting decades have been fought. And player empires have risen and faded away. I find it fascinating that all these events become part of New Eden history and lore And with the passage of time, they somehow become more mythical or legendary even. Books have even been written about it. And many of you in here can actually say, wait for it.
I was there. I'm telling you, I was there.
I was there when we filmed it. The goal of narrative-driven design is to create more moments for you in the future that you can say, I was there. The feeling of taking a part in a story unfolding on a grand scale that leaves a permanent mark on New Eden. Now, here we can talk, for example, about POS-WEN. A POS-WEN was an event where you could actually affect the outcome, and it leaves like a very big permanent mark on New Eden. It's not completely scripted, it's up to you. It was up to you how it panned out. So you will be able to take an active part in determining the outcome of a lot of these events. This is how new features will be introduced, and this is how you get a sense of belonging to your faction. This will be providing a way for you to interact with the lore and co-create it with us. Now, how are we going to do this? In many ways, we have done all kinds of these kinds of things before. For example, in the lead up to Abyssal Dead Space and the Traglavian invasion, and taking the lessons learned from these events and experiments, we're going to do this on a much larger scale. This is why we're holding back a lot of content during this keynote. We want all the toys, whether it's ships, structures, whatever it is, to feed out throughout the arc into your hands. Because if we would tell you what is coming in the next months, it would take away all element of mystery and discovery. It would be like George Lucas in 1980 saying, yeah, you liked Star Wars, I'm going to make a new movie, I'm going to call it The Empire Strikes Back, and at the end of it, you're going to find out that Darth Vader is Luke's father. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, I'll just quit now, sorry. Yeah. But you can say, you know, one of the lessons we learned is that each arc will have a very clear beginning, climax, and a conclusion. To make this clearer, we can look at some previous and hypothetical examples. And again, I want to emphasize, even though I'm using these as an example, we are not going to do the same thing exactly again. Each arc will feel unique, have its own storyline, own twists and plots, its own custom events and all that shenanigans. So each arc has its own story. Now, in narrative-driven design, in the simplest form, we are basically introducing a feature through narration. I mean, while this still beats patch notes, it still lacks a very fundamental element we want to lean more into, and that's engagement with you. So, again, to use previous examples, in the beginning of each arc, and I want to emphasize, the first arc has already started. There are clues out there, so keep your eyes and ears open. But each arc starts with you just thinking, what the hell is going on? Over some period, events takes place and clues are dropped, and you have to accomplish tasks. And again, during this period, which we are in now, there is complete radio silence from us. We're not telling you that we're going to have a super Star Destroyer in The Empire Strikes Back. There is complete silence. You need to figure this out yourselves. Later on in the discovery phase, and slowly as more objectives are achieved and more clues are revealed, your theories will sort of become closer to reality, what we're actually going to do. And for those of you who are not engaging directly and participating in the events, you will still get a feedback on what's going on. Eventually, the new sort of scope might clear things up or not. In this case, we actually got a Nobel Prize winner to explain how how Abyssal Dead Space works. But at the end of this period, CCP will break its radio silence. We will discuss the feature. We will have the usual conversation with you, as we always do, about, you know, it will come out on CC, balance issues, all those things. It's basically the first phase, which we are in now, where we have a mystery phase, where we're not telling you anything. You need to figure this out. The last stage is sort of race to completion. At this point in the arc, it has become clear what is going on and what are your faction objectives. In many cases, it would be a race between the factions to get things done. Now, here the goals will be extremely clear. There is no mystery. The Empire will directly tell you what they want to do. Because it's an extremely important lesson from the past that when running these things, for example, I'm just going to say it out loud, like in Posven, right from the beginning, you should have known what's at stake when fighting for the systems and what would the end result would be. We have picked up some, we learned sometimes. And during this phase, things might start to appear in the game. You might see like half-built structure, you might see the empires on the move and try to get them to do their bidding. And it's now up to you to achieve your faction goals. And for example, acquire a new technology for your faction. This will utilize the Frontline system, the allegiance system, all the things we talked about. The narrative is just tying the whole thing together and sort of just make it have a purpose. So previously, again, we released these guys, and they just came out. Now, if we were doing this, you would actually have to fight for the Galente or the Kaldari, perhaps even do different things, maybe fight against each other to acquire the technology first. And as CCP Aura mentioned, you will have to make a long-term decision when it comes to pledging your allegiance with a faction. Because we want this also to spill out of factional warfare. So for example, like earlier when we were talking about the ships, if you participate in the event itself, you get extra rewards for doing that for your faction. But the remainder, all the other capsuleers who are in your faction, they won't have the ship until the faction has completed the goal. And we're going to play on a lot more things than just giving things out to you. These might have like economy results. We're sort of experimenting with all kinds of effects that will have on the world. We really want the empires to come alive. And while we have like pretty cool backstories and lore, the empires have always felt a bit stagnant in the game. We have factional warfare, which has been sort of in its bubble on its own. We want to make it much bigger, and we want it to spill out into the whole game. You will feel like you belong to the empire. When your empire does well, you are doing well. When your empire is doing badly, you are doing badly, up to a point. And again, we will see more visible, NPCs will be more visible during events. Actually, in the game right now, you will see some of the things that are sort of starting to wind up. We sort of started today, this morning at downtime. Again, this is like the real world. Don't expect World War III. We are ramping slowly up. This is a journey, not a, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And we're going to use the NPCs a lot to tell the story. We're going to see them fight. We're just going to do all kinds of shenanigans as usual. Just on a much bigger scale. And onto the narrative. As you have noticed, we have started to tell more character-driven stories and show more of New Eden in our videos. Over the past year, the faction leaders have become more visible. And the faction culture and traits will also continue to be more seen and felt throughout videos and other media. We sort of want to, I assume most of you know who Azariah Triglav is. What's his name? Get a free beer later. We want to make these characters iconic. We want them, to be the identity of your faction. And we'll continue to see more of ships and station interiors and surfaces and planet surfaces and so on. Now, are those things going to come into the game itself? No, probably not. But these places are a part of the EVE universe, and showing them goes a long way in creating a living, breathing universe. This is world building. This is immersion. And, hey, it's, a lot of it's just entertainment. I had some fun making this one. Fun fact, when the guys come running out, that's all me. It's me in a mocap suit in my house running into the kitchen. Yeah. I had my son as the director. So you will continue to see more of these things. And, we are sort of getting to a place where we can speed up the process and create a lot more of these. And we are getting better and better and better. And, sorry about the animation sometimes. I'm getting there. And again, the first arc has started. The clues are already out there. So keep your eyes and ears open. Here we go.
Capsuleers attending a session of the Interstellar Anti-Smuggling and Counter-Piracy Conference at the JITA 4 TAC 4 Trade Hub were surprised when a Concord presentation on rising smuggler activity was apparently hijacked by the very same smugglers.
Platitudes, blandishments, lies. You of all people know that Concord and the Empires have no interests in common with you. They have done nothing for you. They shall do nothing for you. How long will you listen to their empty words? In recent days, as is their pitiful habit, Concord has made use of you to advance their own agenda. These free trade outposts you have so willingly cleared of my associates have been taken over by Concord's worst, the Cerro. Perhaps you don't believe me? Check for yourself. I have broadcast the new signatures of those sites to all. Why should you not destroy the Sorrow bully boys? They have always sought to control you. Do their bidding no more. Open your eyes. Seize your destiny. And, if you would, join me, the Deathless.
Embarrassed by this intrusion, Concord officials have refused to comment on Sorrow activity at occupied smuggler outposts, other than to state that measures are simply being carried out to ensure the complete eradication of illegal smuggling activities. Any recent improvements in the strained diplomatic relationship between the Gallente Federation and the Caldari state have been overshadowed by claims that a Gallente diplomat was involved in a massive spy ring operating within the Caldari state. The Caldari State's chairman, Akimaka Saraki, delivered a fiery speech in a live broadcast from the Caldari Chief Executive Panel yesterday. The scheduled speech was reportedly originally aimed at promoting interstellar diplomacy due to the ongoing JITA 4 TAC 4 summit. However, with state corporations and citizens expressing outrage over the new allegations, the delivered speech leaned heavily into patriotic rhetoric and evoked previous hostilities with the Gallente state.
We remain Caldari, no matter the cost.
No direct response or comments have been made by the Gallente Federation so far, but Federation Navy and Customs Forces have been placed on heightened alert status. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
There are at least 3 clues in that, so go look at it, screenshot it. I just want to recap everything we talked about for the Lean Universe. We're looking at 3 pillars: organizational income, heraldry, made for players by players, cruel but fair. We're looking at fair access to data through spreadsheets, anti-cheat improvements, high-sec ganking, and griefing. And for Metropolis, we're looking at evolving meta and quality of life, as CCP Aurora went through. Dawn of the Dreadnoughts. That's my sentence. Don't take her. Don't blame her. Hangar immersion. I think it's incredibly important. Our emotional attachment is to our ships, and that is very clear. Structures and sovereignty. That is a key pillar for all of our attention to faction warfare. Looking at upload structures, for example, in faction warfare, is a way to start tackling these problems, specifically area by area, security by security, issue by issue. High-value front lines. I don't think that came clear enough through, is that if you have border states, you have people on both sides. The problem with high-value sites content is when it happens way beyond sovereignty, somewhere safe, we have lost the risk part of the reward. This creates a pinnacle conflict driver opportunity for us to put very valuable things on borders. All building on the faction warfare foundation without being only for faction warfare players. We're looking at Epic Era and Arcs coming this year, multi-account benefits, and Omega boosting Intibus credits to help with heraldry. So this is us, the Living Universe. Thank you for your attention and listening.
Thank you for that, CCP Ratati. And with that, we're back in our studio here on the balcony overlooking the presentation area. Before we go on to our guests, I want to say that CCP Convict is up to some shenanigans in chat. He's running a raffle. You guys can join in that if you want to earn some nice Capsuleer Day skins. I'm sure you'll see him spamming in chat. That's what he does. But with me now, once again, is Brisk Rupel from the CSM 16. And the master of the CSM, sort of, CCP Swift.
Yeah, great to be here. Finally, I get to be on TV. This is amazing.
It is so great to be on TV.
Yeah. Twitch chat is the best chat.
That is what we used to say. We love you, Twitch chat. CSM 16 is coming to an end, and we have already announced that how the elections are going to happen with CSM 17, right?
Yes.
Will you tell us a little bit about
Absolutely. So the CSM project is something that I really, really love. I get to talk to people like Brisk every week for like an hour and a half. It's amazing. Best part of my day. Probably the worst part of his week, but whatever. It's great. We get to talk to different design teams and really like clue you guys into kind of what's under the hood a little bit. CSM 17, we have a few big changes coming up. Obviously, we have term limits that were instituted back in CSM 15. So there will be 4 candidates currently on the CSM 16 that won't be able to run for CSM 17. That's Merc, Nom, Gobbins, and Villy.
I mean, one of the big things I think a lot of people complain about with the CSM is how the power of incumbency, especially with the big block candidates like Villy and Gobbins and Merc and Nom, that there's so few seats that are actually competitive. But I got to say, given the number of people that are running again this year, we have the potential to have as many as 6 or 7 new CSM members at a minimum on CSM 17. I think it's going to make a big change as to how, at least how the group works and how it's going to be perceived by players.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts. And this year we actually changed a little bit more of the format. So for candidates that do not want to attend a summit here in Iceland, we'll give them the opportunity to attend remotely, trying to adapt to the hybrid work environment that COVID has put us all into. So if you do not have a passport, you can still run. First time that's ever happened in CSM's history. You still have to provide state ID to prove that you can like enter into an NDA. But yeah, it's as you were saying, Brisk, opportunities for a lot of new candidates to show up here, a lot of more diversity into the CSM, and frankly, I'm excited.
And I am too, and I think if you look at what we just saw with CCP Ratati's Living Universe presentation, we saw a ton of new but potential content that could be added to the game over the next year. As a member of the CSM, you'll have the opportunity to go out there, talk, provide feedback, give it a chance to influence how these changes are going to be made, and get some stuff that you want to see done potentially in there as well. So, I mean, we saw a ton of stuff that was presented. We're going to have all the new heraldry stuff. We talked about the faction warfare changes, all of the other things that they're rotating in that. As a CSM member, you're going to be on the front line. You're going to get to see that stuff before it comes out. You're going to have a chance to talk about with the developers, the design documents, how that process moves on. That's really part of the fun part of being on the CSM, is getting to have a chance to provide feedback, provide player feedback from players to CCP about the stuff that they're talking about. And I've been doing that throughout this entire presentation. I've been pulling Swift's ear over here saying, hey, we gotta give more timelines. When's this coming out? Tell everybody. Because that's the type of stuff that we on the CSM really need to focus on, which is making sure that we are representing players to the company and not the other way around. That's his job.
Yeah. We would love to sit and talk more about the CSM, but because CCP Loki loves to talk himself, teasing arcs that have already started, we are going to go straight back into the big room to listen to, now I'm blanking on their names, but this is Team Odyssey talking about the changes that they teased at the keynote, where they were talking about, for example, the skill changes and other such stuff that they're working on. So I want to go straight there. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
How are we all today? Rough? Not rough? Well, I hope your hangovers are manageable at least. I'm CCP Sledgehammer. I'm here with CCP Edelweiss and CCP Calliope. We're all from Team Odyssey. We're also going to be introducing Team Equinox to the stage after this for more chat about the character progression and career progression. But we're here to talk to you about how we're improving the experience for newbies in EVE Online at the very beginning. So, this is Team Odyssey. The fine folks you see before you are recent and current members of the team. We're multidisciplinary. That's part of the Academy segment of EVE Online. Alongside Team Equinox and Team Pathfinder. This collection of teams is working closely with one another to improve the experience of EVE Online for new players. Odyssey was formed in January 2020. We're a storyline content team that's been tasked with creating a new experience for players coming into the game. So, what are we actually doing? We're creating a character-driven narrative experience to introduce players to the world of New Eden. We're heavily storyline focused, and we want to weave the tutorialization of EVE into the story and narrative. Ultimately, we want to provide a space for new players to become comfortable in New Eden and to have the confidence to strike out and forge their own path in EVE Online. And very importantly, we're building the tools that we need to tell this story. So we briefly touched on the node graph editor yesterday. We're also working very closely with cinematic and art teams to create new camera cutscene tech that we can insert into experiences. And we'll get into a little bit more about that later. So what's actually shaped our approach? What are the design pillars that we set out with? We want to deliver on the sci-fi promise of EVE Online. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd, and I think EVE is probably the best spaceship game that exists. The story should be exciting and engaging, and we want to use the story to really showcase what EVE has to offer. All the characters in the story should feel human. We want to breed engagement and promote good relationships with these characters. So we want them to feel human, to be well fleshed out, and Calliope is going to touch on the process that we use to create these after this. We want to make sure that we validate our ideas and our assumptions early. So what we've done is partnered with player research to test all of these experiences at very early stages of development. We threw prototypes together and then put it in front of user testing and gained so much valuable feedback that the quality that you see in the experience just wouldn't exist without this process. And speaking of quality, we want to set the bar for what content in EVE Online could be. I'd encourage you all to just play the Air MPE. Ultimately, at the end of it, I would love for it to be the case that if a veteran decides to spin up an alt, they can see the benefit of going through the new player experience and think, yeah, I want to do this story arc. It's fun. So, where did we start? In September of 2021, we released the first chapter of the Air MPE. And this is the attack on the Air cloning facility where you've just become a new Capsuleer. Here you can see the Air station provided to us by the wonderful dudes over in Art. It's stunning. Check out, you can find it in any of the newbie systems in EVE Online. We want to wow the player with visuals that really showcase the capabilities of our engine. So again, working very, very closely with art to create these wonderful sci-fi vistas, these beautiful, engaging scenes. Very importantly, we want to limit the possibility of the player freaking out. Now, EVE has many, many windows. And if we revealed all of these to the player at once, they would probably just close the client, go out, get some fresh air, have a drink, I don't know. So what we want to do is gradually reveal the UI. This is just moments after the player has entered the scene. And you can see here that we have a UI highlight showing the civilian Estero, and we have the selected item info panel, or selected item panel, sorry. As we go through the experience, we reveal more and more of the UI so that the players gradually are introduced to all of the interfaces that EVE has to offer. We want to hook the player with a meaningful and exciting combat experience. So we also have to consider that the player doesn't know how to fly a ship at this point. So step by step, we teach them how to move, how to interact with objects in space, and build this up until they're involved in an actual combat experience. We also really wanted to give them a taste of seeing like fleet battles. So we have NPC actors or NPC ships in this scene that are battling in the background. Lasers, railguns, all those cool things. We expose the player to the skill window and the fitting window for the first time. You can see here, we have a highlight, a blink on the mining laser upgrade in the player's inventory, and we have a highlight for the free slot that we want them to fit it to. So this is kind of example of the paradigm that we set for guidance for new players. And this is present throughout the entire experience. There's a little bit of a trick to this. We can't hold their hand all the time or for the entire experience. So we want to be careful about paring back the guidance so that it doesn't constantly feel like we're bashing players over the head with guidance and being too heavy-handed with things. But at least at the beginning, we kind of have to be heavy-handed. The other thing that was very important for new players to understand is that you can die and it's fine. Like, you lose maybe some implants, you lose your ship, obviously, but death is just the beginning of a new adventure for any capsuleer. In March, we released the Mining Mystery, a mining adventure where you're introduced to Elias Peltonen and the sort of industrial side of the Association for Interdisciplinary Research. What you're about to see is the first moments of the player arriving at the mining site. I think this is a wonderful showcase for all of the different components that we pulled together, like the cutscene tech, the node graph to script all of this, the voice acting, conversation windows, and just quite absolutely stunning dungeon. So, here you go. We're about to go into the cutscene. And this is, this is one of the few occasions where you'll see something like this in EVE Online. And this is all in engine. This isn't pre-rendered. Here we have Aura explaining to the player that the scale of this operation is quite impressive for such a new corporation. Got some pretty lasers here. We love to see asteroids getting blown up. We have Elias here in his Orca, and then we transition back to the interface that you're all familiar with. So, we wanted to teach the player that there's a low barrier of entry means to make a skin EVE Online. This is mining. We find asteroids in space, you can mine it, you get the ore, you can sell that ore. It's a really simple loop to teach the player. It also gave us the opportunity to introduce them to the wallet, for them to actually sell things on the market, and appreciate that, yeah, I can make a living here. This is something that I could do. We also, obviously, are primarily focused on story. So we add more mystery to this encounter by means of the discovery of a wreck, which bears quite a striking similarity to the ships that attacked the cloning facility in September. So what are some key takeaways from all of our releases? We're less about being a tutorial team, we're more about telling a story. We are a storyline content team. We've validated all of our experiences with early user testing, and big thanks to our external partners and our internal player researchers for this. We're developing the tools that we need instead of relying on older content systems. and we have a heavy investment in creating relatable characters and a compelling narrative journey. Players like learning, but they don't like being taught. This is true for humans as well. So, why are we doing this? I'm going to pass this over to CCP Calliope, and she's going to go a little bit more into why we're doing this. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Hi, I am CCP Calliope. I am the narrative designer on Team Odyssey, and I just want to give you a little bit of insight into why we're making the decisions that we're making, and to go into a little bit more detail about the fun story elements that we're adding. So, as we know, New Eden is big. It's like really, really, really big. So it can be super overwhelming for someone to start their journey as a fresh capsuleer in this vast space. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they can do. The possibilities seem endless. So how do we get someone from being a tiny baby, fresh-faced capsuleer to a seasoned veteran, the kind of person who would love to come to FanFest like all of you beautiful people? The way that we wanted to get our hooks into people, to get them hooked on this game, is through story. Now, EVE is a sandbox game, so there is a certain school of thought that says that sandbox games defy traditional linear narratives, but we do not accept that. We think that this injection of a storyline campaign into the early player experience is critical for building that emotional investment for people. But where do we start our story? Surprisingly, we start at the beginning. As CCP Sledgehammer discussed, we really want to ground players in the reality of this fiction by starting them at day one, the first day they are reborn as a capsuleer. You wake up in your capsule for the first time, you see the way that you now exist in relation to your ship, and you are introduced to the Air Capsuleer training program. So this is really your absolute first moments in space. But we can't just send you out into space without any kind of anchor point. You need to have an anchor in this vast world with all of its endless possibilities. Enter the Association for Interdisciplinary Research. So we knew that we wanted to create an NPC corporation that was specifically for new players, that catered to their needs, that was there to answer their questions. And the I in AIR is probably the most important part. It stands for interdisciplinary, and it's meant so that it can grow and evolve to meet the needs of new players, whatever they may be. We want to teach them combat, we have a department for that. Teach them mining, we've got a department for that. And most importantly, we have the Air Capsuleer Training Program, which can introduce you to careers, and CCP Novata is going to talk a little bit about that later. But what is Air, you ask? Air is this new corporation that positions themselves as a disruptor of New Eden's tech scene. They want people to think they're this bold new voice, they're breaking barriers, and they want to democratize the expensive and very, very risky process of becoming a capsuleer. So this is met with mixed opinions in New Eden, because some people see them as this really incendiary type of organization. They're trying to disrupt the status quo. Some people are into that, some people are not so into that. And more importantly, who is Air? As Sledgehammer mentioned, we are super keen on making this a character-driven story, so NPCs are really going to be the beating heart. We don't want them to just serve a gameplay function. We don't just want Balin Ferris to teach you about combat. We also want him to be as integrated into the story as anything else, because you can have a clever plot, but if you don't have characters that people care about, it's all sort of for nothing. So the first of the Air NPCs I want to introduce you to is a woman named Vesper Calatrix. I don't have audio? No? Okay. So Vesper is the Vice President of Operations for Air. She is the charismatic Ice Queen archetype. She was born in the Amar Empire, but was orphaned by a Blood Raider attack on a ship that her family was traveling on. She was... her escape pod traveled outside of Amar space and was picked up by the Sisters of Eve, where she met the Air CEO, Alita Balashirian, who is formerly of SOE. And she is voiced by the inimitable Catherine Kingsley, whose voice, unfortunately, you're not hearing today. We also have Balin Ferris. He's the commander of air security. He is the first person that you boldly go into battle with. He rose up through the ranks of the Minmatar Republic fleet before being recruited by air. He is that stalwart, gruff, but kind military guy. He's responsible for the organization and deployment of air's paramilitary wing, and he is responsible also for the training of all air pilots. And he takes that responsibility very, very seriously. He's voiced by Ben Turner, who brought a really interesting dimension to this character. Still no audio. But he sort of injected this sort of London working class edge to his accent, which pulls that real world connotation into the game to sort of give you a sense of what this character's background may be like. And last of the Air NPCs so far, we have Elias Peltonen. Elias is Air's mining expert. He is the maverick. He is the kind of guy who loves money. He loves adventure, travel, and just like Air, he prizes his independence. Because Air is like, they're not affiliated with any empire, so they are strict, very strict about pursuing independence and not having sort of tangled relationships with the other powers that be in New Eden. And I think of all of the Air NPCs, Elias might be the most fun to have a beer with. And he's voiced by the incredible Derek Hagan, who really, once I said that the inspiration for Elias Peltonen's character was Brendan Fraser from The Mummy, he just took that and ran. And last, but certainly not least, for the NPCs in the Air NPE, we have Aura. She is your first friend in space, a stalwart companion, an unfailing ally. And as is written here, you can see that the galaxy is dark and full of terrors, but you are not alone, because she is there for you at the best of times, she's there for you at the worst of times. And we really wanted to foster that type of relationship between Capsuleer and Aura. As is mentioned in the Air MPE, there are thousands, if not millions, of copies of Aura in New Eden, but she is your Aura, and you are her pilot. So there's definitely a very strong relationship that we wanted to really nurture. And I won't waste too much time on this slide, because CCP Sledgehammer went into it, but how do we introduce Capsuleers to a world like New Eden? Violently. Now I get audio.
Vectoring escape route. Evacuation sequence initiated. Station hull integrity.
So you've woken up in your pod, and you're like, this is great, I have time to acclimatize to what life as a Capsuleer would be like. No, you don't. You are just violently born into space through this exploding tunnel, and all of a sudden you're just a lonely little pod floating in space. What's going to happen to me now? Who's to say? So now what? We have this grand creative vision. We have the pursuit of a mystery that kicks off with the attack on the cloning facility and develops with the mining adventure. But how do we pull that off? So we needed, as a team, to be as interdisciplinary as Air. We needed to involve other teams. We needed to loop in art and audio and basically every sensory experience that goes into creating a video game. And we needed fun new tools. To talk to you a little bit about that, I'm going to hand this over to CCP Edelweiss.
Thanks, CCP Calliope. Hi, FanFest. I'm CCP. I'm CCP Edelweiss. I'm software engineer at CCP. And OK, I'm going to take you through the first moments of EVE for a new player.
Unable to identify our attackers, but they are not currently targeting our capsule. This gives us time to locate a ship.
At this point, they've created a new character, they've watched that intro video, and so they're in space, they're in a capsule, there's no UI, they've just met Aura. And she's going to guide them through this story, where they see a bit about the game and they learn the basics.
Your pod may be able to fly through space, but like all capsules, it is unarmed. A proper ship comes with proper weaponry.
The question for us in tech was, how do we guide new players in EVE? How do we build an interactive story? And the tools that we had back then were not going to cut it. They were too linear, and we really wanted players to do things on their own, to be able to go off the golden path. So what we came up with were these node graphs, or Nodi for friends. You can see them here below. They're somewhat similar to the visual programming from game engines like Unreal. We have actions in blue, like show this aura conversation or play that music trigger. And we connect them in a timeline to, for example, events in red, where we're waiting for some player input, like camera rotated or camera zoomed out, and so on. So let's see it in action. No.
We must scan the debris for a space.
The green frame means currently active.
Now, let's get a better look at our surroundings.
And now Aura is asking the player to zoom out, which is that show conversation in blue. And we're waiting for the player to actually zoom out, which is the event in red, camera zoom out. And now they will zoom out.
Ah, there is a ship still
and you see
capable of
how
flight.
it advances to
An
the next
Astero, no less.
box.
A fine ship indeed.
As you can imagine, there are many things that we can do with these boxes. Like, we can use them to reveal parts of the UI. We can control the UI pointers. We can choose on one path or the other based on a condition or some player input. And by now, I believe we have about 500 different types of these boxes. So there are many options.
I have highlighted the navigation section of your display. Use it to approach the ship.
But the main takeaway is that we've built a powerful framework to script experiences. And we're using it not just in the client, but also in the server, to control dungeon spawning, to trigger NPC behaviors, to give out items, etc. And this tool gives us the flexibility to build experiences and content like you haven't seen before. And not just for new players. We want, and we are going to empower other teams within CCP with this node graph technology so they can also build more immersive content. Our next step in Team Odyssey is to use career agent missions as a test bed for bringing this technology to missions and to dungeons. And I worked in many content systems in EVE, but this one is a big step up. So I'm super excited for the future. CCP Sledgehammer, what else can we reveal?
Thank you very much. So the next thing that we're going to work on for the Air MPE is the exploration adventure. New players like the idea of exploration coming into the game. They've heard tales of a vast, living sci-fi universe, and they want to uncover it for themselves. They want to unravel its mysteries and journey out into its unknowns. So we really want to embrace those desires with the exploration chapter. We want them to appreciate the vastness of New Eden and marvel at its celestial sights. We want them to discover ancient mystery and history and to be armed with knowledge and skills to strike out on their own. We have the opportunity to take them on a journey filled with contextually sensitive information about New Eden. We will describe how exploration complements the different careers. You know, you can hack a can, get some stuff from it. This is used by industry to build or invent. And we'll teach them the basic elements of exploration as you all know them. So bookmarks, hacking, scanning, and while ensuring that all of this feels like an organic part of the story. We're going to look at career agents. We're delivering content periodically in both installments of their MPE, and we use the career agents as a handoff into New Eden proper at the moment. We're aware that there's quite a difference in quality between our MPE experience and the career agents. So we want to use, as Edelweiss has said, our node graph system to introduce a guidance layer to these missions. So pointing out which ship is important here, or where do I get these prisoners? We want to move local text into conversation windows, like you've seen with Aura and Elias and Balin and Vesper. The corp chat window is in focus by default for new players, so there's so much in local chat that can be missed in all of these mission chains that we want to surface this and highlight it. This is part of like elevating the text so that it's more readable, but also in mission chains where there's characters, we want to like have them in a conversation window so it doesn't feel like some chatbot that's just talking to you. We're going to adjust gameplay where strictly necessary, and I want to be clear that this is just our first iteration on the career agents, and we're looking at updating the rewards if necessary. This is what Odyssey is going to focus alongside Art, who are in, as you saw yesterday in their speech, the early stages of a massive visual update to all of this content. This is an example of Pathfinder's work on a potential mock-up for iteration on the agent conversation UI, for instance. We want to better surface and make the rewards clearer. We want to show the objectives, and there's a discrepancy currently with the agent conversation window and the read details button. Some of the information is present in one and not in the other, and it's not very glanceable for the players. So we want to treat that with an update to the conversation UI. I'm going to pass this over to CCP Nomad, who genuinely got goosebumps when they announced that there was going to be an Excel integration with EVE. So please give it up for CCP Nomad. He's going to talk to you more about the character progression and career progression. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Odyssey. Hello, survivors of FanFest Day 1. Give yourself a round of applause, guys. It's nice to see you here all. Okay, so that's the topic. The factory of capable capsuleers. Character progression, player progression, core loop, and core competency. I'm CCP Nomad. I'm a game designer for Team Equinox for EVE Online. EVE devs do play EVE. Go figure. Maybe I cannot compare to some of you hotshots in the audience, but I do know a thing or two about the game. I'm part of this team, and we are responsible for player and character progression in EVE Online. This is a multidisciplinary team with a mix of veterans and newcomers, both to CCP and to EVE. Having such a diverse team is crucial when making content and systems for new players. So what is a core loop? It is something that you perform repeatedly. This is the basis of a game. And you progress in the game when you manage to perform this loop faster and faster over time, or when you take on more challenging loops inside the game. Now, before I go there, so first thing, you set yourself a goal. You look, what's fun to do in this game? What looks interesting to me? Then you research it a bit. Is it worth it? Then finally, you pick a task for that particular area of the game. Then you prepare your ship by getting the ship itself, the modules. Then you train the missing skills, if there are any. You then go and perform the task. You get the reward, and then you analyze what happened. Was it all good? Or maybe there's something that I can do better next time. Maybe there's a change in the fitting that would help me in this adventure. So then you improve the skills, if needed, to get even better at that, and you go back to the start. Now, some of those items here are not like the others. We have player progression that's intertwined with the character progression. Both are a source of satisfaction, which is part of why games are fun, why we are playing games as humans. So core competency is when you can perform the core loop of the game unassisted. That is one of the things we are aiming for. We can show the player progression, character progression like this. Sometimes you are limited by your character. You might be lacking skills, for example, or having bad standings to do some things. Other times you are limited by your knowledge or lack of experience. So while character progression is explicit and measurable in skill points or ISK, the player progression is much more subtle and cannot be measured easily, especially by new players. Our goal is to make the player progression more explicit and thus easier to comprehend and relate to. At the same time, we're making the first steps for the character progression path to be more accessible by making the initial player decisions much simpler, and skill plans are an example of that. So how to engage a new player? A story is how humans communicate, and we've heard about that from Team Odyssey, from CCP Calliope. A helpful lesson is something that a helpful lesson results in acquired knowledge that you can apply to get better at something. And the sooner you can apply the knowledge that you have gained, the better you retain that knowledge. It doesn't go away. Then about the guidance. We use guidance in moments where we know that the player might be lost, where we set where the set of available choices is too big, or where the consequences of such a choice are not clear. Then we have safe environment, and it can have multiple dimensions. For example, starting the game in high-sec is an example of safe environment. But also this applies to communicating to the player that whatever choice they make, they won't regret it. That is safe environment as well. So Team Odyssey, right before me, they were talking about the first two items on this list, mostly. The narrative-driven gameplay and the helpful lessons. Now we're moving to the other two, where we engage with the player by providing them with choices and guidance for their decisions. So the choice itself, how to make it easier. The most important thing, just limit the number of options. If there's too many, then explanations won't help, really. And explain the consequences of the choice. Provide the player with the information, what they will gain by making this choice, or what might be at stake, what they might be risking by making this choice. And also, keep them away from potentially regrettable choices. Try to keep them away from making a decision that they will regret later, and that applies to skills a lot. There are many players who regret training into mining because other players told them to do so, and they found out that they didn't really like it afterwards. We all know this. So certified skill plans feature that was introduced in September was the first step on this road. Instead of expecting the player to pick one of 500 skills to train, we present them with a much simpler choice, which is who you want to be. Simple as that. And for that, we just give them 4 options. When they select the career path, when they decide who they want to be, they can choose a faction they want to follow. So this puts an emphasis on the fact that the race of your character does not limit your possibilities. You can expand horizontally in skills for any ships or activities, no matter which race your character is. And you guys have been asking this for years. since before skill plans, you use the forums and websites to share the list of skills with each other. That was great. However, anytime the game requires you to get out of it, to find some information, that increases the friction and breaks the immersion, which is not something that we like, or you. So since September release with skill plans, many organizations adopted them to help their recruits. This was a tweet from EVE University. They've put together a great list of skill plans that are available both to the members of the EVE University, but also to all the players outside of it. They shared them with everyone. It's really good stuff. If you are interested in seeing skill plans prepared for new players that are really well done, I recommend you guys to check that out. So in each certified skill plan, we recommend the suitable ship fitting, so that instead of asking the player to figure that out on their own, we give them an example to follow that they can use to modify or to learn what is really the correct fitting, so to speak, so they don't do dual tank or things like that. We have seen that as well on Zkill. And just recently, we have fixed some discrepancies in those fittings. The fixes will be released in June. And then all of those fittings that are in the certified skill plans will match one-to-one with the community fittings that you can see in the fitting window, just to make things more consistent and easier and avoid confusing the players. So also, all certified skill plans try to lead you to content as well. They provide a link in the description that opens a particular panel of the agency where you can find the content that we're interested in. But skill plans are useful not only for new players. I've been meeting with some of you this week, asking about skill plans, how you like them, how you use them. The response I got was usually, "Thank you for making it easier to manage my 24 hours training." You are welcome. It helps me too. So going back to the narrative design a bit. If you became a capsuleer within the last few months, you have been taken care of by AIR at the very beginning of your journey. They have put you on a special program so you could learn about and experience what there is to do for you as a capsuleer. Unfortunately, that endeavor got interrupted by an explosion, no less. You got thrown into space in your pod without much preparation, and then AIR representatives stayed with you and guided you through those circumstances, explaining things on the fly, and hopefully you have learned something from that. Now the actual air career program can continue, can resume, and AIR can introduce you to the available careers and let you learn them by doing. So what is the air career program? It's a system that lets you choose the career in similar way to skill plans. That is who I want to be. Then choose the activity you might be interested in, what I want to be doing, what I think will be fun for me in the game. And then choose the particular goal, what I want to do now. So this system, I described most of it yesterday. The system tracks all the actions that every player takes. And for completing arbitrary goals, it rewards the capsuleer for that. The rewards are usually relevant to the career the goal is associated with. So for example, if you fulfill a goal that's related to industry, then you may get a skill book for an industrial ship. Additionally, the system provides you with skill points, so you can accelerate the training. It offers a good visibility into what kind of activities are associated with specific careers. You can browse things and see for each career what kind of actions are associated. If I call myself an explorer, what does that mean in the game? what there's for me to do to then call myself, I'm competent explorer, competent. Additionally, the system suggests the activities that are beneficial to new players, to fresh capsuleers. Then for each goal that you look at, that you want to perform, it provides you with guidance from Aura. And that's an interesting thing. We have run some user research where we presented the players with the prototype of the system. And they liked it a lot that the Aura is back. They really like her during the NPE, what has been part of what Team Odyssey we're talking about. And they missed her when that NPE has finished. So they really appreciated seeing her back and helping them go through all of this. Also, if you want to pursue the goals for the sake of rewards, which are skill points as the most important reward, then you are kind of pushed into all areas of the game, where you can experience things that maybe you were not so interested at the beginning, but you may find them interesting after getting engaged with them. Of course, this is not mandatory. It's all about your choice. Also, this system gives you free expert systems that allow you to fly all rookie-friendly ships, so frigates and destroyers, across all races, no matter which character race you are. And lastly, the system creates capable capsuleers who know what to do and how to do it. So this is the choice of the career. It looks almost the same as in the skill plans. But additionally, each of those choices will be accompanied with some more information, both from Aura and in the form of a short video explaining what this career is about. At the very bottom, you can see your progress towards the skill point rewards. Because for completing every goal, besides receiving reward in form of ISK or modules or ships or skills or skins, you will receive career points, which are simply a system of measurement of your progress, both inside each of those careers, but also overall in the whole career program. Here you can see activities within the Enforcer career. So Aura recommends you the activity that should benefit you the most as a new capsuleer. In this case, go and do some career agent missions for start. They will teach you something. At the bottom, you can see the progress towards the graduation moment for this particular career. The graduation moment is when you complete 75% of all the goals that are designated for this career. And for that, you receive more skill points, but also skins that are related to this career. After selecting a particular goal, you get the details of it, including the tips from our Aura on how to complete it. You can see in the bottom right corner, this is where Aura Assistance panel resides, and it provides you with more information about how do I do this stuff precisely. So a couple of examples. This is also something I've shown you yesterday. So the reward section here showed the ISK and items that you will receive when you complete the task. Some goals provide you with the rewards that are outside of your race. For example, if you are an Amar. I'm sorry? Fine. If you are an Amar, you will get Minmatar skill books for Minmatar frigates. If you're a Kaldari, you will get Galente skill books for frigates. Again, to make an emphasis on the fact that you can expand horizontally. The risk estimation shows you how likely it is for you to lose a ship by trying to attempt to complete this goal. And the time estimation shows you how long it may take for you to complete this goal. So when you sit at your computer and you have half an hour, you may reconsider which one to pick. Like mentioned before, our career program provides players with free expert systems. And they are the rewards for each of the career agent missions. When you complete career agent missions for specific career, then you get an expert system that enables you to fly all the ships that are relevant to that career within frigate and destroyer sizes. And there's about 1 million skill points worth of skills in those expert systems. Those are support skills and all weapon system skills. So for example, if you are on an enforcer path and you get the expert system from the enforcer, it will give you skills for frigates, for Amar, Minmatar, Caldari, and Galente, but also skills for hybrid weapons, projectiles, missiles, drones, shields, armor, all that, the full set. So to expose you to all types of combat, all types of tactics, so then you can decide what to train. This is the list of ships for each of the expert system that will be enabled. This should also help the recruiters to inform the recruits about what they can do, what they should be trying out, or be easier to accommodate in the corporation. Just finish the career agents, you'll get an expert system, and you can fly with us immediately because you will have the skills required. So there's 188 goals so far, grouped into 40 types of activities, and those are into 4 careers. That's in total about 70 hours of content. So that's like a month of playing 2 hours every day. That should get the players engaged enough to get exposed to all the social aspects of EVE, to interact with you guys, and get engaged more into the game. So what's next? I've shown you an interesting slide yesterday about this. And I'm sure you will guys have some questions. We'll have a roundtable at 1. We'll be talking a bit about this, if you will be asking about this. But to summarize, where are we going with this? We plan to rebalance all the skills and try to fix some inconsistencies between them. And to reduce the level of complication involved in the optimization of training, we are removing character attributes. And because we are removing character attributes, we have to look into implants, because they are closely related. So we'll be revamping the whole implant gameplay, not only about learning implants, but all implants and boosters. I will say more about that in a couple of slides. And finally, the skill training will be removed. So no more training queue, no more training as skill. You will be accumulating skill points passively over time at a fixed rate that you will be able to adjust through implants, for example. And then you will be applying those skill points either to skill plans or to particular skills that you want. So the skills rebalance will touch all aspects of every skill, just to make sure that some of the skills that are 20 years old, almost, make sense for the players today and make sense in the context of all the other skills. The character attributes today are complex and complicated, but also obscure. The game doesn't tell you why one skill trains faster than another. Some of you know what is the training equation, but probably not all of you. And we'll just getting rid of that, making the system more simple. So not complicated anymore, but it still will be complex for those who want to get deeper into it, to optimize it more. The implants, as I said, they rely on character attributes, so we have to revise them. But that ties to jump clones. And today they cover too many subjects at once. They are responsible for gearing up the same way you fit modules to ships. You also choose particular jump clone with correct implants if you are going into combat, or if you are doing PvE, you just switch them up. So that's the gearing aspect of jump clones. But also the travel, that's another thing that you use jump clones for. And then on top of that, we have skill progression, which is learning implants. So all those 3 things are involved in jump clones gameplay. And that's not ideal, because those things are not that related to each other, really. So we'll be looking into some revisions in this area. And the training itself, as I mentioned, it's difficult to understand or to explain why some skills take longer to train than the others, how all of it makes sense, what are attributes, what are attribute remaps, why I can do that only once a year. This is some crazy stuff. Who came up with it? So if we are removing the training queue, that means you will be left with skill plans as the tool for you to plan your progression. And the training queue wasn't ideal for that anyway, because it didn't allow you to plan without commitment. And what I mean by that is you had to buy the skill book first to inject them, and only then you could add them to the training queue to see how long it will take for you to achieve particular skill, to be able to fly that ship. Now, skill plans allow you to do that without commitment. You can just add the skills and see how long they will train. Only then you can decide to buy them or not, to start training them or not. So since we'll be removing the training queue, we had to give you skill plans first. That's when this whole journey started for our team. And that is it for now. I recommend you all to come to the roundtable if you can for Team Odyssey and Team Equinox. It's embracing new citizens in EVE. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to our balcony studio. I am CCP Goat once again. I want to address already that CCP Comic is giving away more skins in chat right now, so join that if you really would like to look good when you fly. But I don't have time to talk about that right now because production decided to round up the tallest guys in the building. So once again, I'm joined by Brisk Rubel of the CSM16, and with us now is the other biggest guy in CCP Chimichanka. How are you doing?
Good, man.
That's good to hear. You have some interesting things to say about what you're working on, which is called Quasar, am I right?
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that we're working on with Quasar. We have a talk going on at 2 that's going to dig deeper into that. But even going back off of what CCP Nomad was just talking about, it's the tech that's powering things that we can do for things like the Air Career Program. It's a spiritual successor, if you will, to Activity Tracker in the sense of the technology, as kind of what was the infancy of Quasar was back when we were doing the ESI creation for the mobile application that then fed into technologies that powered things like Activity Tracker, which are now being used to power things like the Air Career Program. It's just a different scale about how we can think about things when we're tracking a lot of what the player's doing and accomplishing with a lot of specific detail, and ultimately providing the designers with a way to express more interesting progression mechanisms for EVE Online without taking too much time to build those pieces. Because I think, like you were saying, there's like 180 goals in general. The original list was much larger than that.
So it's good to have ambitions. And this is also something that a part of the technology is to reduce load on Tranquility as well, right?
Yeah, so a lot of that has to do with how we built Quasar, and skill plans was the first real feature that actually never touches any of the legacy code. It's going straight from the client into Amazon, communicating via gRPC using protocol buffers, all that kind of good new fancy shiny things. that we've been using, and allows us to not really have to worry about like kicking TQ over in that sense. So it allows us more freedom to think a little bit bigger with what features we build, and that kind of feeds into how the Air Career program got to be at such the scale that it is with what it covers.
All right, I'm being whispered that we need to finish. CCP Nomad took all of our discussion time, which of course is a little bit sad. CCP Chimichanga will be having a presentation which is not aired, but it'll be recorded, so it'll be available after the fact. I encourage you guys to watch it. If you're here at the venue, you can go to his roundtable as well to ask him, as we say in Icelandic, ask his clothes away. He likes that. But
and don't worry, guys. I've been busting him, giving him a hard time about ESI, all behind the scenes for the last 20 minutes. So don't worry, I got you.
That's right. But we are going over to the main stage again for some EVE data and analytics, and you will want to watch this because they are pretty interesting.
Hey everyone, I am CCP Estimate, a relatively new employee at CCP, only been here for 3 months. But yeah, I'm definitely part of the 64% that Hilmar mentioned yesterday, but I'm not new to EVE Online. I've been playing for the past 17 years, on and off. And I usually try and follow the discussion that's going on Reddit and the forums. And yeah, maybe put up the next slide. And one of the main discussions there has been the DPS system. So I thought I would investigate that a little bit and show you some statistics on it. So with the main question, did the DPS or dynamic bounty system ruin nullsec ratting? So here we have a graph showing the total daily bounty generated across all of EVE. We can immediately see the drop that happened during the blackout period, where we saw a 4-fold decrease in the total bounty generated. It recovered quite quickly, but not exactly to the levels it was before. And then we had the dynamic bounty system period, where it dropped again nearly 50%. So if we just look at this graph, we can conclude that the dynamic bounty system did indeed reduce total bounty by a lot, and maybe even ruined ratting. But if we give ourselves a little bit more historical context, we can see that the total amount of bounty that's been generated in EVE Online now is just the same as it was during the period 2012 to 2016. So this changes this perspective a bit. Maybe the period before the dynamic bounty system is the period of overpowered bounty in EVE Online. But let's focus on a period after the blackout. So zoom in on that period, and in the middle of the time frame, we have the release of the DPS system. We can split this up even further by security band and see that most of the bounty is being generated in nullsec. The green area is showing nullsec, the red area is showing highsec, and the purple area is showing lowsec. What is interesting here is to see that we actually have some activity in lowsec now. After the release of the DPS system, we see a 3-fold increase in total bounty. Some of it is, of course, due to the fact that the bounty risk modifier is just increasing the total bounty. But if we look at the number of kills, or NPC kills in lowsec, that has increased by 30% in that period. But because the dynamic bounty system mostly affected nullsec, let's just focus on that. And let's look at how it's split now between the main banks, the main bank auto payments, which is the payment you get from the main bank if you're NPCing, and the thefts of the main bank. And we can see that main banks are not being robbed that much. In fact, the probability of your main bank being robbed is only about 5%. And now we also have a new risk source, which is the reserve banks. And those are sitting at 50 billion a day now. But this only covers the total bounty. What about the distribution in EVE? This graph shows all the systems. Each bubble there represents one system, and the size of the bubble is the amount of bounty that's generated within that system. This is pre-DPS. we can see that there are two sections within the universe that are responsible for most of the bounty generated. Now, if we take all these systems and split them equally in equal buckets of 100, from those systems that generate the lowest amount of bounty to those that generate the highest amount of bounty, we can see that the top 1% of systems, 33 systems, generated 12.4% of all the bounty. That's 250 billion a day for 33 systems. Now, after the release of the DPS system, we can actually see some activity in the bottom 50% of systems. But the top 1% is still quite high at 11.7%. So it didn't drop the 1% that much. But the next 15% of systems, those were really affected by the DPS. Now, if we make this graph cumulative, in order to see how many systems we would need to generate as much bounty as the top 1%, we can see before the release of the DPS system, we would need the bottom 72% of systems to generate as much bounty as the 1%. But after the release, we are at 55%. Now I wanted to investigate this a little bit further. Here we're looking at how much bounty is being generated by security status of the system. I've adjusted for the number of systems within each bucket. And we can see that it's a downward slope there. And the main idea behind this graph is to try and gain some insight on how much better you're off in deep nullsec versus closer to lowsec. And we can see that you're about 10 times better off in deep nullsec. But if we look at what happens after the release of the DPS system, now you're about 2 to 3 times better off. Now, what is the correct factor here? I'm not sure, but 10 sounds a bit off. Now, so far, we have covered the total bounty and the distribution in the universe. What about the ship types affected by the DPS change? So here we have the Dominics, the total bounty generated by the Dominics. It has decreased or started decreasing prior to the DPS release, and we can see it was slightly affected by the DPS release, but not that much. Next, we have the rattlesnake. He was highly affected, and I wonder if people thought it was an over-investment, ratting in a rattlesnake. Next, there are the two carriers, the Thanatos and the Nidhugger. Those were both heavily affected by the DPS change. And then we have the super carriers. Those both saw a huge drop, both during the surgical strike patch, which was April 2020, and also during the DPS release. And then finally, we have the Gila and the Ishtar. And currently, Ishtar is generating about half of the bounty in nullsec, which I'm sure we would all like to see a little more diversity in the ships used. But if we now transition this graph to see how many characters are behind this, so we transition it to total bounty per character per day. Here I'm trying to mimic something closely related to ISK per hour, but it's not ISK per hour, it's per character per day. We can see that the Hel and the Nyx, they had their bounty reduced by about 44% after the release of the DPS patch. And we can even see that the surgical strike patch, which we saw earlier that dropped both supercarriers by a lot, didn't really affect the ISK that they make, just the number of characters behind it. Then we have the Thanatos and the Nidhugger. Those both saw a 21% decrease, and the Ishtar saw about 11% decrease. Now, if we also consider it that there's less ISK to be made in the universe now, and the Ishtar as a proportion of the total ISK that is being generated, then the Ishtar is not worse off at the moment. Now, we can also look at the proportion of ISK generated by ship category. And I've increased the time frame a bit here. Now we're looking at all the way back to 2017. And we can see today it's mostly just sub-capital ships that are generating the ISK. We got the super capitals, pre-DPS, which were about 28% of the total bounty generated by the super capitals. Now, more interestingly, during the blackout period, super capitals were responsible for 45% of the total ISK generation, which means that not all ships were affected equally during the blackout period. Which begs the question, were super capital pilots or super carrier pilots playing the game of low risk, high reward during that period? Or even during the period just before the release of the DPS system? Now we can also transition this graph to see how many characters are behind this. You can see that there are not that many characters behind the sub-capital group, but still they're generating most of this there before the release of the DPS patch. So if you summarize this, the effects of the DPS patch, the ISK dropped from 1.7 trillion a day to 1 trillion a day. And it's now at the same level as it was in 2012 till 2016. The ISK is now generated or it's more distributed across the universe. And those that were affected the most heavily by the DPS system are the super capital pilots, while the sub-capital pilots didn't really see that much effect. And low-sec ratting seems to be a thing now. Now, to finish this section, I want to show some statistics on the ESS system. So here's the average auto payment from ESS. Here's the average main bank theft, sitting at 50 million. And this is the largest main bank theft so far, 1.7 billion. And the average reserve bank theft, similar amount. And then there is the largest auto payment. Someone managed to get 2.5 billion from an autobank payment. And then the largest reserve bank theft at 10 billion. And then the amount that is currently in all reserve banks, sitting at 50 trillion, estimated to be 77 trillion by the end of the year, for anyone to grab. Not exactly, you need the keys. But yeah, thank you everyone. Now I want to welcome CCP Björn on the stage to talk a little bit about you guys.
Hello, everyone. Do I have audio? Can you hear me? It's great to be here. Super happy to finally be here after the break. FanFest has always been a highlight of for me working at CCP. And 3 years without FanFest and 2 years without any events is a bit long. So super happy to be here. Now. A professional actress came to CCP before FanFest and was like teaching us how to do these types of presentations. And she emphasized that it was very important to start big. So that's what I'm going to do. With a big ass 3D pie. It's also like a huge no-no in the analytical world to use pie charts, especially 3D pies. So it's been a bucket list item for me to be able to use this in a presentation for a long time. And, but it also illustrates the point nicely. You, the attendees at FanFest 2022, make up roughly 0.3% of the active player base. When I pulled this data almost a week ago, you were standing at 831 players, 6,542 accounts, and 13,681 characters. It's a lot. So as I mentioned, you make up 0.3% of all currently active players, but you make up 0.9% of all active accounts, or like the accounts belonging to those active players rather, and 1.1% of all their characters. So as you can see, you have a lot more accounts on average, and you have a lot more characters than the average EVE player. 3.8 times more characters, in fact. Now, you have character members in 2% of all active player corporations, which is already kind of a lot. But you have character members in 13.4% of all active player alliances, which is staggering. And even more crazily, you have active character members in 29 out of the 30 largest alliances in EVE Online. However, you don't exactly you don't exactly follow the overall membership trends to the letter. The orange line here represents the amounts of characters you have in each of these alliances, while the black bars underneath are the same as we had before. So Brave United and Pandemic Legion brought a disproportionate amount to FanFest, which is awesome. Now, talking alliances, we got a special request to remake this graph. So here you go. The higher you go up on this graph, like each star on the graph indicates an alliance. The higher you go, the more total lock-on time on average the member of the alliance have. And the further right you go, the more alts each member has on average. And the size indicates the player amount in each alliance. Not the character count, but the player count. So you can let this sink in a little bit. And yeah, the orange ones are represented at FanFest. The blues are not. Here is a similar graph, but showing very different things. Instead of alliances, each star here represents a player at FanFest. The higher you go, the older the player is. The more further to the right you go, the more lock-on time you have on the most played character, on your most played character. So as you can see, you differ quite a lot. You are as different as you are many. And there are some quite staggering statistics in there. Alt counts and total playtime on the most played character. Now, here we see every character in EVE Online that has more than 100 hours of active game time since 2012. It's the same graph really as before, except the axes have been flipped. So now, on the bottom axis, you have character age in years. On the y-axis, you have total lock-on hours for that character of active time again. And you are represented in orange. So you kind of follow the distribution, but still you can also make out that you are a little further up, like on the you're in the higher echelons of players, definitely, when it comes to age and total lock-on time. So yeah, most of you have actually spent quite an astonishing amount of time playing EVE, both in terms of tenure or active lock-on time, or both. I remember when I reached 1,000 hours in a game I was playing, my friends actually threw me a party. It was such an achievement, and I'm not even kidding. I was probably also the first one to do it, and it was like a huge achievement. However, for 1,000 hours for you is more like a barrier to entry. And I would like to review some of your most played characters. Now, 71% of you have reached that 1,000 hour mark. 55% of you have more than 2,000 hours spent in the game. 22% of you have more than 5,000 hours. 9% have more than 7,500 hours of active playtime on your most played character. And 4.5% of you, or 38 players, have reached 10,000 hours of active game time on your most played character, which is often considered the amount of time you need to reach global expertise. You're like the very top of your field. 13 of you have 15,000 hours of active game time on your most played character. However, one absolute legend has spent a total of 23,776 active hours of game time, so removing idle log-on time, since 2012 on his most played character. And I think he deserves a round of applause. And perhaps a report to the security team as well. No, kidding. It's phenomenal. It's almost 2.7 years of active playtime since, like, in the last 10 years, which is crazy. Now, you have started out in EVE in almost every year since EVE came out. Some of you have been with us from the very beginning, and some are at their very beginning in EVE. We actually have 5 players at FanFest that started out on the day EVE was launched. Yeah. May 6, 2003, 19 years ago. But we also have some new players, which still have a little ways to go towards their 1,000-hour party, but I hope you will be there for them, to show them the ropes, welcome them into the game with open arms and loaded guns, like you only know how to. But yeah, to the fun stuff, pew pew and exploding spaceships. Since 2007, late 2007, FanFest 2022 attendees have been involved in 2.5 million PvP kills. In 85% of those kills, you are the aggressing party. In 15% of those, you are the victims. And in 1.5, you are both. Which means that you guys, only the players at FanFest, have killed each other 40,423 times. And you've potted each other 4,004 times. Which I would expect to be a little higher. It's like you're kind of nice to each other, just like, no, okay, job done, go. It's nice, it's very nice of you. Now, even more interestingly, in 10% of these 40,423 deaths, one or more of the attackers also belongs to the victim player. And, even more oddly, in 82% of those cases, the final blow is delivered by a character owned by the same player as owns the victim. And I have no idea what you're doing. Is it like insurance fraud? Are you practicing? Are you duking the DPS system? Like, I have no idea what you're doing. And like, what the fuck happened in 2020? Was this like, I don't know, very interesting. Now, since 2012, I'm gonna shorten the time scale a little bit. You have killed 300,090, wow, this is a difficult number. 393,847 characters, distinct characters, belonging to 278,392 players, almost 1.8 million times over. Which means you have killed each character that has been killed by you has been killed 4.7 times on average. Some a lot more than others. I resisted the urge to include the character names, but some poor fella has been killed 2,400 twice by you. Seems excessive, guys. Seems a bit excessive. Now, you have destroyed stuff since 2012 worth 270 trillion ISK. And stuff worth 428 trillion has been dropped during PvP kills you've been involved in. Now, as just kind of to shape this, the average destruction value for EVE in its entirety per day is 1.1 trillion. So this is a lot. This is actually 8% of all total PvP-related destruction in EVE for the past 10 years. But you only make up 0.6% of the attacking characters, which is crazy. And only 0.4% of the attacking players. So it seems that some people just want to watch the world burn. Yes, indeed. You have way more kills than the average player, almost 8 times more, 8.4 times more. You also have way more deaths than the average player, 20 times that of an average player. Your KD ratio is still like 6, so you're fine, I would say. You tend to not go for low-value targets as much as the average player. You tend to go for higher value targets. And granted, these are not the most high value targets, but these are the categories where you differ the most from the overall. However, the kind of more staggering thing is, if you look at your percentage out of all the total kills per the highest value categories, you have killed 18% of all carriers destroyed in EVE for the past 10 years, 36% of all force auxiliaries, and you can see the other numbers. Perhaps most staggering is that you have killed 64% of all Titans in EVE for the past 10 years. You've been involved in the kills. And that is crazy to me. Now, I just want to sincerely thank you for all the activity you do in EVE Online. It's because of you and every action you make in game that I get to come to work and I get to analyze some of the craziest and complex data sets there are. Your creativity and your crazy kind of shenanigans in game kind of continually blow my mind. I've been here for 10 years and it kind of amazes me that I can get surprised by you guys and what you get up to still. So yeah, thank you very much again. And you can see all your beautiful faces as I leave. Thank you. Forgot one note. I'm going to let this run through. Please join us at the roundtable at 3, where we'll be discussing all and everything data-related, Excel for EVE, player-facing analytics, and questions regarding these presentations, if you want. Thank you.
This is unprecedented. We finished early. A presentation at FanFest finished early. Thank you, CCP Bjorn, for blasting through some interesting data. I'm really happy about it. I'm CCP Goat. You're back here in the balcony studio. And this time I've changed some guests. We have Kiakti, who is runs a very good website and program which we will get into a little bit later. And we also have CCP Convict here to back me up.
Hello. Trust the analytics guys to be the most efficient people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Exactly. So tell us a little bit about NPSI, which stands for Not Purple Shoot It. Am I correct?
Yep, correct. It's NPSI. It's basically pretty much the rawest sense of PvP in EVE, I'd say. It's basically, it's awesome. Everybody should come onto our fleets. Everybody should get into NPSI, basically.
If someone is not familiar with the concept of NPSI, what does it entail?
It's basically fleeting up with randoms and having fun, going out, shooting stuff, and just basically creating havoc. That's the way I perceive it.
And the name of your NPSI community, is it Funink or is it Even Better with Friends? Because
Right.
I keep seeing those two names kind of used interchangeably.
Right. The corporation itself we are a corp in our own right. The corp is actually called Fun Inc. I went with the tagline, the corp ticker, EBWF, Even Better with Friends, purely on the basis EVE is even better with friends, basically. And that's pretty much the foundation of what we do. It's basically fleeting up with people and just having fun. And that's pretty much the crux of it.
Now, NPSI groups have existed in EVE for a long time.
Yep.
Agony Unleashed used to run NPSI fleets back in the day. Red vs. Blue would occasionally do NPSI fleets. Spectre Fleet, Bombers Bar, all these groups have been around for ages. But one thing I hadn't seen, which you did, which I think is really cool, is if you wanted to get involved in these different NPSI fleets, you would have to have your finger in a lot of different pies. You'd have to be in a lot of different in-game channels and so forth just to know how they're operating. But you created a website, a calendar website, which aggregates all of the NPSI activity together. I think we have just a screenshot of what a website looks like, which we can put up there. So can you just explain the NPSI groups at the top of the screen?
Yeah,
there?
it's pretty simple. Basically, we've currently got 13 groups, lucky 13 at the moment. Basically, groups at the top, Fun Inc., obviously the corp I run, Friday Yard, or our awesome US time zone kind of counterparts, running awesome fleets every Friday, 23:30, I believe. Redemption Road, Grey Gal, massive shout out to her. I've known her for 12 years, 14 years, something like that. Kaz Combat Guild, Flaming Dragons, they're on a little bit of a hiatus off the back of Alliance Tournament. I think they're a little bit burnt out off the back of that. Free Range Chickens, EVE Linknet, Spectre Fleet, of course, Perpetrate Fleets also. Fart Fleets, Reykjavik, Stay Feral, and Overclocker. There's 13 groups, basically. Content on demand when you want, basically.
Now, I can honestly say this calendar has been super useful to me because I don't always have a whole evening to put aside for fleet ops and stuff like that in Alliance. In fact, my main character, regretfully, has been languishing in a starter corp for the last 6 or 7 months. My alt corp, though, is very active, doing a lot of mining. So I'm not just an industry. I'm not just don't play EVE anymore or anything. But when I do have time and I feel in the mood for some shooty pews, I always go to your calendar. And more often than not, particularly on the weekends, it's no less than an hour before, oh, hey, there's a Raptor fleet or something setting off from Jeter.
Exactly, and that's kind of why I went with that kind of iteration of the calendar, just purely on the basis it's just bookmark it, you've got it in game, and you've got it on your Chrome browser or what have you, and job done. You literally just fire up the client, log in, and you've got an hour and a half, fleet just when you want. Basically, it's pretty simple. Personally, I think it's what EVE needs is content like this. Basically.
Yeah, EVE is rich with content, but it's
Absolutely.
also with just how much is going on. It's hard to. It's like a rushing river. And there's never, it's like, oh, I want to step into it, but I don't know the right time. So having these sites which sort of aggregate all of this just to help you plan it makes it a lot easier.
Exactly.
But what would happen if I would join and accidentally we would stumble upon my own alliance? So I would stumble upon blues. They're not purple.
Right. That's a very fair question. Just don't have blues. Don't join an alliance that has blues. That's what I would say.
That's fairly easy when you're CCP. So
yeah, and NPSI basically allows you the freedom of movement to kill stuff. And let's face it, what better way to have fun just going out pew-pewing? Basically, it's pretty. For me, it's how I play the game. It's how I've played the game for 15 years, 16 years or so.
There's a social contract, GM Goat, that when you join NPSI fleet, you literally, it's not purple, you shoot it. And I know I've been on fleets occasionally where we've we'll take a wormhole or we'll just yeet into Horde space or into Delve or something like that. And there will always be one guy with fleet going, shit.
Yeah, they pretty much drop fleet, go and get on their intel channels and send a fleet for us. So it's content on demand, basically, it's job done.
Actually, I think it was actually a Raptor fleet, but with the live events that occur in the game periodically, your Carista's Hunt and Winter Nexus and all that sort of stuff. I was in one of your fleets, I believe it was, probably just a month or two ago for one of those events, and we undocked. I think it was in Raptors.
Yeah.
Went to a wormhole, jumped in, popped out the other end, and we were specifically looking for people who were running the sites for the event. And within like 2 minutes, we just like quarter praxis.
Yep.
Murdered it and got like a 4-build praxis and a 3-build pod. And I was like, in Raptors.
We literally, I mean, a massive shout out to the skirmishers that week in, week out. These guys, if you want to find out how to skirmish, just come on an NPSI fleet. You will not come across.
And skirmishers are like, they're the advanced scouts that go out ahead and try to find something and grab it.
Some of these guys, and girls in fact, you will not meet better skirmishers than them. And these are the absolute cream of the crop, basically.
Yeah.
They are fantastic. And they go out, they get this content. We offer SRP limited, so if they do lose their ships, because we want to be able to continue doing this. And so if anybody does want to like assist with SRP, that sort of thing, it's like like donations and stuff like that, we'll happily take it.
And this is actually a really cool and sort of low investment format for you if you're a pilot and you even want to like diversify your skills. Within the fleet. I mean, a lot of people probably spend a lot of time in their EVE career logging into a ping, getting into the spaceship, pressing F1, and that's it. But if you want to try something like being a skirmisher, or maybe even try out Logi on some of your fleets, you'll bring a few Logi frigates along occasionally, those kinds of alternative roles. But you may be a bit nervous to do that in your big alliance when there's, like 50 or 100 people in the fleet. Yeah. Exactly. This is like a nice little test bed for you to start to sort of refine those skills.
This is the breeding ground.
Yeah.
This is where players get good, basically.
And it is low investment, and relatively new players can dip their toes into this as well, because most of your fleets, frigate, destroyer,
frigate's best.
Yeah, maybe assault destroyers or something like that. But
yeah, it's different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
Some of the different groups run different contents. They might go up cruiser class, battleships. I know Virion, Spectre Fleet, massive shout out to those guys. They do battleships all the time.
I think I just remembered. I think that practice I was referring to was in an unironic Drake fleet.
You were in the Drake.
Yeah, that was so
massive
good.
shout out to Rom. Rom Ascaras. He loves his small gangs, sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 Pico gangs, that sort of thing.
I literally got to bring a Drake.
FC bring Drake.
Living the meme.
Come on.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever a problem bringing a Drake for our fleets anyway. People just do it. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, it was completely unironic as well.
Yes, and Drake discrimination. In addition to your MPSI work, you also do some live streaming?
Yeah, I do. I'm not really. I wouldn't call myself a streamer. I do stream though. In all fairness,
you're an FC who happens to live stream.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in all fairness, it's difficult for me when I do stream purely on the basis of
Intel,
so on and so forth. Now it gets content though. I used to stream with a delay. I've dropped the delay altogether, so it's live basically. So it might be 5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, if someone does have the ambition of coming along and stream sniping you, ultimately it's more content, right?
Yeah, it gets a fight.
As long as you've had a good hour of roaming.
As long as they don't bring a hard counter, I'm happy. And let's be realistic. People do ship up and bring hard counters, which can't be helped. But bring us a good fight, and I'll take it. I'll take it every time.
EVE Online is the game where stream snipers are the content.
Yes,
pretty much. But how are you finding FanFest so far? You told me when you came in, you had to ask the condition of my head, but unfortunately I didn't go out last night, but you yourself were out.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. It was a long night, to put it that way. I'm struggling with my voice a little bit. Too much shouting at the MPSI community raffle the other night, and we actually, okay to say, we raised like 1,200 quid for charity the other night as well.
Nice.
Which is fantastic. So massive shout out to everybody that donated and came along and caused me to pretty much lose my voice, basically.
Yeah, tell us about that MPSI event that you organised, just briefly.
Yeah, it was kind of myself and Virion, we got our heads together back in, I think it was about
Virion
January.
Stoneshard from Spectre Fleet.
Stoneshard from Spectre, yeah. And we got our heads together and we thought, well, let's go and let's get everybody in the same room and let's say hey. And then kind of snowballed slightly and sort of suggested, well, why not, let's just raise some money for charity. So I just basically went on to CCP's website, looked at previous FanFest charitable causes, picked up a children's hospital that CCP had previously supported, and then just contacted them and got just basically let them know that's what the intention was. Sold some raffle tickets, got loads of awesome prizes, signed Eon magazines that Paragon dug out of many boxes, I imagine.
Oh, is that what we were signing those
Yes,
for?
yes,
Excellent.
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes,
the old
yes.
Eon magazines. Yeah,
Exactly, and
collector's
various other
items
things.
now.
Yeah, and yeah, managed to get some really good donations and give some people some awesome prizes. So
That is amazing. That is really amazing.
it's the power of the community again.
The community that brings us all here.
Friendship.
So glad to have seen that charity generally has become such a big component of pretty much all EVE-related live events. And it used to be CCP would be like raising money, occasionally a player gathering would do it, but now it's almost ubiquitous. For every player gathering organizer, it's like, hey, we also want to do a charity, whether it's like a big event like eVegas or a small one like actually, I'm not going to say the name because any names because I don't want to offend anyone by calling them small. But you know who you are.
It's good to tread carefully. Good to tread carefully. But we, as I said when we started, we're in the unprecedented situation where we are ahead of schedule. And I think instead of us prattling on, we were just going to cut to the schedule maybe.
Yep.
Show you guys what's coming up. It's going to be Oz talking about his large public trust fund, public investment fund is it called, Trusted Trading in Trillions. And that's going to be a very interesting talk happening on the main stage here at 2 o'clock.
And since the folks who are watching on Twitch don't have anything else to look at right now, as soon as I go back to my laptop, I'll start up another giveaway in Twitch chat. I'll do a raffle, and this one will be for two winners for one each Integral Labs, formerly known as Mixed Dimensions EVE Online ship model of your choice. So I'll go start that raffle just as soon as I'm off the camera.
Yeah, warm up those exclamation marks.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Kekti, thank you so much for coming and chatting with
It's a pleasure.
us.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for all the good work that you're doing.
No problem.
Go out and shoot non-purples. That's I think that's what I'm going to be doing for the next few days. I think, and we will be with you again after Oz's presentation. Enjoy.
Yep. Hi everyone, welcome back to CCP TV. I hope you enjoyed that data and analytics presentation, and congratulations to the two winners of the Integral Reality Labs EVE Online spaceship models that we just raffled off in Twitch chat. There'll be one more skin raffle coming up later in the day. But just before we step into Oz's excellent presentation on markets, I'm joined here by Frost. You spoke to her earlier today when she was introduced with Brisk Rabal and GM Goat.
Yep, thank you very much.
And she will be co-piloting for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep, so I'm going to be here this afternoon. I am following Brisk, which is a tough ask. Yeah, he always does a very, very good job. But yeah, super excited to be here. Saw there's like over 3,500 people on the stream, which is like brilliant. And seeing a lot of people engaging, some positive, some not, but that's the whole point of the Twitch channel. So,
that's right.
Yeah.
There's always going to be a diversity of opinions. Before we go into the next presentation, though, I just wanted to talk about you for a minute.
Okay,
so
yeah.
You're well known probably to most people for your excellent YouTube channel, where you do series of videos covering nullsec politics and just big moves and shakes that
thanks.
happen.
Yeah, the way that I approach it is I cover player conflicts. So not necessarily nullsec, but it can be high sec, it can be low sec, but it's more a case of player-driven stories that are bound around conflict. So whether it's like a small gang roaming that get a really unusual kill to the big epic fights that that are normally covered. But I'm always trying to look for the human element of it and where the players actually get involved. And one of the things I've been really fortunate in the last year and a half of doing this is I built up a really good set of contacts, and I'm able to generally get kind of more than one point of view on a story, which allows me to be much more impartial in the way that I present the story.
Yeah, it's super hard for anyone on EVE who wants to comment on anything to have that balance and sense of impartiality from people.
It becomes even harder when you take into account that you can get something which is biased by omission, which is if you forget to mention something, that can be considered as bias as well.
Yeah,
so during the whole sort of Papi Imperium War, I forgot to mention a few Fortizar kills, and then suddenly it's like, that's bias.
Yeah.
So you either mention them all or you mention none of them. So it's kind of learning that how to approach that.
But despite perhaps those little landmines along the way, you've been remarkably resilient. How long have you been producing the series for now? Or
the series has been going about a year and a half. I think that the YouTube channel's been going a couple of years now.
Yep.
And I was very kind of scared of going into EVE initially, just simply because I know what the streams can be like when you get it wrong, and so I was very apprehensive at first, but I kind of built up confidence, just like anything in EVE. With your FCing, you build up confidence, and then you kind of know that you can do it.
I hadn't really thought about that before, but just the amount of self-confidence that you can stand up and say like, you should listen to what I've got to say. You know,
Okay,
like, or
yeah,
I'm an authority on this.
It's a case that I have enough experience, I think, in the game that I've been an FC, and I've
Right.
been a Stratop FC, a Coalition FC. I've been in leadership in an alliance and on military side, and that's kind of given me an insight into how wars play out and how conflicts play out. And I try and, even though I don't play as much as I like, I try and stay up to date as much as I can on the mechanics, and I talk to a lot of FCs about how they approach the game and what changes in the meta, so that I'm kind of aware of how wars can play out.
Right. Well, okay. Looking forward to speaking to you more throughout the day with the rest of our guests. But for now, we're about to go back down to the main stage for the Oz's presentation on EVE's markets, trillions, economy, trust. all
Yeah,
that kind of
he
stuff.
does a great job. He's got a Discord and everything else. Brilliant.
All right, let's go there now.
All right. How y'all doing? What a stage. I told CCP they didn't have to do the whole JITA 4.4 thing just for me, but then they insisted, so welcome to my house. This is what I do all day, trading. When they finally remodeled the station, I finally had something else to look at, because I don't undock, so this is all I see all day. All right, so we're talking about trading, trust, and trillions today. If you don't know what I do, I'm Oz. I run EVE's largest public investment fund, and that in itself shouldn't really be a thing, because in EVE, you know, you shouldn't be trusting anyone, especially not with your ISK. But for some reason, I was able to convince a whole bunch of people to hand me a lot of ISK, and I invested in the JITA market. So for the next 45 minutes, I'm going to share a few stories, strategies, and general things I do in EVE Online. We'll talk about how I built that trust, how I get these people to hand me their money, how I then take that money and invest it in the markets. I'll share a little bit of the lessons learned that I've gathered over the last few years creating content and streaming EVE Online. And then if we have some time, we should have time, like 5 minutes for a few questions, if you'd like. Otherwise, there's a roundtable at I think 4 p.m. in one of the breakout rooms. So if you want to come chat about everything that we talk about here, then come find us there. CCP, Psych, and myself are going to be there hanging out. All right. So I'm Oz. I've been playing EVE since 2004. I was already out of college in 2004, so by that you can calculate that I'm really old. I was in finance back then. I was trading in stocks. I got a business degree, and so from day one I was into markets and trading in EVE Online. And that part of EVE Online is really what I think is very unique that I can't find in any other game. This player-driven economy, this ability to actually trade, to influence the market very realistically, it's just something that keeps me coming back to EVE Online and absolutely love it. I became a Twitch streamer in 2019, before that I didn't even know what Twitch was, but I realized that I could share the fairly unique playstyle that I have and the tools that I have on Twitch with my viewership. So I became an EVE partner, and my guides on trading are used in the EVE Academy. So I'm very glad that some of the tools and content that I produce are being made accessible for the community, and I'm getting some attention to a playstyle that's just not very, I think not played by a large percentage of the player base. I have a Discord server of a whole bunch of trading nerds on EVE. If you Google that, I'm sure you'll find it. Come join 3,000 of us on there. And as I said, I run the largest investment fund in EVE. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Quick disclaimer before I jump on that. If you can't tell by the funny accent, I am German, right? So just to manage expectations, there will be no jokes, but we'll probably finish on time, all right? So bear with me. the motivation behind everything I do is threefold. One is we're playing a sandbox. All of us are playing a sandbox. And in a sandbox, per definition, you should be able to do almost anything that you want to do. So for me, gaming, competitive gaming meant I wanted to be the best at something. And being old just means I can't keep up in PvP. All right, so what I can do is I can spend some time creating amazing spreadsheets. I can eke out an advantage in the market, and so that is my way of creating something that matters, and that's what gives back or motivates me every day to play EVE Online. Two, I spend a lot of time sharing or making tools for EVE Online, and that, for the first few years maybe, that's a lot of fun, and you can make a lot of money in the market, and it's great. But after a while, it just, you know, if you're not telling anyone and you're not sharing that experience, it just becomes kind of bland. So that's one big motivation for me as well, is to go out there and share everything that I've created. And then, as I said earlier, my playstyle is fairly unique. I don't leave the station. I just station trade. I have a lot of capital to play with. I play with the markets. Sometimes I manipulate the markets. Not gonna lie. And that is a playstyle that I want to showcase because it's out there. I can't get it from any other game, right? And I want, for one, people to see it, but also CCP to see it. You know, for them to know that there are people out there like us that are playing the game in a way that might not be the most obvious one, but is a very, very important one to a small but important part of the player base. All right. So first of all, building trust. So I said in the beginning, I run an investment fund. I have around 4 trillion ISK that I manage for about 500 investors. And that in itself shouldn't be possible in EVE Online. You shouldn't trust anyone with your ISK. What are you guys doing? Why are you giving me your money, right? Like this should not be happening. But for some reason, I was able to do that. And there's three reasons why that works. For one, I put a face to the name, right? I go out there on Saturdays on Twitch, and a lot of you have seen my face out there. You know, I show you guys I talk about my motivations. I tell you what to do, and it's it's a lot more difficult to run away with the money if you show your face all the time and everyone knows what you looks like, right? That's just a general truth. Second of all, from day one of this operation that started about 3 years ago, I'm sharing all my trade secrets that I used to make money with. So I am taking away the whole motivation that you could think why I should be running away with that money by showing you all of the top profitable items, by sharing all my tools, by all of that. So I have convinced people that I'm just a genuinely nice guy and I don't need to make ISK, right? At least people believe that. It's true. Trust me. And then again, it's not economically feasible for me to run away with the money because it's by now I have a little bit of a reputation in the community. I make, you know, nobody's getting rich of content creation in EVE. Right? Like, there's 1 or 2 people that can maybe live off it, but nobody's getting rich. So I'm not getting rich, but it's at least enough for me not to run away with the money because the reputation that I've made is kind of beneficial to me. So putting a face to the name, as I said, I stream on Twitch, so people know what I look like. It's accountability, it's building up the first trust. Of course, sometimes it helps when people like Hilmar share my content and say, this is really good. I mean, you know, this is the guy with the 20 swords that you saw yesterday. If he says it's good, how bad can it be? You know, this guy's not going to run away with the money. The second part, sharing secrets. So something I do, for example, is every year I show what the most profitable items in trading were for me in that year. Right? That would be the #1 rule of that most traders will not do if what their goal is to make money. It's really not that big of a deal, but it's a big symbolic step, right? And then more importantly, maybe I have created together with the community, I've created a community version of my trading spreadsheet that will track your profits, that will look at your portfolio, that will tell you which items to buy currently, which items to sell on a technical analysis basis, right? And this tool is out there for download. Thousands of people have downloaded it. You all can use it. It's free. We maintain it a little bit. It's got an instruction in it. So the biggest hurdle for a lot of people to go into station trading is they know that they can't do it if they don't know how to be a spreadsheet warrior, right? Now, the Excel integration that we saw yesterday is going to help, sure, in breaking down that barrier. But until then, you have my spreadsheet to kind of guide you in that world. And most people will start using that, and then move on to developing their own tools, or maybe even not. Maybe even just continue doing that. But they can station trade without having that huge barrier of macros and JavaScript in front of them. I also talk about skill farming, and skill farming, if you talk to people in the community, it's something that's a little bit pushed to the side. Nobody really wants to talk about it because it's like it's a fairly unnatural play style, I would say. It's not even a play style; it's a way for people to make money, but it's legal. It's there. People are doing it, and people are making a lot of money with it. And so, what I do to build trust is I democratize that information. Right? So when I started doing this investment fund 3 years ago, I noticed that a lot of people were talking on the download. Somebody is all of a sudden selling hundreds of skill injectors. How did you get them? How does that work? So I show what you need to do to set that up, and I show in my spreadsheet that I share every week what the current profit is that people are making of skill injectors, right? And it's complicated, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to go into that, but it's something that I think should be out there in the community, because anytime you have, a small amount of players making a lot of money by something that I think is more of an natural play style, then I want to at least let everyone know that this exists, because this impacts the economy in a very significant and large way, and so that information needs to be out there. And then this is less about sharing secrets, more about, again, the democratization of data in EVE. This is the Tranquility Trading Tower. Now, if you're, most of you are more or less hardcore EVE players if you've made it all the way to Iceland now, right? So you know what the trading tower is. It's that player-run station that is one jump from JITA in perimeter that houses most of the Plex and large skill injector trade, and used to house most of the buy orders, because the discrepancy between the fees in NPC stations versus player-owned stations used to be very significant. It's not like that anymore, but still, they're making a lot of money. A few years ago, the Tranquility Trading Tower was making trillions, and the parties that were sharing this money, they were all at war with each other, right? So this was like an unspoken secret. Everybody knew it was kind of funding the war, but everyone was fighting each other in the world, which they really were. But then they were funding the war by having a common operation. So what I wanted to do is, again, I wanted to go in and I wanted to show that this is happening, and I wanted to show that this is the amount of money that is coming out of there. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, hey, good on you. You're making a lot of money, but people should know. And I put that out there. Now, the real number, Billy says that number is more like 1.5 trillion, not 2.2 trillion, but it's a lot of money. So I do stuff like that to kind of, it's kind of like data journalism for EVE Online, and that again, in turn, it builds trust. It shows people that I am more or less on the side of the people, on the side of the community, and trying to make sure that that information is out there. And then, reputation. I said nobody's getting rich of EVE, but certainly there's if you're a streamer and if you're halfway successful and you're making money here and there, and so for me it's just not economically feasible to run away with this money yet. It's not big enough. So 4 trillion ISK is a lot of money, right? And you will hear a lot of people that are talking about ROIs in the in the EVE markets, and they would say, "Yeah, I mean, I doubled my ISK last week." These are people that are not investing trillions, right? If you're investing trillions in the market, your options are much more limited because you have limiting factors such as risk overall, because you have a significant portion of the market, or time complications. So it's kind of complicated to invest 4 trillion, and it's actually a lot of work. So I have devised some strategies and some tools to make that whole process easier and more enjoyable, because in the end, it's a game for me as well. I need to have some fun, right? So as I said, we're talking about very, very large-scale investing here. And so low volume, high margin items are not what we can invest in here. This is not where you go and you look at this module that has 10 million ISK a day turnover. That's not going to help you at all, right? You need to value the actual time that you're investing in the markets, just like you have to value the time you spend mining. Now I know the people are out there that think the minerals I mine are free, right? They're my natural enemy in the EVE habitat, right? If you think that, you have a problem, all right? Because you're going to not make economically rational decisions, and that's going to not allow me to predict what you're making because you're not acting rationally. So it's fine. Of course, it's fine, but just know you're creating problems, all right, on the data side. Speaking of data, this is the only slide that has math, I promise, right? However, if you're mathematically challenged, this whole thing is going to be like an uphill battle for you, right? So, my fund has 4 trillion ISK, okay? Easy enough. As I said, there's 2 restrictions. One is time, right? I want to actually limit the amount of time I spend running the fund, because I have a life, right? And this is not a job, at least not yet, right? So I say arbitrarily, which is very close to the truth, I want to only handle 200 items in EVE Online, right? Now that's, for some of you, that's going to mean something. For others, I'll show you what that means in a second, all right? So that's one restriction, time. It's limited. 2, risk, right? And that's multifaceted, because for one, I need to diversify. Anyone knows that, right? Like anyone that's investing anywhere knows that you need to diversify, right? Even if you don't know what that means, you've heard that before, right? You need to diversify. So if I put that into math in here, for example, I don't want to have an insane amount of items, but I'm limiting the maximum number, and I want to limit the amount of trade days that I'm actually holding of a certain item, right? And what I mean by trade days is I can look at the amount of sell orders available in the forge, like the region where Jita is in, and I can look at how much I'm holding, and I can say, if I take the daily volume times 5, that's the maximum amount I want to hold. You know why? Because stuff happens in EVE, like patches, right? People sometimes, Ratati, I don't know if you're out here, right? But sometimes you decide we're going to double the amount of ice in the game, or we're going to double the amount of moon material, right? Prosperity, right? For me, that's a problem, because then immediately I need to liquidate a lot of stuff. If I'm holding way more than 5 trade days, this is a serious issue, because I can't liquidate. That's why I've recently lost a lot of money on all of this Moonboo stuff. That's why I'm still bitter. Right? I'm sure you can't tell. So, simple math, again, 4 trillion ISK, 200 items, that means 20 billion per item, roughly, on average, right? If I take the 20 billion and I divide that by the 5 trade days that I just explained, then that means I can really only trade in items that have a daily trade volume of 4 billion or more, right? So the total trade that is happening every day in the forge should be at least 4 trillion, right? Now, to me, that means the world. To you, you're sitting here, you're like, I don't know what that means, right? So I'll show you pictures. There are 40,000 items in EVE Online. There are a few more, but a lot of them aren't active, et cetera, right? 40,000. If you break that down and say, I only want to look at the items that have a trade volume of over 1 billion ISK every day in the Forge, you're already cutting that down to only 1,500 items. That's not a lot, right? If I'm then breaking that down into the items that have 5 billion or more ISK traded a day, we're only talking about 400 items. And you remember how I wanted to trade in 200 items? By that definition, it's about half of those items that I'm going to invest in. So it's actually quite small, the amount of items that I can invest in. What's in that little yellow box, right? If you do market trading, you know this, right? But I'll give you some examples of what's in there. Most of that is Plex and skill injectors, right? Plex and skill injectors are a huge part of the daily trade volume in EVE Online, right? And the problem with investing in those is that the stuff that impacts the Plex prices and skill injector prices is mostly stuff that happens outside of the game. So this is sometimes a little bit impacted by what players do, but this is much more impacted by sales, right? This is impacted by crises that we're seeing in the world right now. This is sometimes CCP decides to raise prices. Actually, they've only decided to do that once, but they did that last week or 2 weeks ago, and they made the price for Plex and skill injectors spike, right? So this is stuff where you got to be very careful. You got to know. You can't know, but you got to be reacting very quickly when there's public announcements. Moon materials, backbone of tier 2 production, obviously very, very high volume. Ice and fuel blocks, certainly basic minerals. Salvage materials, not all of them, just like 2 or 3 of them are actually of a good volume that you want to trade in. However, very cyclical, and it's stuff that people loot and then sell on the market. So it's very easy to acquire, so it's one of my favorites. Planetary commodities used to be very relevant in terms of implant production, but now also in faction ships, capitals, there's been a lot of fluctuation around the use of planetary commodities. Ships are interesting because when people start trading, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to buy a bunch of ships and then sell them later for higher cost, because it seems like people are under the wrong impression that the price of a ship has something to do with its popularity. That's, I think, the biggest misconception of people trading in EVE Online. Because people are saying, oh, look, the Proteus, it got buffed a couple of weeks ago, so I'm going to buy a whole bunch of Proteuses, and I'm going to get rich. But that's not what happens in EVE Online. What happens is like, yeah, sure, it's the price of that Proteus is going to maybe spike for a day or two because some people can't wait, but then producers are going to move in, they're going to reduce that margin again, and the price is going to drop. Prices for ships are governed by raw materials, and as long as raw materials doesn't change or the availability of raw materials doesn't change, the equilibrium price of that ship's not going to change. So ships are actually not something that I invest in a lot. Structures, yeah, but they're very big, so it's kind of clunky. So you trade more through contracts, which makes it very difficult. Implants, faction and Dead Space modules actually are a fantastic trade item. They're looted by an activity that a lot of people do in game. They're worth a lot, and people love to buy them to use in their ships. So that's actually a very, very efficient trade item that you can make a lot of money with. Insignias and abyssal filaments are among my favorites as well, but I'm not going to go into each one of them. So if we break that down by trade volume, we say, okay, what does the overall GDAP or Forge market look like? Daily, we have about 14 trillion ISK exchanging hands in the Forge market. Okay, 23% of that is actual Plex. So if a quarter of all ISK that is being moved in the Forge is Plex transactions. So you can't really get around it. If you're large-scale investing, you really can't get around investing in Plex. Another 16% is skill injectors, and then ships are 10%, and then you already have skill extractors. So you can see that almost half of that pie is real money adjacent products, I guess. Modules, 7%, and then there's a whole bunch of other like small stuff. The other 30% is so big because you have stuff like blue loot, red loot that is not really trade. It's just people doing stuff in game, bringing it to JITA, and then selling it to NPC buy orders. That's not really trading, right? If we look at ship types specifically, that's just for your information because it's a nice graph. If you look at the ships that are traded in EVE Online, so that's basically all subcaps and freighters. Above that, it's again it's too clunky to trade in high sec. Then 40% of that is battleships. Okay, that to me that's always a surprising number. This is not item numbers, but this is ISK value. So that that explains it a little bit. Battle cruisers are only 6%. Cruisers are 20%, very, very popular, right? A lot of that is one ship. I'll ask you about that in a second. And then, again, you have a whole bunch of small stuff, and then freighters, 7%, jump freighters, 10%. That's kind of significant, but that's just because they're very, very expensive right now, right? So let me give you a little pop quiz right now. On the battleships, what do you think is the #1 most traded battleship by value, so by overall trade volume, not by item? Anyone want to take a guess? Sorry? Vargar, I heard Lishak, and you said? The Rattlesnake, yeah, it's probably good. Just by price alone right now, it's the Marauders winning out because they're just so expensive. So the Paladin, the Vargar, and the Golem are actually 1, 2, and 3 by trade volume. For battle cruisers, it's the Reykjavik, the Drake Navy issue, and the Gnosis. On the cruiser, yeah. I actually won a beer yesterday in the security panel because I said, they asked the same question about what's the most popular cruiser among botters, and that was also the Gila, right? And the Ishtar and the Tengu, right? Those are the most popular ships. So, that's the backdrop against which I am investing. So those are the items that are relevant at all. I call these relevant trade items because I have to kind of take these 40,000 items and put them into a manageable sandbox to play with. I've created a custom trading tool to help me cut the time down that I actually spend doing all of this because I could be trading all day, but I just can't, right? So what I've created is what I call the dashboard to rule them all, right? This is the Bloomberg terminal version of EVE Online trading, right? I have done all of this without the Excel integration that was presented yesterday. I actually don't need that. I have a lot of friends and I have a lot of knowledge about taking all the data from the API and putting it into spreadsheets. So what you see here is the dashboard that tells me every day which item category that I just talked about is moving in which direction, which item category is trading at which percentage of the 52-week trading volume, so compared to yearly trading volume, and also price. And also it looks at that availability. It says, okay, which items or item categories are currently scarce in the market and which ones are abundant. And that means that I can see shortages coming, I can see which items are currently flooding the market and might be cheap to pick up. And then last but not least, I also look at the daily trade volume in each of the categories, right? Up until here, it's all just dashboard information, which is this information is very important because it allows you to make quick decisions, but this in itself is not a trading tool yet. What makes it an amazing trading tool is the querying that I can do with it. So what I do is I have a little query, and this is the reason this is not it doesn't have a good UI is because I'm the only one using it, right? This is not something that I'm giving to people. So if you're wondering, his spreadsheets are really ugly. I use them just myself. And what that says in the top left corner there is I'm looking for items that are trading at 90% 52-week average. So these are items that are trading at least 10% below what the item was trading all year. I want items that are trading above 100% volume, so it's items that are hot, that are trading right now at a higher volume than usual. I want items that have less than 5 trade days available in the market, so kind of scarce items. And I could reduce it by category, but in this case I didn't. And then I want items that have a trend above 0. And that just means I want items that are trading higher today than they were trading yesterday. Now this all seems very theoretical, but what this does is it cuts 2 or 3 hours of work, or maybe impossible work, down to about 3 seconds that I can do every day. And I have about 5 of these queries where then I get an output like this. And this table right there just went through all of the relevant trade items in EVE and gives a neat little list that tells me, okay, what's the item, how much does it trade actually on trading volume every day, how is it in relation to the average price, volume, and availability. It color codes it nicely. I can copy this, and a lot of people don't know this, but you can actually just paste it into the market browser in your station in Jita, or whatever it is you're doing trading. But if you're not doing it in Jita, you're really doing it wrong. So you paste that in the browser or in your market window. You can go through. Some of those items are not going to be great because this tool only does technical analysis. Some of these items are going to not make sense to trade in because, for example, here we have minerals, and the tool just says, hey, minerals are really cheap right now. At least some of them are, right? And we know, or at least if you're doing micro trading, well, yeah, but we just had prosperity, so a lot of the items were reintroduced back into the game from a scarcity phase. So we actually have reasons why these are trading very cheaply. But this, again, this allows me to quickly look at these items. There's very rarely does it happen that I don't have the biggest money makers of the day in this type of list, right? Maybe not with these exact parameters, but I play with them every day, right? EVE wouldn't be EVE, and I couldn't do what I do in EVE if there weren't just amazing third-party developers in this community, right? So I want to do some shout-outs, and I want to maybe inspire you if you're looking to either get into trading or you have a specific niche case that you want to use a tool for. I want to mention some of a plethora of amazing tools, right? AdamForEve.eu is the closest thing to my trading tool that you're going to find in terms of a web tool. So if you don't know it, absolutely amazing. That he's got a margin finder on there. He's got a material influence tool where you can look at which items go into which finished goods and how big the trade value of these finished goods is. He has a dashboard just like mine, kind of like mine, which you can tweak a little bit to your liking. So Adam for Eve, best overall tool. Chief Assets is a Java-based application that I'm sure a lot of you use for character management. You can look at your assets, transactions. The nice thing about that is you can use it to find assets that you thought were lost. Like, you'd be amazed how many assets you might have across space that you didn't know about. But you can also copy that out to spreadsheets if you want to do additional work with it. Fuzzwork, a lot of you guys know that, probably because of the LP tool that he's got on the website, but also he's got an API for market data, so that's how I can draw a lot of the market data into my spreadsheets. Mocam.dk is a tool that actually came out of our community because for the longest time, from the EVE API, you can only get current market data. You can't get historical data. So if you want to do what I do with the comparison against yearly averages and monthly averages and that sort of stuff, then you need historic market data. And so Mocam is a person from our community who created a tool that lets you draw a whole bunch of KPIs that he calculates based on the data that is available from CCP. And I couldn't do my spreadsheets without that. And then evecookbook.com. Fantastic site if you want to know what the blueprints take for each item. So you can go in and look at not only what it's going to be now, but also what it's going to be on CC with the changes that are coming to blueprints here very soon around the corner. And the great thing about that is you can actually, he's got an API where you can pull that data into your spreadsheet as well. So what I do on my query, one of the KPIs that I can query on as well is compared to the build cost. So I can do everything that I just showed you and then say, and now show me the items that are like that, but are trading below build cost. And that's a real game changer because, if you look at, for example, capitals or freighters in the last few weeks or in the last few months where they were all trading below build costs and they were really a good investment, if they hadn't been changed back now, but they were a very good investment, and that's not possible without things like EVE Cookbook. So the last thing I want to tell you is some notable traits, because I know this was a lot of spreadsheets, data, abstract concepts. So what does that mean in game? What do I actually do? What are some notable traits? The Plex for Good campaign was actually a time where a lot of people that may have had historic characters used as an opportunity to liquidate a lot of skill points and get out of the game that way, right? In a way that a lot of very, very old players that have not played the game in a long time, what they want to do is they wait for a Plex for Good campaign so they can donate do something good with their Plex, right? In this case, there were players that were donating 100,000 Plex and more. Right? I know at least one person that did that, which is insane. That's a large chunk of the 500,000 that we saw yesterday, or that we saw in the end of the Plex for Good campaign. The problem those people have is they need to find players to buy all these skill injectors from them, right? Because who's got 500 billion lying around? I do. And so it doesn't take long for those players to find me. I bought over 500 billion in skill injectors during that time, a few months ago, not knowing that CCP would raise prices and thereby making not only the Plex price, but also the large skill injector prices explode. So that was probably the single most profitable trade that I've done in the last 2 years since running the fund. So that I bought them all at 590, and they're over 700 now. So that was good. But it's not all roses. It's also I've also lost 150 billion on some of the moon material crash because I was just too heavily into moon materials. And when CCP announced the implementation of compression for Moongoo, and then also within the same month, basically increasing the amount of available moon ore in the universe, that just crashed prices. Prices crashed too quickly for me to react, and so I lost a lot of money in that. And then this is more of a public service announcement because I'm always surprised that not everyone does this. So right now is Capsuleer Day, right? And everyone gets Praxis, Gnosis, and Sunesis, right? And if you're talking about anyone in trading, it's very clear that when everyone gets something, the prices just crash, right? So just by buying up all the Praxis, Gnosis, and Sunesis in this week, I made 20 billion last year, right? Apparently, this is still not out there. I fully expect to not be able to do that anymore because I keep telling people, you guys need to do that. So this year, I'm hoping just as an experiment, that the price drop isn't actually going to be that big because people anticipate it and I've educated enough people. So let's see if that experiment turns out. But so far, I've made out like a bandit on those Society of Conscious Thought ships, which are amazing, by the way. All right. I'll leave you with some lessons learned, and then we'll do some Q&A if you guys want. One, this is a sandbox, right? You can, no matter what your skills are, you can find your niche. And why wouldn't you, if you want to, why wouldn't you try to be the best at something, right? You don't have to go out and shoot stuff if you don't want to. You don't have to be in a large alliance or corporation. I am neither of that. I don't undock. I can't do anything in EVE. This is all I do, right? But I can be the best at something, or at least in some niche, or at least be among the best, right? Because the best ones aren't the ones up here talking about it. They're just quiet about it. You can build trust in EVE. So this is big, right? Because everyone's going to tell you it's not possible. It is. It's just a lot of work, right? And not a lot of people actually get to experience it. But I'm very privileged in that respect, and it's a lot of fun, and I get a lot of enjoyment out of doing what I'm doing. So I'm very happy that I get to do that. And then thirdly, I fully thought when I started this, right, that I would be ridiculed, that the community would just say, how dare you? You can't take people's ISK. And I got a little bit of that. I got like 5 or 6 people, but I got like 1,000 people saying, "Oh, how cool! You're doing something that other people aren't." CCP was super supportive. My stream is very successful. So, sometimes the community gets a bad rap on being, very, very. Very cutthroat or very, mistrusting. That's not the experience that I've had at all. I've had a fantastic experience. It's been a ton of fun, and I'm just very thankful for you all, for this community. This is my first FanFest, and it's just it has solidified everything that my EVE experience has been in the last few years, being very active in this community. So thank you all for that. And so. That's really it for my presentation today. We'll take a few questions. I honestly, the #1 question that I've already gotten that I'm going to preempt before somebody asks it is, when are you going to run away with the money, right? Because I'm sitting on all that money, and I think I've already explained. I've explained why I'm not going to run away with the money. However. If I would ever run away with the money, this moment right here would probably be the best, because there's a lot of press here, CCP is here, there's a lot of you watching, right? And it would be the most fun time for me to right now say, I'm going to take all of your money, and I don't know, if I can't it would have to be a Plex for Good thing, right? But today is not that day, right? But if I get invited back next year to do the 20-year anniversary, maybe that's a good time to just liquidate everything and give it away. All right, so thank you guys. If you have questions, let me know. If not, there's a round table at 4 p.m. today. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Will you double my ISK if I ask you?
Yes. So will I double his ISK is the question. So absolutely. My return on investment is not nearly 100%. Right? And people don't expect that, just because it's that big, and I'm very transparent about what I do. So ISK doubling is not actually what I do, but of course, that is also a very popular question, and typically my answer is, yes, of course, just give me your money, I'll double it. I'll share that in a second. I see Dunk at the mic there.
Well, first I just want to thank you for doing the show. It's a great thing to watch while I'm doing my space work, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So my question, I do a lot of industry work, not as much trading.
Yeah.
So my spreadsheets all monitor the costs of things across the different hubs and in nullsec, that kind of thing. And what I see from time to time are expensive ships, T2 ships like hacks, different expensive ships to make, trading below the maximally optimal build cost, and in significant numbers and multiple orders for that, where it is now, that is the default market price. So I'd like to get your take on what you think is going on, because suddenly, I don't know how they make any, I don't know what's going on there.
So my theory on that is, for one, it's those people that don't value their own time and resources. So if theoretically, let's say theoretically, those were bot accounts mining, right? Bot accounts, if they, no, I'm not saying this is going on, right? But if in an extreme case, it's a bot account mining, so they don't value the time, they don't have to value the time because it doesn't exist, right? They have a very different price point, right? Also, you would be surprised at the amount of people I talk to that do industry just because they like doing industry. So a lot of times what happens is people will not correctly track the cost of their raw material. And also, if you just look at it from a data perspective, it might not be profitable, but maybe their price point is completely different. And you're saying, I mean, I know you do it on an industry scale, right? Or on an alliance scale, I know that. But your price point might be, even in your alliance, might be way different from another alliance. So I think in the end, we're never going to know. I think it's a mixture of price point and people not valuing their time. I think there are a ton of bad decisions being made, economically speaking, in EVE Online. It's staggering. Like, I think the people making good economic decisions are definitely in the minority. And I don't know if that's reflective of the real economy out there, but I've given up trying to assume that everyone makes good economic decisions.
On the topic of bots, have you considered implementing a high-frequency trading bot to automate your own work?
So what the stuff I do is all already geared towards minimizing the amount of time that I spend, and so the time where I could optimize, I guess, is to take that list and generate the input for a market order automatically. But my strategy, and this is where I am very different from I think other station traders that I know and talk to, is I don't have 30,000 outstanding orders on 100 accounts. Like, that's not the stuff I do. That's what people like EVE Trade does, for example, right? I have 1 or 2 accounts. I have a few hundred orders. That's not what I do. I do strategic long-term investing, and so. For me, actually, I'm very close to the optimal way of trading my strategy of buy and hold, right? I can't optimize that in terms of, saying this is a spreadsheet that tells me exactly buy 100 of this item today. That wouldn't fit with my strategy. But that would be a smart thing to do for other people. I don't know how. You would have to be careful with the EULA, though. Right. Somebody asked about the ROI. I'm much more. So I used to be in the range of. I have a smaller fund with more high value items where I would reach around 20% ROI on a yearly basis, not a monthly basis, right? And on my large fund, it's more like 3-4%. But these are people investing like 100 billion ISK. So I mean, they're not doing anything with it. And if I'm just riding the market a little bit, then they're happy.
Is there an in-game item you wouldn't like to sell because you do like it a lot?
That I wouldn't sell because I like it a lot?
Yeah, because you have it in your hangar, your first ship or something like that.
All right. I do. I'm. And again, I'm going to have to call out Retati again. I don't know if you're here, but the Signal 25 needle jack filaments, I have a real problem with them, and those trigger me every single time because they were released to be like a very high value item back in the day, right? And I bought almost the entire market of them. I bought them at around 5, 10, 20 million a piece. Now, I don't know if you know what they're trading at today, but CCP, very soon after the announcement that they're going to be very important and very great, released them as a login item for everyone to have, which is fantastic if you're holding half the universe of them, right? So I have a humongous pile of worthless Signal 25 needle jacks in there, and now they've at least taken them off the login rewards again. So actually, their value has quadrupled probably since that happened, but I will never ever get back to the 10, 20 million. So that's the item that I'm just on principle. I'm never selling again because I'm just keeping it. Yeah. All right. 4 p.m. Is the roundtable if you want to talk, nerd out about spreadsheets and everything. I thank you all so much only for being here, for listening to my presentation, and please approach me if you have any questions. We'd love to meet as many of you as possible. All right? Thank you guys so much.
Welcome back to the CCP set, and thank you to the Oz for that fantastic presentation. When all the player presenters were sending in their submissions, we were looking for one to do a presentation on the main stage at FanFest, and Oz has really stood out to me because his live stream and all of his work has been super impressive, so I'm glad he could be here. But now, shifting gears, we have another guest here on the CCP TV set, Katja Say, famed explorer who should be familiar to many people in New Eden, has his own monument in Sasio, which is a testament to his world record, IRL world record feat of visiting every single system in New Eden without dying a single time.
That's right.
Right, so, but I understand there's a new project that you're working on at the moment.
That's correct. I got a new series called New Eden Travelers about the lore of EVE Online, kind of presented in character from Kadiase's perspective. I have a voice actor, obviously, that does my character. I can't quite do her voice, but that's my current new project, yes.
Yeah, because I've been featuring those on my show, and the last episode I thought was amazing because it covered the player conflicts, like BTAC-R and M2TAC and all the monuments that are up there. And of course, Steve, the first Titan.
Steve, the first Titan lost.
But I understand now that we've got a new episode coming, right?
We have a new episode. It's called The Children of Light. This will be the final episode of the season. People are already asking, is there going to be a season 2? Maybe. Stay tuned.
And what's more, we have the episode here for a special preview premiere, and this will be the first time anyone will be laying eyes on it. So let's run the episode, and then we'll come back and speak some more to
Great,
Katja.
thanks.
Stargates, often referred to as jump gates, have been a staple of interstellar travel around the cluster for over 2,000 years. When the Amar rediscovered spaceflight and began exploring their home system, they stumbled upon an intact Stargate. After successfully reverse engineering the structure, they constructed the first modern jump gate and connected it to the nearby star system Hedion. This was perhaps the single most important discovery since the collapse of the Eve Gate, reopening a once-thought lost chapter in the history of humankind. From a theoretical point of view, the functions of a Stargate are well known, built around artificial wormholes created by exploiting gravitational resonances common in many star systems. But that's not to say there's still some conjecture about the fundamentals of dimensional travel. There are as many theories on the subject as there are Stargates, but there is one point that they all do agree on. It's not as simple as it might appear. Nonetheless, Stargates have been in use for centuries, and upgrades to the technology over that time have made them more sophisticated and very safe. Still, some mysteries remain. One case that comes to mind is the Perals incident. While en route to a new post as ambassador to the Amarians, Galintian Senator Hubert Quasar and his family disappeared after entering a Stargate in the Dom Aphis system between Amar and Galente space. The destination Stargate Control Center in the Iderian system received notification that a ship was incoming. It never appeared. There were no signs of any issues, and the gate was green. Most baffling of all, to this day, a notification is received at the exact same time each day, but no ship ever comes through. Another Stargate mystery can be found on the Perimeter Gate in the Ian Orstha system, where a rare and beautiful visual effect occurs. No other Stargate is known to exhibit this visual phenomenon, and no one knows why or what triggers it. In fact, it's seen so rarely that the sight of it has become near legend. I managed to capture this fabled beauty, but my own words would fail to describe it adequately. Fortunately, there's a chronicle that tells the tale very well. I'll leave it to our viewers to decide for themselves. Scientifically explainable, or something more mystical. Presenting the Children of Light. To the Caldari merchants that shuttled between the core systems, it was considered a good omen if, on approaching the Ian Ursa Stargate, they might witness the hypnotic ballet of the lutins. Some Galente locals even took to worshipping these strange dancing lights that would on rare occasions surround an approaching ship like a swarm of angels until the jump to perimeter was made. The more belligerent of the Amarian traders, meanwhile, saw them as mere baubles, strung up in space to calm the women, children, and slaves before the warp drive's wrench pulled them briefly into timeless non-existence. Rumors had spread across the border zone of vengeful ghost drones returning from the climatic battle at Ian Ursta, perhaps to enact a haunting toll for the Caldari secession a century previous. Conspiracy theorists, as is their way, held that the spectral phenomenon was evidence of Jove experiments. Ironically, it was the dismissive Amarians who capitalized most on the widening belief among Mimitar slaves that if they witnessed the spectacle of lights, their firstborn son would be blessed with freedom. Despite the fact that the detour sometimes doubled the length of their journey, slaver vessels would divert through the Galente border zone in the hope that a sighting, staged or otherwise, would serve to quiet an obstreperous cargo. Some slavers lent the spreading belief further credence by freeing the Luti, the children subsequently born of blessed parents. Others weren't as compassionate, taking instead to neutering their human cargo, often by furtively poisoning the ceremonial Copley bread baked in honor of a Lutan blessing. Whilst a few scientific studies were conducted on the phenomenon, or Ian Pixies as they became colloquially known, efforts were half-hearted. Welcoming the income afforded by the increased traffic, the Amar Empire exerted its pressure on the academic community. In the end, even the most inquisitive of academics were dissuaded from seeding their sensor arrays around the increasingly busy node. Meanwhile, among pockets of forced migrant Minmatar workers, the legend continues to flourish. Copley bread is still baked by those hoping for release from captivity across plantations and farms everywhere. And in a quiet corner of San Matar on the darkest day of the year, the Lutanlia, Festival of Lights, attracts thousands of Luti families now living in the relative freedom of the Amatar Enclave. Of the widespread theories put forward through the years to explain the fabled Lutins, the one most favored by the scientific community is that of superheated plasma escaping through pore venting from the Stargate itself. It is thought that if approached at the right speed, correct angle, and proper warp drive frequency, the vented plasma is attracted away from the jump gate's boson sphere and towards the approaching ship. According to the theory, the plasma's reaction to the ship's shields is what creates the brief, dazzling, and harmless display of multispectral lights. Over time, perhaps due to the advances jump gate technology has seen over the years, the number of sightings has dropped considerably. Of the few reports that are made, most are dismissed as elaborate hoaxes. As a consequence, the Ian Ursta system has become something of a quiet bypass for traders, as opposed to the highway it once was. Still, every once in a while, a hopeful soul may be seen roaming around the gate, wishing for a glimpse of that fabled beauty.
And that was the finale episode of Season 1 of EVE Travelers, an amazing series created by Katja Say. What did you think?
Oof. The production values on that are just epic. I mean, first of all, it's like the way you get those camera angles. I mean, how do you achieve such smooth panning?
Yeah, it takes a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. You can see all the people that were involved. It's an amazing folks that I'm working with. I'm actually using a 3D mouse to capture a lot of that footage. It takes a little getting used to, but once you get used to it, it's an amazing tool to work with. So it's great.
And obviously, I mean, we talked about Season 2, and you went, I think it's simply the amount of time that it takes to actually produce something like that.
I've been getting a lot of questions. Is there going to be a Season 2?
Yeah.
The answer is, let me know.
Okay, so how many hours did it take to kind of put together that kind of 7 minute?
I will tell you that it is hours of effort to produce this stuff. I came into this as an amateur completely thinking, put a video together. This will be great. Be easy. It is not.
And the Children of Light's not just like any other monument in EVE you want to make a video out where you can just fly to it and just film it.
You have to wait.
You have to trigger it.
You're right.
It could take you hours just to get it to happen.
Yeah, the absolute time I spent on that gate is probably at least 60 hours trying to get those shots just for this episode, and caught it 4 times in total to get all those shots for this episode. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of patience.
That's what EVE is about, right? It's
Yeah.
about commitment.
Yeah.
Whether you're Oz and you're on the market for like hours a day, or you're waiting on a
Yeah.
gate for an effect. It's,
honestly, it was
congratulations.
nothing compared to 10 years to visit every system in New Eden. So,
True.
60 hours is, it's okay.
It's all right.
It's
It's,
all right.
it's a fraction of time, as you saw during the data analytics presentation, of what some people spend playing EVE. So you've got nothing to worry about. Well, thank
Yep.
you very much
Thank you.
for
Thank
coming
you.
on and premiering that episode for us. I hope we get to see some more, but I don't want to put any pressure on you. Shout out to
No
Mark726 as well, whose ship Professor Science put in a cameo at the end. I hope he's managed to see the Children of Light by now. And now we're just about to head back down to the main stage for the cinematics presentation with CCP Zon 3.
Okay, hello everybody. Nice to see you all. So, trailers. I want to talk about trailers. EVE Online trailers specifically, of course. So, EVE has been around for a hell of a long time now, 19 years, and there have been a ton of trailers made along the way. Here's a bunch of them, in no particular order. So, there's a lot of old ones here. The newer widescreen ones at the top. I was expecting this image actually to be a lot more colorful, but these are the end plates of the trailers, and a lot of them just end on a black screen. But there are about 50 of them here, and there's plenty more that we've made over the past. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we go about making these things, and how the process has evolved and changed over time as new techniques and features have been developed and workflows have been refined and that kind of stuff. So before I get into that, I should introduce myself a little bit. I'm CCP Zon 3 Cinematic Lead, and my EVE/CCP journey began all the way back in 2003. So here's a picture of the front cover of the box that I bought back then. I thought I was being original, but everybody seems to be using this image in their presentations. So I started playing in 2003, and I was just a Care Bear miner. But then I started noticing that there was a community of people that were making videos of all sorts of stuff, capturing in-game footage and making cool music videos or documenting wars and conflicts that were going on at the time. So I wanted to get in on that action. So after many failed attempts, I made a recruitment ad for a corp that I was in at the time, M Corp, and released it to the community. And shortly after, CCP got in touch and said, come to Iceland for 2 weeks, join us in the Reykjavik studio and help us make the Exodus expansion trailer. So my imposter syndrome levels went right through the roof. These guys have no idea that I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But I went along anyway, and it was pretty good. I spent a lot of the framework of the trailer was already set in stone. CCP Real X, the musician back then, he had recorded a track, and so the length of the trailer was already determined. And the voiceover had been recorded. It was the original Aura voice. So they just plonked me in front of a computer, and I was frapsing footage of anything back then. The tools were very minimal. It was very hit and miss, a lot of trial and error involved. Just basic camera controls that were in the game, and a few slash commands that you could type into the chat window. yep, including the ability to create formations of ships and healing entities to zero, effectively exploding them, which is very useful. So, and that's the first video I'd like to play for you all. It's like the baseline for the rest of the videos to come. Just as an interesting side note, this image here is a screen grab from a gameplay screen grab from a trailer that we did last year, and this is 4K. And the next image will be hello, who are you? And the next image will be a screen grab from the trailer that you're about to watch. Look at that. So that's 640 by 480. So apologies in advance for how this might look on this huge screen. It could look bad, but let's play Exodus.
An old prophecy foretold of magnificent cities in the skies. It told of riches beyond dreams in uncharted heavens. A better place. A new home. A promised land. It is time to fulfill that prophecy. It is time for a new allegiance, a new power, a new world order. It is our time. The new empires are rising. The Exodus has begun.
So there might be some nostalgia vibes going on. I don't know. It's quite probable that there are people playing the game today that weren't even born when that trailer was released. Okay, so yeah, so after Exodus, CCP was very kind enough to finance a new machine for me to carry on making videos at home. So I had this grand idea for a video, an EVE video, that would encompass everything that EVE Online had to offer. I wanted to chuck everything at it, just highlight the ships, the different races, chuck in some UI shots in all their glory, different types of gameplay. And this video eventually took about 6 months to make. It was a real labor of love. CCP got in touch about 2 months into me making it, and started asking questions. What are you up to? Anything good? Can we have a look what you're doing? So I was only about a minute into the video, and they really liked it, and they just wanted it next week. Can you finish this next week? We need it for a conference. But they had to wait another 4 months. But eventually, they released it as an official CCP trailer, and they called it EVE Never Fades. Yeah, it means a lot to me, this one, because I poured everything into it, and it's the one I'd like to play next. The tools available were the same as for Exodus, just basic camera controls. So there was a lot of trial and error getting a cool shot that edited well to the next one. But yeah, I'd like to play that one next. Thank you. I'll get out of the way. Is anybody around, playing the game back then? All right, cool. Remake. Yeah. Yeah, we could talk about that at the round table. I'm interested to hear more about that. But yeah, so CCP offered me a job after that. So I started as a CCP employee with a dev shirt in January 2006. And yeah, and slowly tools began to be developed to support trailer making without having to rely solely on capturing in-game footage. So by 2007, we had a pipeline where we could render shots using an in-house tool that CCP developed called Jessica, and it's a 3D tool that lets artists and engineers author and debug assets, but also it enabled me to translate ships and have complete control over everything in a scene. Here's a simple example of that. I could move planets, change the nebula, change the rotation of the nebula, move suns around. So this opened up, this was a game changer for me back in 2007. This is Jessica how it looks today, but it didn't really look that different in 2007. So this is how I made the next trailer that I would like to show you, which is the Trinity expansion trailer, which is also very, very dear to me. So yeah, the Trinity expansion was a big one. It was a complete graphical overhaul of everything. A new 3D engine, Trinity version 2, I believe. And so it had to be an impressive, epic, grandiose trailer. A year before, I had started working with a musician called Adam Skorupa, a Polish musician based in Warsaw. He had composed a track for Revelations 1 trailer. So we asked him again for help with the Trinity expansion, and with just a short brief of please make it good, he created a fantastic track that really, really kind of fit the visuals and the mood of the expansion. So that's it. Let's just play Trinity. Still get a little tear in my eye whenever I hear that track. It's very, very nice. Okay, so moving on 2 years now. Fast forward 2 years. It's now 2009, and he's becoming more popular. I need help making trailers. So the team begins to expand. First of all, we get CCP Prawn, who joined in 2009, on the left there. He had made a bunch of really cool fan EVE videos. The most popular of one probably being Day of Darkness. So when we offered him a job and he accepted, we were very happy. And on the right there is CCP Hot Pants. He joined in 2011. He transferred from the art department. He had been working on the character creator, the new character creator, the cutting edge one back then. So he brought with him a lot of technical expertise and also experience with character animation. So we definitely made use of all that knowledge in subsequent trailers. So yeah, we also have a fourth member of the team that joined us at the beginning of last year, CCP Imp. He also has brought a lot of experience and knowledge, so we're very happy to have him with us. So we're a team of four now. Just to give you a bit of background on this image here, this picture. This was taken at a conference in Germany several years ago, and at the end of the conference there was like an awards show for best game trailer or something, which we entered. I think we entered the Citadel expansion. I'm not sure, but I think it was that one. And we didn't win. But the guy who did win, he asked us to look after his expensive bottle of champagne that he got as an award while he went to the toilet. So we made the most of that opportunity. But thinking about it, it does look as if we were actually drinking his champagne, but we didn't go that far. We just waved it in the air, imagining what could have been. Okay, so now that we're a team, we needed a team name like the other CCP teams have internally. So we are called the Fantod Express. Fantod, what's that? Fantod. It's a state or attack of uneasiness or unreasonableness. In other words, fear. And fear is what drives our team forward. The fear of screwing up the next trailer and being the laughing stock of the whole world, basically, is what pushes us on to make better content. I think we're beginning to channel this feeling of dread whenever we come into work each day and use it for good. So what are the goals of an EVE trailer? Why do we do these things? What are we trying to achieve here? You've got the obvious one, attract the audience to the game. You need to expose the game to potential customers and keep the existing ones happy. So how do we do that? Well, yeah, create a positive emotional response. So we have the power of storytelling and strong visuals. Music is definitely critical. Strong sound design. That's all got to come together with precise timing to leave the viewer on an emotional high, ideally wanting more, which is when we slap the URL on and tell them where to go next. We also want to make the audience feel what it's like to play the game. So emphasis on the word feel and not necessarily show, because sometimes there are a lot of emotions that players experience when they're playing the game, but it's not always easy to convey that if you're just using in-game footage, zoomed out icons on the screen. It's hard to convey that feeling of excitement and terror when you're in a PvP encounter, or the wonder of exploration and that kind of stuff. So yeah, so we make different kinds of trailer, which I'll just outline now. It's in very broad strokes. There's a lot of crossover, but in broad strokes, it's the lore ones, which yesterday's Caldari trailer was an example of. And last year's Minmatar trailer is sort of similar thing. Other examples are the Origins trailer. Going back a lot further than that is the coronation of Empress Jamil. And these are just about world building, adding immersion and deepening the connection between the player and New Eden, the world that they're playing in. So we're not too concerned about, showing genuine flight mechanics. I think barrel rolls we can get away with now and then, because it's just about storytelling. The gameplay one, of course, the gameplay footage is of course critical. We have to show an authentic version of the game and show people what to expect when they log in. So we did do one back in 2018, which is very long. Yeah, it's very popular as well. I think it's been watched 70 million times. I have to point out that it's also it's become a lot easier making gameplay trailers with the addition of 3D mouse support, which we added a few years back, which is this device that lets you rotate the camera in-game very smoothly. And it gives you the options of very nice, smooth camera pans and majestic shots that are very useful for making gameplay trailers. A good example of good 3D mouse usage is Katia Sai's recent YouTube series of videos, which you should definitely check out. They're called, I think they're called New Eden Travelers or something. Katia Sai, that's it. Yep. She, it's a great combination of lore and majestic camera moves packaged with fantastic music, and you should check it out. I wanted to remember to say that. And then you've got the Gameplay Plus, which I refer to, which is like an idealized version of gameplay footage, like the Trinity trailer that you saw a few minutes ago, and if any of you have seen the Phoenix trailer, that's an example of Gameplay Plus, where we render the shots from Jessica instead of relying solely on in-game gameplay capture. So regarding this Gameplay Plus technique, the next video I'll show is the process by which we do that. It's instead of recording and keyframing animations directly inside Jessica, we start off using Maya, Autodesk Maya, like a standard 3D software package, industry standard. So we start off in Maya, block out shots, iterate on the animations, fine-tune shots, and add more assets. And once we're happy with everything, we export all that animation data to Jessica, apply that data to assets in that software, where we can render out shots and iterate further in Jessica by adding explosions and other effects, turret fire. So let me just play this video. This is starting off very basic in Maya, iterating on the movement of stuff, adding more ships. This is from the Caldari trailer yesterday, one of the shots. Adding camera shake, just adding more detail. Then that gets exported to assets in Jessica, and we continue iterating until we end up with a final shot. And then it gets graded, a little bit, and here we are. Now, okay. Yeah, with all that in mind, let's fast forward to 2014. So we were asked to make a trailer that encompasses everything EVE has to offer, but from the point of view of a player. So we thought, well, how are we going to do that? That's no easy task. So of course, the first step was to get as much voice comms from you guys for us to work with. And so we ended up eventually with This Is EVE, which is probably... Yeah. Now, I'm a humble man, I am. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that This Is EVE is arguably the best video game trailer ever made. Did it? Yeah, because it demonstrates why we play video games in the first place. There's so much emotion going on, whether you're playing solo or with your mates, and trying to sort of make a video, condense all that into a 2-3 minute video was a challenge, but I think we ended up doing a pretty good job. So this next slide here is the process is like is a shot from a photo from the production of This Is Eve. We give each project an internal name. This one was called Fuzzy Knuckles for some reason. I have no idea why. And we came up with our own project management system where we could at a glance see how complete the trailer was by marking off crosses on a grid. So the columns are stages of completion of each shot, from block out, animatic, render, and done. And the rows being the shots themselves. But if you remember from a few minutes ago, I was talking about this fear of us screwing up. Well, what we also do is plot our levels of fear over the course of a project. Yeah, so you'll see around about the end of October, around the middle of the project, we had a massive Phantod spike, and that was down to the music. We had a lot of trouble finding a track that worked with all the voice comms that we got, which were plenty. There was so much, and it was all good. And there were so many different emotions going on. We had real trouble, finding a genre of music. We were mixing genres, and what were we doing? We were mixing genres, making our own music. We asked CCP Real X to create some tracks. That didn't work. But then we stumbled across a track from the Man of Steel movie. I can't remember what it's called, and everything just clicked. It was amazing. It was like a light switch. We put it into the timeline, and it felt amazing. So we sent that reference to Adam, the musician, Adam Skorupa, and he said, yeah, no problem. Just give me a few weeks. I'll just do the same but different. It'll be good. So after 3 weeks of not a peep from him, he got back in touch, really excited, and we put it on the timeline, and we had a panic attack because it wasn't close enough to the reference. And it's such a delicate thing with music. If it's just a bit off, everything did fall apart. So I have a clip here of, actually I have some footage of a portion of this trailer with that music, just so you can see how just a slight deviation from what we wanted can lead to a completely different feeling and vibe in the trailer. So hopefully this will play. This is like a work in progress. This is Eve version.
Okay, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna sit 10K off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Outstanding. Okay, stand by.
So hey guys, here's the deal. They got their Prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an Oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump, just the triage carriers at first. Everyone clear?
Let me see. Oh crap. I think... Will we be able to take on Guardians?
Yeah, they got 4 Guardians.
It's different, completely different. It's not as good. It's actually not that good at all. So we had to we got back in touch with him and said, Adam, what you did was amazing. We really like it, but you have to start again. Sorry, it's not it's not what we're after. So it's not what any artist wants to hear. Having to pretty much copy a track but make it a little bit different. So so we can call it our own. But he went away again for 2 weeks, and what we ended up with was so good. It was fantastic. So as you can see, just a week or so later, our Phantod levels dropped right down again. There's a spike for legal. I can't remember what that was, but that was resolved quickly too. Okay, so let's just watch the final version of This Is Eve. Thank you.
what we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna sit 10K off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense? Yep. Outstanding. Okay, stand by.
So hey guys, here's the deal. They got their prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump. Just the triage carriers at first. Everyone clear?
Let me see. Oh crap. I think will we be able to take on Guardians?
Yeah, they got 4 Guardians. I don't think we should do this.
we can do this. Don't worry about that.
Now we're gonna fucking play some fun games.
My heart's racing.
And relax. All wings align. Primary is the Dominics in 5, 4, 3, 2. Decloak, decloak, decloak. Torpedoes on the Dominics. Dominics, Dominics.
Orbit on me, micro warp drives on. We're moving.
Secondaries, Vipers in the Omen.
He's in structure. Take him down.
Newt, that revelation out now.
All newts on the ramp.
Burn out towards that jump now.
All damps on the damnation, all damps on the damnation. Scepter, stay here and tackle prophecies. This is where we fight.
All right. So I'm carrying 100 times more than my ship is worth. There were some pirates chasing me. There's one guy chasing me through like 5 different systems. I need to get the fuck out of this system.
This little rock right here is worth about 166 million ISK. For some people, this might not be a big deal, but for me, it's huge.
Seller 4.2, pretty nice. Gonna produce 4 of them, 2 days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, 44 seconds. We can expect to make 8 to 10 million around there.
51 out of 56 grid. Okay, good. And we've got 5 modules to fit in here. The ship speed is actually pretty good. It can hit 4K a second. We're gonna hurt that now by adding on some armor buffer.
Up, success. Yeah. Thanks, dude.
Yay, it's having so much fun.
Oh yeah, such fun. It's almost done now. Like less than a week. Oh look.
Whoa.
Okay, good. Oh. That is Rexing Kings right there.
Archivian silos down, Archivian silos down. Go, 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 silos down. Portal, portal, primary.
Gate is green, gate is green. Sniper skills to long range, you guys BSC. Timer gets out on end green, come on.
Oh shit, how do I warp to something?
E-War drone, all E-War drones on Scott.
Where are you decloaking?
Perhaps show me the secondary. Oh my god, that's a titan! Holy shit! Do not engage.
Let's go, get those fucking bombs out. Red group fire, gold group stand by. Come on, boys! Come on, come on, come on!
So that gameplay plus thing I was talking about is in evidence here. A lot of the material that we got from you included video, so we were able to reconstruct the scenes that were actually playing out at the time for added authenticity. Okay, so there are 2 main phases of making an EVE trailer. We've got the pre-production phase, which in the case of the Caldari one that you saw the other day, took an equally long time as the production phase. We started the Caldari trailer at the beginning of January, and we're wrapping things up just 2 days ago. So it was a 4-month process for people. And the pre-production phase is actually my favorite part of the trailer, because there are no mistakes made. Anything goes. We talk to the lore team, game designers, if there are features that we need to highlight in expansion trailers. And there, anything goes. We use Adobe Premiere to just throw footage, anything, audio, onto a timeline in order to get some kind of idea for where a trailer, could go. I would have loved to have shown you a really rough block out of the Caldari trailer, but for legal copyright reasons, streaming, blah blah, I wasn't allowed to. So you just have to imagine, we were using shots from The Expanse, next to shots from the Transformers movie, and quite a lot of footage actually from a really cool Chinese military recruitment ad, which all sorts of crazy explosions going off, and some Star Wars, dogfights sprinkled on top as well. And that edited together is usually enough to convince the stakeholders of giving it a stamp of approval to move over to the production phase. It's surprisingly effective. If you put music down and edit it together with random shots of, anything really, things tend to make sense. Yeah, so, and from here, the process just evolves through a cycle of iteration. CCP Mirage of the Pulse or the Scope, the Pulse fame, the guy at the bar. He's been writing scripts for us these past few years, and it's quite a collaborative process. After much brainstorming, he would write something very, very good for us to use, which then we proceed to just rip to pieces, rearrange words in order to fit our edit, because the timing of the shots is very critical, and the words have to flow with the music. So then he takes that mess and fixes it, and the cycle just repeats until we're all happy with a final result. And yeah, and that's the process. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. So, just to talk about new technologies that we're experimenting with. We've invested in a motion capture suit. CCP Loki, the one-man army behind the Scope videos, he uses the mocap suit quite extensively, as you probably realize if you watch the newer episodes of the Scope. There's lots of people moving around. And we've started using this in more of our shots, especially the lore-based trailers where we're allowed to. A strange transformation takes place when CCP Loki puts this suit on. He develops this kind of alter ego of a superhero persona, and he suddenly wants to help. You see, he's got the sandals of +1 charisma there as well. That helps. And he just wants to help everyone in the office, as every superhero should. I have an example of that. Here is CCP Oracle. I think on this day, he rescued her cat from a tree. She was very happy about that. On another day, he's here with another colleague offering sound financial advice. Thank you, Mr. Mocap Man. And so examples of shots and material that have utilized this motion capture technology include some shots from the Caldari trailer. This is all CCP Loki running and falling in various ways, and pressing buttons on a console there, and also providing motion capture data for a lot of the people walking around behind CCP Mirage in the Pulse bar. And interestingly enough, these are all rendered in Unreal. We've started using Unreal Engine for a lot of stuff we make. I mean, the lore-based trailers especially, and also for Pulse. But it would be nice to make more lore trailers, because world building is very important, and immersion is. I'm a big fan of it. So we'll see where that goes. And I am now on the last slide and have nothing else to say. So that's it. I'll be up in one of the roundtable rooms with CCP Mirage, and maybe CCP Imp might turn up at 4 o'clock. So I might see you up there. Otherwise, have a great evening. Thanks for coming, and fly safe. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed that presentation from CCP Zon 3, our cinematics lead at CCP Games. There were a lot of trailers there which really grabbed me by my nostalgia, particularly his old video he made when he was still a player, Eve Never Fades. We don't have time to go into it, but I have an anecdote about the first time I met him when that came up. And like, if anyone out there is listening, if you can put any pressure on any CCPs you see around FanFest or in chat or whatever to remake that, remaster it for 2023 maybe, that would make my heart sing with joy. Speaking of FanFest, we're joined now by CCP Goodfella, brand director at CCP Games, to talk a little bit about this event. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Thank you for having me.
4 long years.
Yes.
Took 4 years.
It's awesome to meet players again here in the flesh. I think it's important for players to come back, and it's great to see their excitement. I think it's equally as important for us at CCP to be able to meet players again. Like the buzz at the office a week or 2 weeks before, the buzz and the stress and everything has been so much fun. See people just getting so excited to have this again.
Yeah, speaking for myself, I joined CCP in August of 2019, right in the middle of the world tour that was taking place. And from the very moment that I started working at CCP, one of the things that I was really excited about being a part of was the next FanFest, because I'd come to FanFest 5 times as a player, and I was just so hyped for it. And then obviously in 2020, we all know what happened, and then it didn't happen again in 2021. So when I finally found out internally that green light 2022 is going to be a thing that happens, I was so jazzed for it, man. And I think it happens for a lot of people at the company.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody at the company are so excited to have this back again, and we look forward to next year as well.
One of the questions I do have to ask is that we had a change of venue. We used the Harper for quite a few years, and now we've come back here. Now, can you give us a bit of a background onto why you chose this venue?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we felt now, after, like Conwith was saying, after 2 years of 2 years of COVID, 1 year of world tour, so 4 years ago, we had the last FanFest. We wanted now to go back to the roots of where it all kind of started being so grand and everything. So that was one of the key things, and also they've been doing really good renovations in this hall as well. And then Riot, of course, were running here great events.
Yeah, they had their Valorant one just a couple of weeks ago, and League of Legends a few months later. It's a great facility.
Exactly. So we kind of just, they were warming the place up for us to be able to do a proper FanFest.
I think as well, a lot of the people who are watching the stream wouldn't have realized how themed everything is. This is basically G244, right? And we've got all the different sections and stuff, and everything's like labeled up, and it's kind of giving it kind of a bit of a cosplay, role-play feel to it as well.
Exactly, it's a great point. Harpa is awesome, it's beautiful, it's grand, everything, but this year we wanted also to turn the place into a space station.
And later on, when it's all finished, can we go and play on that big monitor? Right? I'll just sit in front of that with my PC.
I'm trying to remember who made that observation the other day. We were standing backstage, and someone was like, "Oh no, it was during Hilmar." Sorry, that's who said it during the opening ceremony. He's like, "I wonder how many E-Plants you could run on this."
I'm just thinking the dread bombs you could do with that. Multi-boxing dread bombs.
And it is like, maybe we should try to do it just to get a picture going of it. Check with the guys.
I don't know if we have a PC that could run enough copies of it.
We could try. There you go. Project for tomorrow. So let's talk about the future. So obviously, we're hopefully back into FanFest. So we'll have a FanFest next year. What about other events? What is CCP's approach towards that?
Yep. So this was a great event to just get us started again post-COVID, getting everything going again, shaking the rust off for us. It's been a really good event. As I said before, the excitement in the community with our staff as well is clear showing. So we're just taking one step at a time in terms of what we do in the future with other events. But we will continue to keep supporting community events in the best way we can, send out devs.
So just to clarify then, so CCP will focus on FanFest and the Alliance tournament, hopefully as well, and then player run events, you will try and send CCP devs and be inclusive in that way.
Exactly. And then we just see what happens in the future.
Yeah, we've already seen that occur recently too, like with eVegas last year, which was organised by, I think Hyper Viper is organising again this year. Last year we were able to send CCP Aurora and CCP Ice Cream along to that event, and I kind of feel like this FanFest for us is like a little bit of like a fork in the road when it comes to the ability just to do things. Because now that I've been around a crowd of people again, I feel like I feel confidence that's like we can finally people can get on planes again. Because I haven't been on one in 3 years.
I'm going to put you guys on the spot a little bit and say more than 2 devs. Please. Right, so we get a bit more variety and kind of the type of things that people want to talk about.
So, sorry, I couldn't quite hear from across the room.
I was just saying that having a few more devs that cover a few more different topics, because everyone has a different agenda, and being able to talk directly to people. I've been able to talk to CCP Swift, Shreddy, etc. about certain things, and being able to have that direct contact is so valuable to players. Yeah,
I know, and unfortunately, that's one of the saddest answers that I ever have to give a player is when they come up, approach me at like a FanFest or something, and they're like, "Hey, I want to talk about this." And I'm like, I need you to speak to somebody else. That's not my department. So having a diversity in devs that go to the events will be important.
And it's simpler also now post-COVID. It's just a different world that we live in now than we did 1 year ago, half a year ago.
So how you feel about how this FanFest went then? Are you happy and everything?
So it's been going great. I'm like still waiting for the shoe to drop. Like where are the fires? Where is the trouble? It's kind of like when you don't know what to worry about, you start worrying about what to worry about. It's been great. It's been really successful getting feedback from players that they're enjoying themselves. Obviously, a long list of things to just opportunities to do even bigger, better next year. So that's great as well.
Yeah, there was a little bit of rust to knock off because it has been such a long time, and changing venues as well. So in a lot of things taken for granted, we kind of had to learn again. But I think it's gone all right.
But also what's helped us also is just working with we're here in the front, but behind us is so many professionals who are helping us with the streaming, with the backstage, with the big screen, setting everything up. So that has also helped a lot.
I have to say as well, for everybody watching, the technical setup that is here at this event is really amazing. The behind-the-scenes stuff is like top-notch production stuff, so it's really good to see that.
Yeah, Iceland has an incredibly mature sort of like production industry because it's in the last probably decade or so it's become like Game of Thrones and things like that. It's become a filming destination, and the local industry for all this technology it's world class for such a small nation.
So we're in the home run now, right? We're coming up to very soon the closing ceremony. Then obviously the party at the top of the world tonight. Can't wait to see Mind One live. That's gonna be so cool. Yeah. So what about the closing ceremony? How does it all run from here onwards then?
Yeah, so we're tuning next into Torvald doing a presentation on streaming in the other room. That's going to be a really good presentation, especially for aspiring streamers or people who want to learn more about that scene. Then we have PvP tournament finals on main stage, so that's going to be really good. Closing ceremony will give a bit more info about next FanFest. So that's going to be good, and sentimental as well. It's like closing ceremony now of the first FanFest in 4 years. It's a really cool thing, and everything we've done. Then a break, and then we go party.
Yeah. The thing is as well with the PvP tournament, in case not everyone is aware, the players have been waiting 3 years for this now. 3 years. It's in 2019 they had the invasion tour, and then the winners in each country were then supposed to meet the following year, and then we had the break. So I know I was speaking to Starfleet Commander, and he says, it's like we've been waiting so long, so long to get to this moment. So they're
crafting
hyped.
for 3 years.
Yeah,
they've got plenty of time, and I think it's awesome just to honour that commitment. It would have been easy to say, 2020 got cancelled. Sorry about that, guys. But it was like, no. You earned it, and FanFest is now happening 2022. Get over here.
And shout out to the community team for being organizing that. Really cool.
Well, all right.
I think if I can just do one last thing. Shout out to everybody who are tuning into the stream. Been seeing numbers. It's really, really good to have everybody. Shout out. And then to encourage everybody to come in the flesh next year to experience it with us. And seeing it all live. Definitely is been a packed venue now. We want it even more packed next year and bigger. So it'd be great to.
I mean, there's a reason I did it 5 years in a row, right? Like the first fest I went to here in Iceland, as far as I'm concerned, that's a once in a lifetime trip. But once you've actually been here and experienced it, I'm going back. I have to go back now.
Exactly. It's fun also meeting these different players. Some are coming for the first time. Some just started playing. Some have been they're just know the house better than myself.
Was it 20,000 hours in game on the chart? I think I've got about 12,000 over all of my characters if you added them together. But to see people like, just that during the data and analytics presentation.
My experience of FanFest is that whilst we may all play in our undies, right? When you come to FanFest, bring warm clothes. Okay? It is pretty cold here.
You're coming to Iceland.
We're in the Arctic Circle, right? Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for joining us
for
this little chat. In just a little while, we'll be going to Torvald Uruz, who will be giving a presentation on streaming and EVE Online, and then off the back of that, it'll be the World Tour PvP Tournament Finals, the global finals, and then we'll be closing out, because then we have to go to the party at the top of the world, which is another reason why you should come to FanFest, because you can only go to the party top of the world if you come here.
It's going to be good. Thank you for having me.
No worries. All right, we'll see you soon.
All right, hello FanFest. What's up, y'all? Having fun? Woo, man, last night, got to prepare for tonight, but last night was fun. Tonight's going to be better. But I'm Torvalderuz, here to talk about streaming and EVE Online. I sat through one of these presentations a couple years ago. It inspired me, man. It was the coolest thing. Talk a little bit more about that, but here's my, is that working? My button's not working. All right, there we go. All right, so quick about me, just the history of EVE. I started playing in 2009. Done everything except for Wormhole. That stuff kind of scares me. Sorry, Wormholers. It's just, but everything else I've done. So been around the block. But as I said, EVE Vegas 2018. That was my first ever EVE event. It was incredible. The community was awesome. Had a blast. And there's two people who got up on stage and they did a presentation on streaming. And streaming always fascinated me. Like it just, watching streamers, the community, it was incredible. And Raiden Harmon and Miss Moses, they got up on stage and gave that presentation. That inspired me to get up and go live myself. So after EVE Vegas 2018, I started streaming, started doing Abyssal stuff. That's a lot of fun in EVE, a lot of fun to stream. But yeah, those two I owe a lot to. They got me into this, and it's been about 3 years now. And from streaming, I served on CSM 15. I was able to get my vision about faction warfare out, really talking about how much I loved it. So ended up on CSM 15 and hopefully CSM 17. So if y'all are voting this year, that's working, cool. But what is streaming? So if you didn't know, streaming is just broadcasting your gameplay. Nothing complicated, you can do it on platforms such as YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Gaming. Those are the three main ones, but I think there's a couple other side ones, but not really. Those are three you'll typically see. But why watch streams? Why stream? There's multiple different reasons. Entertainment. So just like watching a TV show, if you're watching, you're watching a streamer, you're gonna have some good laughs. A lot of crazy stuff happen in games. Sometimes it's stuff that you maybe can't do yourself, or that you don't want to do because it seems kind of bizarre, like that Wormhole stuff I was talking about. There's some really good Wormhole streamers. You can go out there, watch them. It's entertaining. Educational. This is one of my favorite ones because, whenever you're trying to figure something out in a game, say it's like, especially EVE, how complicated it is, learning from a streamer it's kind of like, it's better than going to like a YouTube video or a website article sometimes because you can like sit there and have that one-on-one interaction where you're like, you watch a video, you have a couple questions, you're watching a streamer, you can sit there and just talk to them and they can literally point on the screen and show you what they're doing. And so that's one of the things that I love about streaming and love watching streams, because when I'm trying to figure something out, man, Urslag, y'all ever watch him? He is a great streamer, PvE, Wormholes, he does all of it. I went to him and trying to watch some Wormhole stuff to figure out. I still can't do it, but I was able to ask him questions, and that was cool. Is that interaction, that one-on-one interaction stuff. Events. So if y'all didn't know this event, what's up, Twitch chat? I don't know where the camera is, but how y'all doing at home? All these events, they're all streamed. So the real life events, just like the EVE World Tour events back in 2019, all those were streamed. So CCP was traveling around the world, and even though we all couldn't get to those, we could still watch them through Twitch. It was incredible. And that's another one. Streamfleet was there. They busted their butt to live stream that entire event, all those events, traveling with CCP, did an incredible job, worked hard, and so all of us around the world, through streaming, was able to watch these events, which is incredible. But not just real life events. There's also in-game events that, we all can't take part of, but through streaming, we're able to watch these events. January of 2020, y'all remember what happened? Big battle. You remember that one? Not everyone could take part in that one, right? What was that one in January? The big war. You can tell me. M2? That's right, that one. Was everyone, who here was able to participate in that? Dang, a lot more than I thought. Wow, okay. It was a big, there was like 8,000 people in that, right? Well, there was 33,000 people at one point watching that battle on Twitch. How cool is that? That's an event in-game that we all can't take part of, but man, you can watch the action. Not always the most exciting, but you can see what's happening in real time without even being there. Community. So through these real-life events like this, you really see the community come out. Twitch is just like that. It's, we kind of have like, in EVE, we stick within our alliance and corps, right? You gotta stay within your like social groups. Twitch kind of like breaks that down, right? Ooh, sorry, I gotta hold that closer. Microphone's getting away from me. Twitch kind of like breaks down those barriers. It really, you talk to people you normally wouldn't interact with, whether it's the streamer, other people in chat. You know, I know I've made a lot of friends I know in my chat, I've had goons and tests sitting there talking and they were best friends. That happens, all kinds of alliances. So those community parts, or the community aspect of Twitch is really cool. One of my personal favorites, charity. Y'all, if you've ever seen any of the streamers, some streamers do their individual charity events, right? I know Streamfleet's done a couple individual streamers, they set up their own events where if you have something that's near and dear to you that you want to raise money for, you can go live and you can raise money for that. Judge Sarn, anyone ever watch Judge Sarn? Fly Drunk, that man, all the money he makes from streaming, which you can make money from streaming, he takes all of his revenue from streaming, gives it to a charity. And that's just one person. So if there's something that you're really interested in, you can raise money for it. Then there's the massive ones. Plex for Good, we just had that recently for Ukraine. Man, streamers, we come out of the woodworks whenever Plex for Good comes out. You know, the community really gives. Streamers, we kind of see that as an opportunity for like, hey, let's use our abilities to like encourage people to give more. You know, we all set up our little fun events where, hey, if we reach this amount, then I'll do something crazy in game or real life. Who knows? Yeah, charity. Streaming and charity, they go really well together, and we've raised a lot of money just from streaming. The last one there, advertising, kind of like a strange one, like, wow, money, really? Not talking about the revenue. Streaming, you can make money, but when I'm talking about advertising in this context, it's about showing off EVE. I don't have any official metrics for this, but a lot of people I'll talk to, when they're trying to find out about a specific game, they'll go to Twitch, and they'll just go and they scroll through, and they'll look for that game on Twitch, click on it, and whatever they see, that's their image of the game. That's what they think. So streaming is a really good way to advertise a game. Recently, y'all might have seen some streamers from outside the EVE community come in that's worked with CCP to get that name out to other people. That's, you know, pretty popular to do nowadays, and that gets EVE into other people's vision who normally wouldn't see it. So a lot of cool opportunity there for you to show off EVE. You know, if you're a streamer, show off EVE to people who wouldn't see it normally. Here are some statistics from Solynome. There's a couple different websites that tracks Twitch statistics, but these were kind of numbers that I saw and they blew me away. So you may be wondering, like, people really watch streams? A lot of people watch EVE. You know, it's not it's not as popular as some of the big ones, but in 2021, there are 5,077,124 hours watched. There's the hours broadcasted. Throughout the day, average viewership, 579 people. Average channels, 20. Max viewers in 2021 was 33,000 people. It's that big fight we talked about. That's a lot of people. If you go on Twitch's page and you start at the top and you look at how many viewers different games have, EVE was at 33,000 at one point. It's wild. And then here's the one that really blew my mind, broadcasters. In 2021, there were 5,250 different streamers streaming EVE. Not all at once, it's like spread out throughout the year. That's a lot more than I thought, because in my mind, I think of like 20, 25 streamers off the top of my head, but there was that many people that streamed EVE in 2021, that's wild. Yeah, that one just kind of blew me away. So what do you need to get started? Any of y'all interested in streaming? It's kind of like you don't know what it's kind of a big thing to jump into, but really all you need is a computer and an internet connection, hopefully a good one. You can work with a bad internet connection, but it's a little tough to do. Yeah, that's all you need. And then figure out what you want to stream. So there's a lot of different things. EVE is a huge game, a lot of variety, a lot of stuff to stream. And we have streamers for everything. And I literally found that out doing this. I was like, man, did someone stream that? Found someone who does. So find out what you want to do, get into it. And then not only that, but streaming is your own personal, like, creative space. So you don't have to do what everyone else does. Be unique. It's your way to just express yourself. Sorry, I keep forgetting the mic. It's your way to express yourself, right? So when you're setting up your page, however you want to do it, your stream, you know, you can have your camera upside down on the top of the screen. You do what you want, you know, if you even want a camera. So that's up to you. But think of things that you've seen in other streams and either integrate or don't integrate that into yours. When I started streaming, I thought about streams that I saw and I was like, man, I really wish they did it this way, or I really like the way they did that. So I would think about that, you know, you're not copying, you're just taking ideas and taking what you like and putting it in your own way. This one's kind of a tough one, schedule. So when you're starting out and streaming, just jump into it. You know, don't worry too much about a schedule, but a schedule really helps. Think about a TV show you watch. You know, it comes on every Wednesday at noon, right? So kind of think about that. That makes it easier for people if they enjoy watching you and, you know, they want to, like, I want to see this guy get on there and get blown up 12 times. They know that they can go to your stream Wednesday at noon, like that TV show. So schedule really helps, not necessary, but consider that. But what you'll need to have a good quality stream. So I started out and found out a lot of things really quickly. I was inspired to stream Raiden and Miss Moses. I was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. This is going to be awesome. I could have fried an egg on my computer. It was bad. But I would suggest a good stream where you don't have, you know, the capability to burn yourself. A good computer mid-range. You don't need no like $5,000 computer or anything crazy like that. I have some of the specs listed there. That's just basic. You know, if you can run EVE at, you know, good graphics, then your computer can most likely handle streaming. But make sure your computer, you know, make sure you can have the game going how you want it and the stream running. Don't set yourself on fire, but you want that smooth stream. If you have a smooth, good quality stream, people are more likely to watch it and enjoy it because you want to be able to see what's going on, right? These next couple, these are subjective. There are people who do stuff without cameras and microphones. It is completely viable. You do not have to put your face up there. You don't have to have your voice on there. I've seen some really awesome streamers, even in the EVE community. Don't know what they look like, don't know what their voice sounds like, but when they go live, I love watching them because they're just cool to talk to. But camera, honestly, any camera will do. You don't need to go and buy like some $200 plus studio camera. One thing I learned, and this was crazy to me, lighting, that's it. You could have a crappy camera. If you have good lighting, that camera looks amazing. So yeah, if you're thinking about getting into it and you really want a camera, don't go and buy expensive stuff. Start lower, build your way up, but the cheap stuff will do. Microphone really helps, especially if you're doing stuff, I mean, obviously if you're doing stuff with a fleet, you're gonna need a microphone, right? But stuff like camera and microphone really helps kind of connect with people, you know? That's kind of what sets streaming apart from just watching a video game. You're seeing the person, you're interacting with them, you're seeing their reactions, you hear every little thing that's going on. Hopefully if they're eating or something, get a microphone that has a mute button. Highly recommend that, because you don't want people hearing you eating like potato chips or anything crazy like that. So mute button on the mic, important. Yeah, camera, microphone, 2 monitors. Streaming with 1 monitor, it's, you know, I've streamed with some very bare minimal stuff, but 2 monitors helps more than you would know. I think EVE players, I think most of us probably already have more than 2 monitors, so it's kind of funny that I'm putting this in here because it's like, duh. But 2 monitors goes a long way. Mainly, you got your game over here, you got your stream stuff over here. Makes it easier. You want to be able to see everything that's going on, the chat and everything. You want to be able to see stream. If you have 1 monitor and you can see the game, but you can't see what's going on the stream, you have no clue what's going on that stream. You could have hit a button, and next thing you know, your background's being streamed, your audio's off, and it's wild. So, highly recommend 2 monitors, but typically EVE players have that. So, you're already almost there. All right, so extra stuff to make your stream unique. As I mentioned earlier, streaming is like your space to do your thing, right? So this is kind of things that I've learned over the time that really help me either make my streaming life easier or just make it more fun, more interactive. First thing on there, Elgato Stream Deck. That's the greatest. Even if you're not a streamer, get one of those. That thing is cool. I don't know if y'all ever seen, there's an EVE player who set it up to where the Elgato Stream Deck had like approach, orbit, and all the buttons associated, and you can hotkey those. So even if you're not a streamer, highly recommend that thing. That thing's awesome. But makes streaming life so much easier, or really anything. You can assign hotkeys because there's a lot of buttons and stuff that go on when you start streaming. depending on how you do your stuff. So anything with hotkeys, but that was my personal one. Graphics. Now, you don't have to go and like pay someone to do your graphics or anything crazy like that. You can literally just make it up, put a little smiley face, whatever you want, you know, just however you want to do it. This is your space to stream. You can set up, you know, GIFs for if something happens, say your ship explodes and you have you hit a little button and a GIF pops up on screen. That stuff is fun. And then on top of that, sounds, images and sounds. They're fun to go together. I don't know. You ever go into a stream and there's even ability for, you know, the people watching to make stuff happen on the stream. That's fun. Like I know I enjoy that when I go into a stream. So think about that kind of stuff, integrating that into your stream if you decide to do it. Yeah, creativity. Follow Eve's rules. Follow Twitch's rules. Have fun with it. All right. So what can you stream? As I said earlier, Eve is massive. You all know that. There's a lot of stuff you can do, and if you can do it in Eve, you can stream it and you can make it fun. Here's a couple different things. You know, one thing I did, you know how we were talking about earlier, you can stream anything? You can stream ganking. That's kind of PvP. I should have put ganking its own little special category, but we got a couple ganking streamers. Incredible people. You always think gankers are bad guys. You go to these streams, you're best friends with a ganker. Zanus the Seth. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, but here's all the different things in Eve you can stream. And here's a couple of the different Eve streamers. Hopefully some of y'all have seen these guys. There's quite a few around this event. They're just people who decided that, you know what, I'm going to hit go live and play my, you know, people are going to watch me. Earlier I said there's 5,250 streamers, right? This is just like, what, 20? So there are so many more. This is just the ones I went through and picked out, you know, from like the top, you know, most active the past couple days. But yeah, there's a lot you can stream. There's a lot of different streamers. So if you want to get into streaming, hop in, ask any one of these people. I know all these people, they're great people. If you have a question, I'm more than happy to answer it. Yeah, all those different things you can stream in Eve. Talk shows, market, PvP. I think that's one of the things that's unique about Eve, is that you can literally not dock or not undock, and you can have an entire show. And we see that through the talk shows in Eve. That's pretty unique. Music, like, that's awesome. All right, so you want to stream, you figured out what you want to stream, you have all your equipment, you don't just hit the go live button. There's a lot that goes into it. It can be as simple or as complicated as you want it to be, and as long as you do the steps to make sure that you're checking everything, you have a hopefully pretty flawless execution. But I've definitely learned this the hard way, making sure all this stuff is good to go. Yeah, you don't just simply hit the go live button. Updating all your programs. So depending on how your stream is, what you've got going on in it, music, programs, all that, you want to make sure everything is up to date, because you don't want to be hitting the go live button and then launching something like, oh man, it's got to update. That sucks. I've had it happen. It's embarrassing. Then once you update everything, you got to make sure all your settings are good. When I first started streaming, I think I streamed in 720p for like 4 months until I finally realized, oh my God, I literally just have to go in the settings and there's a drop down where you can switch this, you know, switch to 1080p. And I don't know if y'all ever watched a 720p stream. I mean, anything's entertaining, but man, you just want to be able to see everything clearly. And that was embarrassing. I didn't know that, and it was just literally a little setting right there. Update settings, make sure everything's working and everything's how it should be. You don't want to just pray that everything's good, then you hit the go live button, you're sitting there, you're like, your mouth's moving, but there's no words coming out, and everyone in chat's like, your mic's not working. Next thing you know, you got to update your mic, restart your computer, and it's a bad time. I'm speaking from experience, by the way. It's ridiculous. So from me to you, if you decide to get into this, please just check your stuff. Audio, visuals, output, all that. Yeah, like I said, you want to make sure that if you are streaming music, you want to make sure people can hear that music. So you're not sitting there like bobbing your head and dancing on stream and all your viewers are like, what's this guy? Like, is he okay? What's going on? Yeah, you want to make sure your gameplay's actually, you know, your gameplay's streaming. So if you go live, it's not like your internet browser or your background image of your cat sitting there being broadcasted or something like that. Yeah, you don't just simply hit go live. Do all that. Seriously, I've learned. All right, things to remember when it comes to streaming. So go pretty in-depth with this list. Gankers, stream snipers, Zanus, we're watching you. But yeah, gankers. So EVE Online, you are broadcasting your intel for free. I mean, there's ways to hide it. You can blur it out, however, but everything you're doing, an EVE player will figure it out. I know people have looked at the backgrounds of the universe and be like, oh, this is where he's at, and they went and found someone that way. So be aware of that. Don't let it get to you. Have fun. Try your best to avoid it. Figure out your way to do your proper OPSEC. But that is an issue that you have to be prepared for. And ganking, it's part of EVE. So if you really don't like ganking or being stream sniped and it's going to affect you, be aware that that can and most likely will happen depending on what you're doing. If you're streaming yourself running abyssals and an 8 billionist ship, easy target. So be aware of that. Yeah, just more on that later. All right, DMCA, copyright laws. So a stream, in my opinion, I love music, especially if I'm sitting there like talking a lot, I've got to have music going. Some people do streams without music. Like I said, you do your stream how you want. But if you're going to play music or really anything, you got to be aware of copyright laws. Basically, don't play Taylor Swift on your stream. Don't play any big music. There's copyright-free music out there that you can use. You just got to make sure you don't click on a YouTube video. If someone links you a YouTube video while you're live streaming, you don't want to click on that and have the music played because then, you can get hit with those. There's so many different ways to go about it. But yeah, just be aware that you can't play whatever you want on your stream, especially if you're monetized and you're making money. Obviously, you can't make money from someone else's work. That's their music. So be aware of that. This one is huge. So obviously, mental and emotional health for gamers, very important. Should all know that. Be in the right headspace for streaming. If you're not in the right headspace, it will show. You're broadcasting yourself. You're in your home. You're in your computer chair. You're comfortable. People can see how how your life is going. They can tell when you're down and you're having a bad day. And when it comes to streaming, don't do it if you're not in the right headspace. It is not an obligation. It is not something you have to do. It's a fun hobby that you're passionate about, right? So don't go live if you're having a really bad day and you're going to get on stream and a stream sniper comes after you and shoots you and you just lose your crap. So be aware of that. Just make sure you're having a good day and you're doing it for the right reasons and it's fun. What I always tell people is when you go to hit the go live button to stream, you should be excited. It should be yeah. You should have that little happy feeling I'm about to do this, and then at the end, when you hit end stream, it should be the same thing, yeah, that was awesome. If you don't have that feeling, then consider not streaming or doing something else, figuring out what the issue is. But huge thing, mental and emotional health when it comes to streamers. There's a lot, when you hit go live, you're live for however long, a lot can happen. So just be prepared to deal with it. You don't know who's going to say what in chat, what's going to happen in game. Obviously, this is EVE, and a lot can happen, so you got to be prepared for that. So yeah, be in the right headspace. Backseat gamers, this is it's a funny topic because it's so hard to be, to watch a stream and you see someone do something, and I do it all the time, but EVE, it's really easy, hey man, you didn't activate your module. And it's I didn't see that, but the 50, 60 people in chat, they saw it. And you got to be able to handle that, right? You got to be able to make sure that, people telling you how to play, and it's not like you're reading text. You're not hearing them. It's not like they're screaming at you. They're just trying to say, hey, man, you might want to rep your armor. You might want to hit that little button. Yeah, backseat gamers, you got to be able to deal with that. And I'm not saying, it's wrong to backseat game. Yeah, I've been helped so many times by people in chat saying, hey, man, you should probably do this. And I was like, oh, crap, you're right. So you just got to be able to, you got to be able to handle criticism and, people pointing stuff out. If you don't do too well with that, something you got to improve on, or you're going to have a miserable time streaming, I promise. Sometimes it gets really bad. Some people, they get really pushy with it, 3 years of streaming, I had one incident where someone, that all caps, 2 letters, 50 times in chat. It's I get it, man. I got you. But be able to, handle that. It's one of the things you don't think about too much, and then you start streaming, you're oh my God, that is annoying when certain people do it. Like I said, most of the time it's helpful, and it's great. Instead of one person playing a game, you've now got however many people watching. to make sure that all of them are playing too, so it's actually pretty cool. Helps a lot. Don't do it for the money. Huge, very important point. Streaming, as I said earlier, it's a hobby, it's a passion. You should be excited to do it. It should never feel like an obligation. It should be something that you want to do. You know, streamers, y'all have seen some of the articles out there, streamers make a lot of money. EVE Online streaming is not going to pay your bills. Don't get into it for that. It's not what it's for. It's fun. The minute you turn something you love into a job and an obligation, you're not going to love it that much anymore. So be aware of that. I know a lot of people look at, when I tell people outside of the community, oh yeah, I stream, they're like, oh my gosh, how much money do you make? And I'm like, that's not what it's about, man. I did this because I love it. It's what you should be doing, what you should be going for. But yeah, ultimately, have fun, be yourself, be a good person. You know, you are broadcasting yourself. People from around the world are watching. You never know who's going to watch. You know, your mom could be watching you, so be a good person. You know, people build their streams differently and they have their different personalities, but just know that anyone could be watching. You have no clue who's watching. So have fun, be yourself, be a good person, all right? I've got a cool little video here to show you all. This video, I was inspired to make it. Raiden Harmon, Miss Moses, EQ, they put this video together a couple years ago, and this video is what inspired me to go live. So.
I still have some of your stuff since the last time you rage quit on me. It reminds me of all the good times we had.
Maybe I just didn't shoot you enough.
Maybe you wanted to shoot me more instead. Flying without you is more than I can bear. Keep looking over my shoulder, hoping to see you there. Come fly with us, won't you lend a helping hand? Come fly with us, let the good times never end. In the skies, there is fire in our eyes. Dare to dream as we gaze upon the stars. Every miner longs for eyes, like a burger needs its fries.
Friendship never dies, the world is ours.
Flying without you is more than I can bear. Keep looking over my shoulder, hoping to see you there. No one scans me down and blows me up like you do. Burns right through the armor of my heart.
Hosts collide and everything goes pew pew.
Let us all unite so we can tear each other apart. Come fly with us, won't you lend a helping hand? Come fly with us, let the good times never end. Walk in contact and fly with us.
All of you want to go stream right now, don't you? Doesn't that look like fun? It's a blast. That's just, like I said, 5,250 streamers. That's like 20 of them right there. So there's so many of them out there. Even if you don't want to stream yourself, go out there on Twitch, join the community. There's all kinds of different streamers out there, all kinds of different communities. They're all incredible. They're all unique. So does anyone have any questions about streaming? Anything? Any questions? What you got? Ooh, see, so this is where I'm a very basic streamer. When I have these questions, so Streamfleet has been my go-to source for all information. They're a group of people. They help out streamers, other streamers. This one is one where I just literally, I don't know what I'm doing half the time. And this is where I'm saying anybody can stream. I know how to hit the mute sound, but there's a guy, EQ, right here. Ask him these questions after stream. He will be able to help you out. And that's where I'm saying, like, anybody can stream. I should know that, but I don't. But I still stream somehow. It's crazy. What's your question?
You especially mentioned Taylor Swift. It happens that I'm from blank space, and our ticker is Taylor. We're like a fan of Taylor Swift. So.
I'm joining that guy. Love Taylor Swift. That was just the first example that came to my mind. There's a lot of other music you can't play, but Taylor Swift was my one example, so be aware of that. All right, so joining that corp. Cool. All right, what other questions y'all got? Anyone got any questions? What's up? So I use Streamlabs OBS, and it is, I'm not going to offend anyone here, it's dummy proof. Like I said, I'm not very technically smart with all this. And, when I mentioned earlier I started streaming and I was streaming in 720p, that's simple stuff that, like, anyone can figure out. I couldn't figure it out for a while. But Streamlabs OBS, like, you don't have to be a wizard with audio, visuals, and all that. You can literally, anybody can do it. I can do it. So, Streamlabs OBS. Yes. So that's one of those, when we had that large fight back in January 2021 and 33,000 people were watching, 33,000 people were watching, it sucks to sit there and watch a screen where nothing's happening, right? It's really hard. Commentators are the difference between making something great and making it boring. So I would say yes, commentators for everything, really. If there's any kind of fight, I've seen people, they actually go through and rewatch fights from the past and they commentate over it. So I'd say yes. Obviously, that's kind of tricky to do with streaming because there's a lot more preparation that goes into that. Streaming Eve, there's a lot of preparation that already goes into it just from the gaming side. But for commentating, you've got to be able to be in the right space. You've got to have everything set up to where, say you're there cloaked, but somehow, by some crazy circumstance you get caught. You got to have an alt ready. There's a couple people who do it very successfully, but yeah, it's always great to get those different perspectives, and that's definitely a great avenue to take if that's what you want to do. Mm-hmm. Yep. Always check with your FC before you broadcast a fleet and go live. Don't ever just stream, because next thing you know, you're getting blapped, and your FC's like, what's going on? And you're like, oh, by the way, I'm streaming. Don't do that. But yes, there's always great opportunity for, as long as if you're the FC or your FC's cool with it, getting different perspectives of the fight, go for it. It's, setting up the stream's easy. You just got to make sure you have the stuff to stream and whatnot. If you're talking about streaming other people's streams, that's a gray area. I'm not too sure how that works. I know sometimes it's okay, but it's safe to assume that you can't broadcast someone else's stream. Okay, yeah, that. Yeah, you've got to. That answer your question a little bit? Okay, cool. What you got? Oh, so he was asking if you can stream, or if you can kind of bounce around streams of people commentating, and if you can stream that. You've got to have their permission. You can't use someone else's work. It's kind of a gray area for, you know, especially if like monetization plays a part in it. You got to make sure you talk to the person you're doing that with and make sure you have their blessing to do it. You can't just go clicking through other people's streams and, you know, stream their stuff while you're making comments over it. All right, next question. Mm-hmm.
And you have, like, of course, everybody's worried about information leaking out and stuff like that. But if there was a group of streamers that had an approval that they don't leak information, they could be contacted before a huge battle and have the privilege to join the comms of either side at that point. Mm-hmm. But with a delay.
Let's hope that FC is a few drinks in.
No, I'm serious. There will be a lot of people that watch that. Like a 30-minute delay.
As long as you follow Twitch's and EVE Online's, you know, terms of service, you can do anything. You just got to make sure you coordinate with those people and do that. Yeah. Yeah. You just got to make sure you don't want to get kicked from your court for being that guy. So check with the FC, check with everybody in the chain of command. Just say, hey, I'm doing this. Check before you do that. But, I mean, there's an opening for it. We had a question up here.
Yeah. When you started streaming for the first time, did you ever encounter a moment where you got, like, depressed because you were, like, going for content and people, viewers, because that's the goal of streaming, or maybe an additional goal of streaming is to broadcast to people, like the people sitting here. But every streamer, maybe some people that have started streaming or tried it, like myself, those are good pointers to start.
Mm-hmm.
Then you still have to go through the initial phase of growth.
Yep.
And I think that's a big section where a lot of our streamers fall off.
Yep.
Have you experienced that moment yourself, and how did you cope with it? And can you give us your thoughts, insights in your first beginning?
So everybody starts out somewhere. You hit that go live button, you could be streaming for a month or two, and you could, I mean, my best piece of advice, there's a little number that shows how many people are watching. Don't look at that. You are playing a game, you're having fun. This is gonna sound really silly, but man, you gotta be good at talking with yourself. Like, and it's great because you're gonna agree with yourself, so there's no argument. Like, you just gotta sit there and like, you just, I think every streamer feels that, whether they've been streaming, they just started, or even people who've been streaming, like, personally, I feel that, and I've been streaming for 3 years. There's just sometimes, and, you know, I talk about that, be in the right headspace. But to get through that, like, man, you just gotta make sure you're doing what you can to grow, organic growth. Don't do any of that crazy buy followers or buy viewers or anything like that. But that's just one of those things that as a streamer and as a new streamer, you gotta push through, and, you know, that'll be the difference between you going on and having a great time streaming and just be like, this ain't for me, you know? Everybody, any streamer you look at, they started out somewhere, and you just gotta be able to tough through those beginning times, those, you know, you're gonna be sitting there talking to yourself for 2 or 3 hours because no one else is talking in chat because no one's watching. But, you know, best way to put it, you ever click on a stream and they're just sitting there, not saying a word, nothing's going on, maybe there's people talking in chat. In my personal opinion, the primary goal of a streamer, and obviously as, you know, they get bigger, it's harder to do, but interaction between streamer and people watching. When you click on a stream, you say hi, I should see that message and be like, hey, what's up, man? So that's really important as a starting out streamer, is just be talking, narrate what you're doing. Tell a ridiculous story that has nothing to do with what's going on. That way if someone clicks in and they hear that story, like, oh, what is he talking about? That's cool, I want to hear the rest. But yeah, there's that rough beginning. So if you hit go live right now, you're not going to have 3,000 people watching. You got to grow, and you got to start somewhere, and you just got to be able to bust through those beginning stages. Yeah, don't let it get to you. The minute streaming starts affecting your mental health, stop. Go outside. Go shoot people in Eve. Go do whatever. Don't stream. It shouldn't be like, I'm sorry, I'll take your next. What we got over here? Yeah, definitely should have worded that better. What's up, Corpus?
Long-time viewer, first-time caller. Question about your channel in particular. When are you going to be streaming Faction Warfare again?
With the Faction Warfare updates, pretty soon. Hopefully we get those, but Caldari for the state. Oh man, we were doing so good. I thought we were cool, but okay. Next question, Zanus?
Yeah, it's more of a tip, piggyback on the question from earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go into other people's streams. Like, if you want to get into streaming, go into other people's streams. Make yourself known in chat. It's so easy for you to, we have a very tight Twitch community. Make sure people know you. Again, it sounds scummy, but it's not scummy. Go in there and just chat. Don't say, hey, I'm streaming. Just chat. Just get known.
Yep.
We'll show up.
This community is the most incredible, tight-knit community I've seen. And the Twitch community, I was terrified of streaming because I thought it was like a cutthroat world. These two in the crowd, they did their presentation and they showed me that community, and then you go on Twitch and streamers, we give each other crap. We're good friends. Real quick, all the streamers in here, raise your hand. We got quite a few of them. Oh yeah, look at them. Yeah, these are all streamers. They're incredible people. So make friends, as he said, network, but these are people. You don't use people. They're your friends. You're gonna help each other, but don't ever be that guy that's like, hey man, I need help. Give me viewers. No, just grow, have fun with it, connect with people, because that's what streaming's all about, connecting, especially the past 2 years, 2.5 years where we've been locked in. Streaming has done wonders for people, so make friends. What you got? Or we'll get this one next.
Testing? Love you, Torvald. So I'm EQ, I work in streaming, and I have a question that's going to put you and CCP on the spot, but real quick first on this, on the subject of streaming and commentary and stuff like that, for me, I actually got into EVE by watching somebody streaming a fleet fight and describing it and trying to understand it, because for a new player, they really learn from being in fleets with people, right? I think we all know that and probably agree on that. So if you have any opportunity to stream fleets that maybe your new bros can't be on in Discord alone, do it, because it's going to keep those people there and give them a sense of community. And then the second thing is, what can CCP do to better support streamers?
So CCP does an incredible job of supporting streamers recently with the EVE Partner Program. So there's a lot of, I'm not trying to sound bad about this, there's a lot of perks to streaming, and it can have some great benefits. Like I said, you can make money for it. Don't get into it because of that. But recently CCP did the Partner Program. So, and there's a bunch of different metrics for all kinds of sites, and I mean that's monumental for content creators, because it's basically CCP's way of saying, hey, thank you for what you do for the community. Because as content creators, not only do we highlight the incredible things in EVE, the community, but we bring people in. People go to Twitch, they click on a streamer, they're like, man, this streamer is really cool, what they're streaming is awesome, I want to play EVE. So CCP did the Partner Program to basically, it's their way of saying thank you. It's a program that it's a privilege to be a part of. So that's one thing that if you guys are looking in, and not just streaming, but any kind of content creation, blogs, anything like that, you can apply for the partnership program. And as long as you hit the metrics and CCP says, hey, you're a good person, you guys obviously can't be toxic or, talking bad about them, because they can't work with that. And that's, just common sense, obvious logic, any company in the world do the same thing. But yeah, the partner program is one of those that's a huge step. But not only the partner program, CCP also does all kinds of events with the community through streaming. And a lot of times they'll reach out to content creators, and I mean, it's a tight-knit community, and it's not like an exclusive, like, elitist club or anything. Like, we're all just a bunch of normal people, good friends, and, you know, they'll reach out and say, hey, we've got this event going on, and we would really love for you to come stream on the CCP TV page. And it's not, you know, they'll do that for anyone. You just got to make sure you're good. That's why I'm saying, like, earlier when I was saying anyone could be watching. So if you're, you know, out there spewing some toxic negativity, obviously not going to want to work with you. But yeah, that's a couple of the things CCP does, working with the content creators, and it's incredible. I don't really know other gaming communities, but I know with us that's unique. So next question, anyone over here? We got one up there. Oh, sorry, microphone, my bad.
That's okay. Oh, I'm pretty loud, you know.
We'll just toss it next time.
Okay, yeah, hi. So yeah, I've just streaming myself, obviously. I actually mostly do YouTube these days.
Yep.
But I've heard a lot of stories about streamer burnout, and I kind of want to get your take on it because I only stream like a couple of hours a week.
Yep.
And I feel the compulsion to stream a lot more, but obviously a family would, you know, without that, that's getting in the way. So I want to know your take on it.
So he mentioned family. It is critical. We all spend a lot of time playing games, right? Whether our, you know, significant other, whatever, approves of it. Streaming, talk with your person, talk with your family. This game streaming does not affect your life negatively. Make sure of that. So talk with your person. I'm very fortunate that my wife is here in Iceland because I'm streaming. You know, so make sure your person is, you know, supportive. But streamer burnout is real. Man, me personally, I went through last year. I streamed consistently for 2.5 years. I kept a solid schedule. Then I hit a point where hitting that go live button felt like a burden, where it was like, I can't. And there was a couple times where I'd hit that go live button, and then at the end of stream, I'd stop, and, you know, my wife would look at me, and she was like, you didn't want to be there, did you? And I was like, dang, it was that obvious? So when we're talking about mental health, not, you know, in gaming, very important. Streaming kind of takes it to the next level, and you got to make sure that that does not negatively impact your life. So if streaming becomes one of those things where you get a burnout, just stop. Unless you're like somehow in some contractual obligation with a company or something crazy like that, no one's forcing you to stream. And for the sake of yourself and the people who enjoy watching you, you want to go live and you want to give the best version of yourself to the people out there who want to watch you. So when you get that feeling, just don't do it. It's one of those things, like I said, schedule's important. It's great to stick to one. But the minute it affects you here and here, it ain't worth it, man. And especially family life, very important. If you're streaming 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and your kids haven't seen you or your significant other hasn't seen you, you should probably stop streaming. So, does that answer your question? I had that personal, yeah. Yep, I had that personal burnout where streaming life was just taking a crazy toll, and I was like, you know what? Got to start cutting things out that are negatively affecting me, and streaming was the first to go. And, you know, slowed down on a lot of things, but yeah, I was like, streaming, I can't do it in this headspace, so I just stopped. And then the cool thing about streaming, it's your thing. Do what you want, man. If you want to stream 5 minutes a day, it's weird because you're going to literally press the button and then press it 5 minutes later, but you can do whatever you want, man. You want to stream once a month, you want to stream once a year, like, it's your thing. Do it at your pace.
I would just say that don't be afraid to lose your family.
Hi everyone, welcome back here to CCP TV. We hope you enjoyed that presentation from Torvald Urers on live streaming, which ironically took place on a live stream. So some really good synergy there. Now for our next guest, we have a special guest, I would dare to say. It's Frederick Knudsen, a YouTube documentarian who runs the YouTube channel Down the Rabbit Hole. Frederick is known for doing his very long and in-depth documentaries on a range of subjects, some very popular, some very, very esoteric. And the one that he's working on right now is about EVE Online. And tomorrow at the cinema here in Reykjavik, downtown, we'll be doing a premiere of the first half of his documentary. And just to give you some idea of how in-depth this thing really goes, the first half of the documentary is going to go for about 2.5 hours. And somehow I think that still, you know, a 5-hour EVE Online documentary still won't be enough to cover everything. It won't. But Frederick joins us here. Thank you very much for coming onto the set to talk about your project, sir.
No, thank you very much for having me.
I have a question straight away.
Yeah, sure.
You know, you've covered a variety of topics, including some other games. Why EVE Online? What attracted you to making a documentary, especially putting this much effort into a story about EVE Online?
Well, I've talked about doing EVE Online for years. It kind of was goals. I'm going to tell a little bit of a story. When I was in middle school, I started work on a novel, got 70 pages in. I was like, hey, you know, I'm going to sit down and read it. And I read it and I realized I'm not good enough yet. So I put it down and just decided I was going to, maybe I'll come back to that idea later. EVE was like that for me. It was a similar experience. I said, I want to cover EVE Online. Then I looked at it and said, I'm not good enough yet. So I waited some years, and finally I'm here because it's everything that Down the Rabbit Hole wants. It gives me the chance to give great play-by-plays of particular events. It's well-known, but a lot of the knowledge about it is esoteric.
Yeah. Everyone has their own opinion of how the story plays out as well.
And it's so unbelievably complicated, and that's the kind of topic that Down the Rabbit Hole is practically designed to tackle.
Okay. And was your approach to this particular documentary about EVE Online the same as others? Or
No.
So what was different about this process then?
I had to completely change up how I did research, because usually I like to keep a distant observer style where I stay out of it, I find publicly available information, and I use that to construct the script. In this case, that's not possible. I need to go to the primary sources because the primary sources are the ones with the information that I need. Because the little things that happen to them are the things that get blown out onto a larger scale. So I knew I had to interview people. But I very quickly realized there was a problem. The problem is that when you talk to EVE players about EVE, there is a very specific process that always happens if you're an outsider trying to learn about it. You approach them, they start talking about whatever it is you want to talk about, they say a piece of jargon, and you ask, oh, so what does that piece of jargon mean? I'm not familiar. And then they proceed to define that jargon with more jargon. There's like first order jargon and second order jargon.
Yeah, we call it depth.
Yeah. I call it obnoxious because it meant that no, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. It was an interesting challenge. I realized that if I am going to interview people, then I need to know the game well enough, because I've come to recognize first order jargon and second order jargon, where you have the first order jargon, which is stuff like, what's a POS? What's a POCO? Apocalypse. Like, what are the different classes of ships? What's Logi? Like, those basic things. And then those get used to describe the second order jargon, which is more about the way that those things are used.
Exactly what you're talking about. When I try to describe it to my non-EVE playing friends, I'm like, so this event happened. It's like, so what's that mean? Okay, so this is, okay. In order to explain that, I need to quickly tell you about this other thing. And it's like this recursion until you get to like these fundamentals. So there's these things called video games.
Yeah.
You know, like you need to really start from there.
No, it does get that. I found myself doing it. I was doing it to one of my team members because I have a small team and I'm explaining an event and I realized, oh shoot, I just used a piece of jargon that there's no way that they know. So it's happening to me.
So how did you address that in the documentary? Because obviously you are not presenting the documentary for EVE players. It is for the general public. So how did you approach that translation of jargon?
I started playing.
Okay.
Last summer, I started playing. I joined a high-sec mining corp for a little while. Got a little boring, got a little cringy, And so I realized that I needed to learn. No, there's nothing wrong with high-sec mining. I actually it's so chill, and it's. But I realized that I needed to learn faster, so I went into EVE University, and I got paired up with Rogue. Rogue, if you're watching this, hi. Hope you're doing well. And she got me into wormhole space and actually doing things. Wormhole space with EVE University is very, very active and very hands-on. So through that, I managed to learn very quickly, much faster than I otherwise would be able to. So huge shout out to EVE Uni for being so inviting and helpful. After that, I was at the point where I could start interviewing people. So I started reaching out to as many people as I could. And of course, I mentioned specifically on my Twitter, not something I usually do. This is the first time that I have ever released the topic. I've ever told everyone the topic I'm doing specifically so people would reach out, because I know that EVE players love talking about the game. So I decided I'm going to say it, and then people start coming to me, and I think that's how I got in contact with Asher. Asher got in contact with me, and since then I've talked with Phantomite. He was one of the first that reached out, actually. Yeah. I've talked with you. I've talked with Yintan recently. This is just off the top of my head. The list goes on and on.
The thing is as well is that you have to learn to filter the information that's given to you, because everyone has their own perception.
Yes.
And the way that events work, and there's a lot of propaganda in EVE, there's a lot of manipulation in EVE.
Yes.
And manipulating the media is one of the best ways of controlling the narrative, right?
Yes.
So you have to basically get to grips with that within EVE as well, which is not straightforward.
No, it's not, but it's something I'm experienced with. I'm very comfortable with taking topics where there's a lot of spin, and I've made errors in the past with it, but just enough that I've been able to come to this and immediately recognize any sort of spin. And actually, this is one case where I haven't had to worry as much. You would think that it would be a bigger problem, but I've talked with Nauzal Ghul, I've talked to PGL, I've talked with Asher, like I said, and their recounting of events is all actually quite similar, but they're giving their personal experience of it, but they all are congruent. And I think it's very heartening that people, I think the people that I talk to want to help me make the best video possible, and it's lovely. The EVE community has been so helpful and so lovely.
That's awesome, because
including you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say, because when you put out a tweet, it came to our notice as well. And there was this sort of mixture of company, because obviously not everyone has seen your channel before, but some people were like, "Oh, Delraw's going to do EVE, this is the best."
Seriously?
Have you spoken much to CCP Clover, who has been sort of coordinating your event at BO Parodies tomorrow?
Not a ton.
He was so pumped. He's like, I'm one of his Patreon supporters.
Wait, what? That's so crazy.
Yeah. So there was certainly people in the company who were stoked, because everyone who's watched your documentaries before and played EVE Online has probably at some point gone, "Oh, I wish this guy would do EVE. That would be amazing."
It's one of my most requested topics.
Yeah, right?
Everyone who knows my channel knows that it's the perfect topic.
Yeah, so when we saw the tweet, we also reached out to Frederick and just said, "Hey, can we facilitate anything for you, any contacts and stuff?" And you've also interviewed our CEO,
yes,
Hilmar Vega Peterson.
Yeah, the video actually cites the interview that I did with him
a
couple of times, because I actually showed the script to Andrew Groen, and there was a moment where he's reading the script and he's like, "Why did you get that quote? Why did you get that? That's amazing." No, I got some fantastic stuff from him.
Yeah, it's funny that you should also invoke Andrew Groen, because I was going to ask you a question that I asked him during an interview a few years ago. One of the things, because he was tackling the empires of EVE and, the history of the great alliances of EVE Online, which isn't strictly what you're doing, but there are obviously some parallel relationships to it. What I wanted to find out from him was, did he find he had an easier time? You mentioned congruency before with the people you're talking to. Did you find you had an easier time talking to people or getting what you think were direct and honest responses for things which were long water under the bridge, in the past, as opposed to sort of more recent things which maybe still have a few scars and a bit of contention?
I noticed that people, I think, wanted to be as direct and honest as possible. When talking about older events, they were much more factual. But when talking about newer events, I noticed that they were very cognizant of their own experience. And so rather than trying to like give a blow-by-blow of facts, they were more talking about their personal experience with it, how it felt, and sort of how they experienced it. And I appreciate that because they know it's like it's very recent, it's very raw, and so. And I think Down the Rabbit Hole is a little bit of a reputation of being a bit more distant. And I feel like they wanted to match that energy.
I think it's also important to recount, you know, then we talked about Empires of Eve, is that what you're doing is not about nullsec. It is about Eve as a whole.
Yes.
And the development of Eve as a whole, including the game and its players, all rolled in together and have the impact on each of them, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's very easy for, when you hear about Eve, the first thing that people go to is nullsec, but that is not the experience of the game for the majority of players. I wanted to capture what it has been like to play the game for everyone. What is the world? What does the world look like? You know, you talk about the Napoleonic era and you immediately think, oh, what about Napoleon's conquest? But equally and perhaps more important is just the life of the people living day to day. What did their life look like? That is the experience of it. In the same way, I wanted to capture the way that the game world has changed, not just nullsec. And to do so, I've talked about the way that the market has changed. I get into EULAI. I get to do a play-by-play of the Zombies Inc. Gate Camp at EULAI. But I also try to tie that in. I have a few narrative threads. I actually have more narrative threads. I have 6 for this video, which is more than I typically do have. The 2 largest ones being the company and the trajectory that the company has taken with EVE and the other projects that they've done, and the relationship between the company and its players. Because I feel like that is something that is sometimes underplayed a little bit. It's because it's very different. EVE Online is different in that the players tend to have a much larger impact on the way that the game shapes itself, because the devs have to do things to change, like they have to change the game based on how the players are interacting with it actively, because the game world is global and it's all happening at once. It's not just like, oh, well, this server has a weird culture, but we can't just change the game for all of them, so we just accept that that's how it's going to be. No, EVE is a lot more dynamic because it's all one game world. And obviously, I'm kind of getting into the weeds right now. But this is the complexity that I'm trying to unpack, or I'm trying to find the core, the things that are at the core of the dynamics of EVE and what makes it so dynamic.
Okay, so then... Yeah, one question that I do have for you is that, you know, you said this is turning into like a 5-hour odyssey.
Yes.
At what point did you realize that it was going to extend to that? And then also, how did you decide what's going to make a good part 1 and what's going to make a good part 2?
Well, it's the final is going to be one large whole. We actually suffered a little bit of a setback. We wanted to have more, but we had to do some big changes. And it's good, but it does mean that we're in the end phase of it. And so the end phase of video production is always like, oh, 1 week we have 2 hours of video finished. The next week we have 3, right? It's it's a much more rapid process now that the research is done and I know what's going to be in the script eventually.
Do you start with the low-hanging fruit first? And you make a lot of progress quickly, but then you sort of like eventually get to the points where it's like, we need assets for this part of the video, and we haven't been able to turn them up.
Not quite. Video production comes in phases. It starts with research, and then once the research is done and I feel like I have found the narrative that I want to tell, then I go into the writing phase. And this time, because the video is so massive, I've done it incrementally, and that's why I have something to show, even though it's not finished. Normally, I wouldn't have anything, but I've changed the pipeline, and now I write some of the script, I write a rough draft, I record a rough narration for it, send it to my composer who makes the music for it, And then so we can incrementally create the video. I go back and then I make edits to the script, do the final narration, then he adjusts the music to fit my narration. And then the graphic designer, of course, is as I'm making the script, he is creating assets to go along with it. So it's more that I need the research done. I need to know what I'm talking about before I can write anything.
So, I mean, tomorrow you're doing the first showing of this, and you're doing it to EVE Online players, right?
Yeah.
It's like throwing yourself into the fire, right? So how do you feel about that presentation tomorrow? Is that something you've done before, where you've kind of shown it to a select audience that is very targeted at that, what you're producing?
I have some trusted associates, good friends that will look at it, and they'll look at it from a craft standpoint.
Yeah.
But it's not common for me to go to the people who are like directly involved in it, partially because like there hasn't been many opportunities for it like this. But I'm kind of viewing it pragmatically, where because this is an early draft, I'm going to be using the reaction of the audience to gauge what is working, what isn't, and I'm hoping that during the Q&A, I'll have people saying, you got that fact wrong, and it's like, awesome, thank you for telling me before it goes live, because it's going to be 5 hours long and lots of people are going to see it.
On that front, will you be, once the thing is complete, will you be essentially maybe returning to some of the sources that you've interviewed and run it by them just for like a final fact check on that?
Yes, absolutely. I have a bunch of I think all of the people I've interviewed. I've got them lined up to look at the sections of the script that I think they'll be able to help with. Or all of it if they're willing to. Hey guys, if you're listening, as much as you're willing to watch, thank you. Please, because we did catch some inaccuracies when we went to, I showed a couple of the CCP staff the script, and you were able to help me out with some specifics, like how there weren't any dedicated logi ships in the beginning, and how there weren't any mining ships, and so POCOs were used instead, and how they sort of were retrofitted into combat roles when they were
battleships or
battleships.
Battleships were used for mining back in the early days. Sorry, sorry.
Yes,
I think I remember the conversation. Yeah. Oh, just about anything that could take a mining laser was used as a mining ship in the early days.
Yeah, exactly.
Battleships were the king.
Yeah, because like they had the most high slots.
Yep, and especially the Armageddon also had enough. The Apocalypse had enough cap to keep them all running.
And how have you found
you see what I mean?
The thing with EVE Online as well is we have some very long history, whether it's like Goonswarm, Rooks and Kings. Have you managed to get in touch as well with some of these groups that, like Rooks and Kings, that aren't around anymore, but was such a major influence in the game and the gameplay styles that developed as a consequence of that? Were you able to reach those players as well?
I've managed to speak to some, not specifically Rooks and Kings. If anyone from Rooks and Kings is willing to chat with me, please DM me on Twitter.
I can probably help you get in touch with Lord Meldor if you would like.
Would love that.
All right, let's talk after this.
But I mean, a lot of it has right now. As I write the script, I've noticed like, I'd really like to chat with someone from here, and so I'll end up reaching out to them and chatting with them. And it's advantageous that I'm doing it later, actually, because I know enough that I can make the skeleton of the script. Then I realize I have a gap in my knowledge, and I can approach the necessary people and learn about that, and then use that to fill out the meat of the script.
Yeah. I mean, it's my experience as well with what I do in EVE Online, is as time has passed, my knowledge has gotten better and my contacts have gotten better. And so the information becomes richer as a consequence of that, because you've been able to acquire the contacts that you need to be able to do the research properly, essentially.
Yeah, one of the trickiest parts of the whole endeavor is knowing what questions to ask. Because sometimes the players don't even know what it is that is important for the story. Like, because I'm telling the story of EVE as a whole, but they know their part. And so I need to guide them to tell me the parts that are important to the whole, not just like their experience, yes, but oftentimes the parts that are more important to the bigger picture are not immediately obvious to them, and that's where I come in, right? That's my job.
You have to like tease that out of them.
Exactly, and it's been very important for the interview process, knowing what I'm going to ask, because and knowing everything, because EVE players are generally okay with explaining jargon if it's just a couple of times. If it's more than that, then they start to get bored. So, and the interview process is so important that I need to be able to keep them engaged in the conversation. And so knowing enough has been very, very important. I know that sounds really trite, right? Like keeping the interviewee engaged and interested. But if they're going to tell their story and really get passionate about it, and share the parts that are really important, then I need to be able to keep them engaged in the interview. And plus, it's just a better experience for everyone. I mean, I've made friends. Like, I have made friends interviewing people that I likely will keep talking with for a long time to come.
That's online for you.
Yeah, it's not exactly a unique experience.
Yeah. But yeah, it's not just the game interactions that'll lead to it either. It's all the peripheral stuff like places like FanFest.
Yeah.
Have you managed to have a chance to chat to many people or meet any fans or down the rabbit hole while you've been in Iceland?
Not here as much. I think a lot of people are sort of in their own groups. I'm very much on the outside.
I see.
And people are there for like their people, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm here with my people. I'm here with my team, because my team is going to be here to be screening it as well. My composer and my graphic designer. But EVE it's a chance. FanFest to me, it seems, is a chance for the people who know each other to come together and really strengthen those bonds. And as an outsider, it's been interesting to see and interesting to watch, and very helpful in that way. Even if it's not directly me asking or interviewing people, that's not as big of a deal to me. I can interview people online, and I have a nice web of connections. So it's actually, I feel like getting the vibe has been the most important thing that I've taken here, besides obviously the feedback that I'm going to end up getting tomorrow.
And do you have a sense, and I don't want to paint you into a corner or make you commit to anything, do you have a sense of when you think you will have completed the entire documentary and it'll be, hitting the airwaves?
The goal is August.
August?
That is the goal.
Okay.
We were aiming for June or July. Script will probably be done in July. And because of the iterative nature of our production, August is realistic. September is also realistic.
Awesome. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, like I said, it's been in production a long time, and even though we have 2.5 hours, we are in the latter stages of production. Things go things speed up very quickly around this time in the production.
Yeah, so essentially part one has been putting all the components together that actually reveal the end of the story.
Yes, the first two, I'm a little bit worried that people are going to watch the first 2.5 hours and be like, but the good part hasn't even started, because the first 2.5 hours really are setting up. Like, I even have a tutorial on how basic ship mechanics work. Like what are high slots, mid slots, and low slots? What are the things that tend to go in those slots?
To prepare a non-EVE related audience for, like, okay, here's what's coming. You have to solve the problem you described before, the jargon.
Exactly.
Things. Like, in order to understand this, you need to know this.
Exactly.
So
It is intended for an audience that doesn't know EVE. I do my best to make everything as clear and obvious as possible, and introduce them to these ideas. The goal that I set for myself is someone who knows nothing about EVE will be able to watch the video, sign up for the game, and have a basic idea of what's going on, and like generally get the lay of the land. And maybe they'd have to do the tutorial to get the mechanics of it, to like what they need to click, but they'd be able to jump in and figure out where to go and what to do.
Right.
But the funny thing is, something I realized while I was writing the script, a lot of the things I need to explain for new players, I also need to explain for old players, especially for the old game. Because like people will they'll look at it and say, wait a minute, like what is this? Like how did this work? When were things introduced, right? It's like they know that these things are part of the game. Like I get up to factional warfare. I get right up to there. The video that I'll be showing on Sunday gets up to about 2009. But it's when these things were introduced and what playing was like at that time, because there are a lot of differences compared to modern day EVE.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are not insignificant number of EVE players playing today who couldn't imagine tactical destroyers not being a thing, or
Right.
freighters not being a thing. You said 2009, that's when Apocrypha was released, and basically wormholes came to the game, which is
Yeah.
now, such a huge component of it. Like there was a before time, there was an occasion when no, you just did not have access to those things.
Doomsdays were completely different.
Yeah, that's right. The way they weren't directed, they were AoE, and they could do all sorts of weird things.
Yeah,
like going
I think
through
that's a little
signage
bit
and
more
stuff.
well known, but that's a good example. Oh yeah, like what I call them motherships, and like there are going to be some people who are like mother what?
Mothership? It's a super carrier. Yeah.
Right. And that eventually might be like a little side item because the renaming, their role is changed. The role does change with that designation. Right?
I'm actually really excited about that because that like little minutia from the past is really interesting to me because in EVE, when I first started at CCP, I've told this story before, but I was just like staying in like a temporary accommodations to try and find my own place. I didn't have a computer. I was living out of a suitcase. So I would spend a lot of time after hours just staying at the office and to use my computer there. And there's a file server where full of archives of old EVE Online files, and I just used to troll through them for fun. And I found some really cool stuff, and I turned that into a presentation that I gave at Vegas in 2019, just called Mildly Interesting Things. Yeah, and so this is another thing because I'm interested in the archaeology side of things as well, and I'm no doubt you've probably unearthed things from players that I probably haven't seen before as well.
I hope so.
We'll have tidbits, which will be really, really interesting.
I hope so. I really do hope that with the release of this video, everyone is able to get something from it, even like veteran EVE players, because EVE is interesting unto itself, but for me, a storyteller, the most fascinating part is the progression of it. How did it come about? And so a lot of the story of the game really is also the story of the company. And you can see sort of the company's changes reflected in the game. Like, for example, I spent a decent amount of time with the PDF that was put together to explain the philosophy behind the CSM.
Yeah.
And it's over half of the document is dedicated to talking about the progression of society. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can't wait to see it, but we must go because
Yes.
soon the FanFest Global Finals will be taking place. These players have been competing for the last 2 days here at FanFest to see who would get to be the final two, and they've been waiting 3 years for this moment because they all qualified in 2019. But Frederick, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us and your incredible insights. I can't wait to see it at
Yeah,
the
I'm
OPREs
looking forward to it tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're
So
coming along
I'm
as well?
scared.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll be
scared.
there.
There's
It'll
so
be good to see
much
that.
build up. I hope that it's enjoyable.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic because your work has been consistently amazing. And if you haven't seen anything that Frederick has done before, our TV has gone out, so I don't know which camera I'm on. But you should check out the Down the Rabbit Hole YouTube channel. If you just Google for it. I think it's actually called Frederick Knudsen. Then is the name of the channel.
The channel is just my name, Frederick Knudsen.
And the series is
but
Down the Rabbit Hole.
Yeah, if you search Down the Rabbit Hole on YouTube, you'll find it.
Yeah. All right, let's get down to the PvP finals. We'll probably be back one more time to say farewell to FanFest 2022. But until then, let's go see some pew pew.
Good evening, FanFest. How are we doing? Who's ready for some PvP? We are here to witness the end of the FanFest Global Tournament. Of course, this started with the Invasion series in various different countries, and it has finally come down to London versus Germany. Let me introduce our hosts. First of all, we have the wonderful Ithaca Hawk. The magnificent man with the golden tie, Jintan. Minus the cat ears. And last but not least, Wingnut Cross. These guys are going to be our commentators and hosts for the upcoming matches. If you would like to take your positions. Next up, I'd like to introduce CCP Carbon and CCP Goat as our two main referees, just looking out after the guys. And finally, the contestants. On the red side, RNG, Starfleet Commander, and Annie Gardet. If you'd like to take your seats. And on the blue side, we have, and I have to be careful with this one, no fox given. Come on down, guys. Blank. And Mikael. It's helpful when you remember names, isn't it? We also have CCP Paragon helping me out on the camera today. So the wonderful work will be all his. And without further ado, let's get things rolling. Take it away, gents.
Thank you very much. CCP Zealous. My name is Ithaca Hawk. As mentioned, I've got Jintan and Wingnut Cross, and I am so excited that we are finally here at this final. It's only taken us 3 years to get here. 3 years we started this. And now we've got Germany versus London in. So Jintan, where were all the different teams from originally?
Yeah, we had originally 8 teams competing at this event. That all happened yesterday. We had a team, unfortunately, that was knocked out from Toronto, Russia, an online open qualifier, which had to fight through 16 rounds of best of 1 to get here. I've said Toronto. Vegas, Amsterdam, and Australia, represented by our good friend Wingnut. Wingnut, what was it like trying to fight your way through and not quite making it to these finals?
Minorly embarrassing. This is why you check your lock ranges, guys. I thought I had 80 kilometers. I did not.
So unfortunately, you were knocked out. The best of 1 single elimination, 16 rounds the online-only team had to get through. I believe the word for that is absolute shenanigans and bullshit. But they managed to get through. They got knocked out yesterday in the tournament that brought us here. So as mentioned, we have from London, Team RNG, composed of the Starfleet Commander and Annie Gardet, 2 incredibly experienced tournament pilots. Starfleet, of course, is the captain from the WeFarm Volta Alliance tournament team who came 2nd this year. Annie Gardet is actually the brains behind that. Team Starfleet knows almost nothing about the game. Annie carries him to victory. Jintan, can you tell me a little bit about the German team?
Yeah, Macaulay is a renowned PvP pilot, the captain of the Lumpy AT team. Erzblank, I haven't had quite as much time to get to know, but he has been an excellent pilot so far in the games, managing to win out matches in the qualifiers to get to this in Hull, carrying Macaulay on his back to do so.
So, Wingnut, tell me a little bit about the matches yesterday. Like, you competed in, I believe, unfortunately, just 1.
Yep.
But what was the tournament format like yesterday?
So it was all obviously AT cruisers, AT frigates. They were all passive tanked, and there was a few special ones made that to catch people out. Like me. But we've had a few interesting ones. There are some that have ABs fitted. There are some that have like no tank. And there are some that are just amazing. I mean, the Laylaps was a god king. Rapid lights, maximum shield tank. The theme was banned a lot. Obviously, we all know any Phantasm-based hull is ridiculous. So theme follows that trend very well.
Yeah, so if you don't know, all these ships that we're talking about, these are all Alliance Tournament prize ships given out over the last 19 years of EVE Online. And this is what they're having to fly with today. Ships that on TQ would cost you hundreds of billions, if not more. And in this round, CCP Zealous has gone home and had a few drinks and then changed all of the fits. So now instead of passive tank, we have active tank. And he's fitted basically full of officer modules. So these ships are now worth potentially trillions if it was on TQ. Of course, this is on Thunderdome, so it doesn't actually count.
And in some cases, active tank. There are a few special ones again, and I hope these guys don't pick them, but at the same time, I really hope they do.
Yeah, it's worth noting that these teams have both only had about a day to look over these fits. I heard that Starfleet Commander and Annie actually skipped some of the earlier events today to sit at home and practice on Singularity so that they could know a little bit about what they were coming up to.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Starfleet yesterday, and he left the pub crawl to go back to his apartment so they could practice hard. He got into his apartment at 10:05, and CCP Zealous had turned Thunderdome off at 10 p.m. So he went off for no reason. You literally wasted your evening.
Leaving the pub crawl early.
Yep.
That
So,
is some heresy.
Who here went to the pub crawl? Yeah. Who here was very tired this morning? Yeah.
And who here's lost their voice?
Me too.
How are you all still awake?
I've been standing over there before this. Like, I've literally still got them. Like, throat lozenges and gargling coffee, trying to get my voice to come back a little bit. Unfortunately for CCP Zealous, his went literally as we were standing here discussing things. Mid-sentence, bang, that's the end of the voice. But this happens at FanFest. Did you guys have a great time at FanFest, though? Good, because you have to. You're legally obliged to say you did. That's why you're here. But we're only, I think, maybe 10 minutes away, 5 minutes away from doing what EVE players do best in EVE Online. That is just punching each other in the face until someone wins. And I see lots of conferring going on.
I'm just liking I can see a couple of the ships, and I'm already excited.
Yeah, I'm actually going to wander over and see what people are picking. I could ruin this entire tournament if I said the wrong thing now. Hi, Annie.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. What about you?
I'm very well, thank you. Are you nervous?
I'm fine.
Oh, fantastic. How about you?
That man's lying.
How about you, Starfleet Commander? Are you nervous?
Ask me easy.
Easy, he says. Easy. Easy game. So, if you're on Team RNG, give us a cheer. Very nice. So let's go check these guys out. How are you guys doing? You nervous?
Not at all. I'm just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here. That's very
That man's lying too.
And what about yourself? You look like you're very busy fitting ships.
Yeah, just some heat management issues.
Some heat management issues. Yeah, don't burn your guns out. That'd be very embarrassing. A lot of people will see it. If you're on the No Fox Given side, give us a cheer.
Yeah, there you go.
There we are. It seems like we've got a clear fan favorite here, No Fox Given. We'll see if that changes after the first round and we see what ships these teams bring.
Yeah, my favorites too, to be honest. They've known you as Blank in the past, so I'm betting on you. Don't
of course,
screw it
gambling
up.
is now against the EULA, so please don't bet on any of these matches.
I'm looking forward to see what these teams bring. I'm seeing some very interesting ship choices on both sides. I think CCP Zealous, how many minutes out are we in this one?
Little over 5 minutes.
Little over 5 minutes. That's a long time, that's what that is.
Yeah, why don't we go over some of the rules quickly of this match?
What's a great idea?
So both teams will be starting outside of D-scan range from one another, as is the norm for these tournaments. The warp-in ranges will be anywhere from 0 to 30 kilometers, and they will be choosing warp-ins at angles that they don't know from the other team. So even if you warp in at 30, there is a chance that you could, land at 90 from another team that's warped in at 30, and you end up quite close to one another. So there's a lot of guesswork and a lot of mind games that come into play when you're deciding where to warp in. And also, because this is a 2v2, the arena is only an 80-kilometer radius. So there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You've got to fight or die.
Wingnut, speaking of dying.
Oh.
That happened to you the other day.
Oh, that's too soon, man.
Tell me exactly what happened, because you told me afterwards, and it was kind of funny.
Yeah. So I told you guys about the lock range, 56 kilometers. That sounds great, except I'm flying an Adrestia with a shootable range of about 120. And my plan was to use the Raiju, double damp out the laylaps to less than 60, and start aggressing the poor guy. Just as we're about to be warped into the arena, wait a second. Oh, no. So we had to just charge. We had nothing else we could do. We had to charge in point blank with a railgun ship because we had no range control. I am so embarrassed. This is why you check your fits, guys. You don't wait until the last moment like I did.
Well, one of the things about playing in tournaments like this, the Alliance tournament, the Anger Games, which is on in a couple of weeks.
It's on, May the 28th and 29th.
Yeah.
And then it will be played for another 3 weekends from there.
Yeah, bunch of nutters. That's Sothrusil and Dirk, who has been organising that. Fantastic. If you like tournaments, make sure you watch that. We've had the Alliance tournament, we had the Alliance Open, a whole bunch of things. So but if you've never flown in a tournament, it's actually incredibly stressful. You think, oh, I'm just going to go do some PvP, but then as soon as you get teleported, suddenly you feel like the heart start to go, and then you warp in and you see the enemies. Never imagine doing that sitting on a stage with all of you wonderful people staring at you, knowing that if you make a mistake, if you burn your guns out,
everyone's going to know.
Everyone's going to know all
And
about it.
they're all going to laugh.
Yeah, I will laugh as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would too. At myself.
So, Jintan, what ships are you excited to see here? What do you think is going to be the real powerhouse thus far? We've had a couple of bans from the earlier rounds.
Yeah, actually in this match, the Fiend and the Maracha are banned. The bans are actually being decided by RNG based on all of the ships.
Not the team.
Not by RNG, the team, by the random number generator operated by our good friend CCP Zealous. So there are 3 ships that can potentially be banned: the Fiend, the Maracha, and the Laylaps. And a dice roll will decide which 2 of those are banned and which one is free to be allowed. In this first match, it is the Fiend and the Maracha that have been banned. So you have still have quite a considerable number of ships to choose from. You've got everything from the Vanguard, a really, really old AT ship that has newt bonuses, armor, and a huge amount of tank. But then you've also got things like the Adestria, which our good friend Wignut failed to use appropriately, and also some really fun little frigates like the Virtuoso. I really hope we see a Virtuoso. It's a kiting stealth bomber, effectively. And whilst most of these frigates can catch them, if you can lock down the cruiser, possibly, you can put down so much DPS downrange with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of really fantastically overpowered ships that you can win doing the Alliance tournament, and CCP Zealous has made them even more overpowered with those officer modules.
Some of them. Some of them.
So this could be incredibly quick, or it could be incredibly slow and painful. We will find out very soon. I see the teams are in space, so I think we're only a few minutes away now.
The warping is enabled. The pilots are on the way to the arena.
Warping is enabled, so the teams will soon get their first view of each other, and they'll have that moment when they go, oh crap, we picked the wrong ships, and see who's going to win this one. But Jintan, if I had to ask you to put some money on it, not in the EULA, of course, which one would you go for? Which team?
You know, I'm going to go for the team that's most prepared and go against the crowd here, be the heel as I usually am. I'm going to say that RNG will take this first match. Their superior practice seems to have, will hopefully pay off.
Well, one single person agrees with you. So.
Oh, it's just like most of my opinions then. Normally it's my mum.
And when... And Wignut, which team are you going to go for in this first match?
I'm not even going for the team. I'm going for yours blank. That's all.
By himself?
By himself. The other guy I don't know. Don't care. He's all good. Just yours blank. Mate, again, my money's on you. Don't screw it up like I did.
Again, hypothetical money.
Oh, of course. Like, no, just magical money that doesn't really exist or in any shape or form.
Right, so I'm on the tiebreaker. Well, technically, you didn't even vote for a team. You voted for a person. But I'm going to assign you to this team. So I'm actually in Volta, so I think Starfleet says I have to vote for.
I think he said he would kick you out if you didn't vote for him.
So I'm going to vote for the RNG guys. I think they can pull us out. There's so much tournament experience on this desk in general.
Right, we now have ships on grid by the looks of things. This is going to be a really interesting matchup because we have a mirror to start the game off. Annie Gardet in the Adestria and Starfleet Commander in the Cambion going up against Mikolel in the Adestria and Urs Blank in the Cambion.
They both picked the ship I failed in. This is not fair.
So the Cambion, if you don't know, is it claims to be a frigate. It looks like a frigate. It's actually a Drake hiding inside a frigate skin. It's incredibly powerful. Does a huge amount of DPS, massive amounts of tank, and of course the Adestria can just vomit DPS. We're going to go to the match soon. Don't worry, calm yourself down. As I see that we're getting locked up, we're getting ready to do it, and the first match will be commentated by Wignut Cross and Jintan.
Yeah, something interesting to note about these Cambion fits as well is that both of these Cambions are going to be polarized rocket Cambions. So there is an absolute hell of a lot of DPS, but next to no tank to back it up with.
Just as he finished saying, they're Drakes. They just removed the Drake part of it, and now it's just really good rocket DPS. So.
They do have an active tank. They've got a medium ancillary shield booster, so
and the countdown has begun.
Reps are going to be coming out of here, but we're going to see health bars go up and down, up and down.
Oh, mate, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a bloodbath.
20 seconds.
Oh, anyone else getting excited? I am.
15 seconds.
I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be beautiful, boys.
What do you think the first primaries are going to be? Do you think those Adestrias are going to try and pick off those Cambions?
A Cambion is a hard target to hit, so I suspect they'll probably go for the headshot here with all the DPS.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we're off, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen quite yet. Oh, yeah, both of those Cambions
In
are
we
charging
go.
at each other, but they've gone past each other. They're both going for the tackles on those Adestrias, but they're using that defensive scram. Look at the HP on Urs Blank, though, Wingnut.
They're going for the DPS on the Cambions. I think that's drone DPS and maybe some guns, but yeah, they're going for the tackle on the big boys, but they're changed over. They're now tackling each other. Cambion versus Cambion action, dead center here. One of the Adestrias is running the hell away. That's
Yeah, Annie Gaudet is going in almost javelin range here. It looks like... No. He's swapping over to Mikolel in the Adestria. He's ignoring... He's not even trying to help his friend there because Starfleet Commander is going down!
That was not a good choice, switching over targets there. He could have made the trade with yours, but he's like, nope, I'm going for the other Adestria.
That said, Mikolel is low. He is in he's got a third of his armor taken away here. He does have a rep, though, so some of this will come back.
And I believe he has an assault damage control as well. I'd have to double check that one, but... So he's got extra burst of tank, which might actually help him here.
Yeah, look at that. The Cambion is able to rep up here, and if he's being smart, he will probably be able to reload his medium Ansil shield booster before Annie Gaudet can finish off Mikolel.
Yep, and I just noticed the Annie Gaudet is now re-tackling the Cambion, so I think... Is he tackling? Yeah, he's re-tackling the Cambion, so he's trying to get the kill perhaps, or maybe trying to stop the US Bank from running away. But at the moment, just not looking too good for Annie at the moment.
Yeah, I think the scram range bonus on the Adestria is just allowing him to peel him off, basically.
Oh, I said that. Look how close Mikakola's getting. He's repping real low.
Yeah, wow, this is just going back and forth. Both teams here probably running low on Ansil pace. You can see, though, Mikolel now finally entering Hull.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad. I think an unloaded Ansil might be able to tank just that Cambion DPS, potentially. So if they can get Mikolel down, this might be game, potentially.
Oh, man, I was going to say that Annie's not got a
close here.
chance. Oh, another bit of Hull. Another little bit of Hull, another 10%.
Oh, Miko is holding on just like I'm holding on hope for Katiz to be introduced to EVE Online.
Oh, man, I honestly didn't think Annie would be even closest, but he is absolutely fighting for his life here. Mikaka losing even more Hull. He's just not repping enough.
Yeah, he is still just
tackled.
There we go.
And suddenly this match is entirely flipped.
Look at Urs Blank. He has to win this match basically on his own here in a polarized Cambion. Look, but how is he going to be able... Is that Adestria going to be able to apply to this Cambion?
He does have a set of drones on him at the moment, so that should give him some damage, but it looks like he's not doing much at all. Urs might even have this still. Urs. I never figured out how to pronounce that, even when I was versing him.
Yeah, look at that. There's misses. You can see those railguns just
here we go.
across the arena. Oh,
Here
a
we
couple of
go.
good shots. Transversal matching,
Oh!
feathering, elite PvP. A one rep.
And Urs is going down.
It's not
gone.
enough.
The come from behind win there. We shouldn't have doubted them, right?
We shouldn't have doubted him.
We shouldn't have doubted them.
Wow.
All that practice.
Wow. One exciting match there. Annie Gaudet, I would just like to ask you one simple question. I mean, that was fantastic. Really great performance.
Right.
How is your back after carrying Starfleet Commander?
Oh, well, you know, it's like easy peasy lemon squeezy, right?
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And Starfleet, Europe must be well rested. Your legs are looking incredibly rested since you've not had to use them.
I don't need to play.
It's all, it's all on Annie. I mean, it started super strong. The damage was applied from RNG almost immediately, and I actually thought it was going to be over a lot quicker than it was. But then Starfleet fed as usual, and Annie went through the rest of the match. Carried that match. That was absolutely fantastic. But coming over here, guys, you dropped the first match. That's unfortunate. It was super tight. How are you feeling?
Tight. We didn't, like, the mirror was a bit of unexpected, but I guess it's fine. Some charges that we could have gone better with. I was like 5 seconds away from the ADC, but I don't think I would have killed him in that time. Like, it's fine.
Well, this is our best
Everything
of
is fine.
three. Best of three, so you've got another chance to bring this back, take it to the full third one. How are you feeling? Is that something that's going to happen? We're going to see 3 matches here?
I think so. I hope so. We're totally going to do our best. I think we fucked some things up with our management, but I think we're going to do better next time.
Fantastic. Do better next time. That is such a great motto for EVE Online. All right, so we've got about, 10 minutes, I think, for the next match. Is that correct? 15. Oh, boy.
My, that's going to be good.
Yeah. So unpack a little bit of that match for me, Jintan. The damage from the No Fox Given team landed a little bit slower than the RNG guys' damage, but yet RNG came through in the end. Like, what was the defining difference between those two?
Yeah, the initial engagement there was basically both of the Cambions were able to tackle each other in the center of the arena, but whereas Starfleet Commander burnt away in the Adestria and was able to get a little bit of range going on, the Adestria on the other team burnt in. So it seemed like they were trying to all in that Cambion, kill him off quickly and get the numbers advantage, but they just weren't able to hold on to him, and that was what cost them there.
Now, Wingnut, let's put yourself in the position of these teams, right? You've got one team that's just won and one team that's just lost. Depending on the bans, are you going to bring something different, or are you going to bring the same thing? If you've just won, are you going to say, hey, we won with this, we'll bring it again? Or if you've lost, are you going to say, we're going to bring something different?
Well, I think they've picked these things, so they expect it to be the best comp. The fact that both picked it, seems like the comp they're using is going to be the right one. Then again, they could go, you know what? Now I know that guy's bringing that. Hold on a minute, I can bring something different. And I believe the bans will change with the second round. So some of these things, like for instance the Maracha, long-range control, could change the match entirely.
Yeah, exactly. I'm super excited to see if we're going to see another mirror matchup. Mirror matchups are some of my favorite matches in EVE tournament play because, especially when the fits are the same, you know, this is two sets of the same ships, Jintan, and it's all about pilot execution, target calling, and basically just doing it right and not screwing it up. Talk to me about that, because you have flown in numerous teams. You're flying in the Anger Games, I believe.
Yep.
Just before you do, the voice from the void. The Laylaps, the Fiend, and the Maracha are now all banned.
There you go. Ooh. So all of the... Can we get an ooh from the audience?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's like a pantomime.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was your question, Leothika?
Oh, I've forgotten. It was something about
pilot
you've flown
skill.
in yes, pilot scale. Something that, of course, you have, Jintan. Many pilot skills.
That's why I went out in the feeders of the last AT.
I wasn't going to mention it.
But no, there is a lot to kind of these sorts of matchups. One big thing that we actually saw was that both teams popped their ADCs immediately upon taking damage, just so that in the hope that they could survive for long enough to fire the ADC off a second time in the match. And doing that just gives you so much of an advantage. It lets you effectively increase your EHP twice. And especially when you've got an active tank, that just allows you to rep up a considerable amount of your buffer and then go back in. Equally, heat management is critical in these sorts of matchups because these ships do not have something like the T3C bonuses. They aren't Triglavian ships. You can't just heat the guns for most of the match and just basically ignore that heat bar going up. All it will take is a couple of extra cycles and you can burn out your guns, you can burn out your prop mod. But if you don't finish a match with about 90% heat, you've left so much damage, so much speed on the table that alone can cost you an entire match.
Wingnut, doing these 2v2s, like how much is it in the target calling and you warp in, you see what they've brought. How long do you have to discuss and what's it like? Like, there's only two ships. It can't be that hard. Like, talk me through it.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. You kind of look what you got and go, what tools have I got, what tools have they got? And you got maybe anywhere from 1 to 5 minutes to really look at them and go, okay, plan is kill that guy, shoot that guy, chase that guy, run from that guy. It's very, you have a pretty simple setup going on there. For instance, the Sydney one was pirate cruiser, pirate frigate. So if you see an Orthrus, you don't run away from him. He's gonna shoot you at any range. You go for him. So it's, it's with the 2v2s, there is very, I won't say limited, but it's very direct options of how you win. Which was actually, they both kind of picked similar but different strategies. One actually went for the Adrestia kind of first after they harassed the Cambion. So there's a little bit of play difference, but you notice that the ideas generally tend to stay the same.
Yeah, one thing I thought was fantastic by the RNG team is normally in a 2v2, the first team that loses the ship is probably going to lose because that's half of your team gone. And obviously Starfleet dead immediately, and then Annie came through, killed 2 ships by himself, surviving. The difference just came on execution and target calling. And Jintan, we saw, as you said, Starfleet burning away and Annie swapping onto the other ship. Like, how do you make that call when you're shooting something and he's not dying? When do you just give up on it and swap?
I don't know, it's so hard to make. That's what makes a really good captain, the ability to understand that you've made a mistake and correct it. It's so difficult to do that, especially given that captaining usually requires you to commit to a strategy and commit to it with full force, not pull back and just go all in and in your belief that you're going to win. Because, in a certain extent, it's almost a battle of wills playing EVE Online, especially when when it's with bigger teams, even more so. You've got to just have that desire to win more than your opponents.
Yeah, desire to win. It sounds silly, but like just being able to just focus on it and just crush the competition. It sounds easy in theory, very hard in practice. So I'm looking at the teams. I'm seeing them fitting up ships, looking at he's spinning his ship, getting themselves ready. But we've got our two lovely GMs here, sort of keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't go up to any silly business. Personally, though, if I'm Team Germany, I am very intimidated by having GM Goat standing right behind me. That's some ominous man there. But he's actually a lovely cuddly bear.
It makes me feel like a gnome. Like seriously, like I feel so much shorter. I was like, I'm still a child next to a man.
The teams have just been moved into system. They're doing 1 minute of checks and will be starting shortly.
Fantastic. Teams have moved into systems. So right now, they are picking their warp-in ranges. As Jintan mentions, it's 0 to 30. They don't know what the other team's brought yet. So this is the moment where they are going to be warping and spamming that D-scan button to just get as much intel as early as possible and start formulating that plan to see who they're going to shoot at first. Jintan, how important is the range of warp-in in a match like this with 2v2?
It's very important, especially given all of the mind games now that No Fox Given can potentially play. You know, they are the people with the loss. They're the people who can potentially bring something completely different and mess up the way this matchup played in the past. I don't know, though. I'm so curious to see what both teams have brought here.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see them warp in, because I'm excited to see. Are we going to have another mirror matchup, do you think?
You know what? No. I'm going to say that both teams are going to bring something different. I reckon that No Fox Given will bring something new, and Starfleet Commander and Annie, they'll have something special in the tank for their second match so that they can send us home without a third game.
Yeah, important to know, actually, that the German team, I believe, came to this point undefeated. So that's the first match since this tournament started 3 years ago that they've dropped, I believe.
Yeah.
I think you told me that, was that? Or did I just make that up?
I think you made that one up.
Oh, well, I think it's a great stat, so let's just give it to them. So fantastic. Well done, guys. Like, not dropping a single match until you got here.
German efficiency.
German efficiency. We just do the minimum amount of matches that is required. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to see what they bring. The ships are now warping.
I remember, it's effectively a 2v1, because after all, Starfleet will feed again.
For Starfleet Commander.
Anyway, for this match, we'll be taken over by Ithaca Hawk and Wingnut Cross.
Yep. When they arrive...
When they arrive. Yeah.
These guys must be the slowest warpers in all of EVE. Have you Higgs rigged your stuff? Wait, no, that guy's a freighter. Hold on. We'll be here a while.
There we go. Oh, I see a Cambion.
Oh, boy.
Oh, here we go. So one Cambion from Starfleet Commander. Try not to lose this one. These are quite expensive.
I think it's just a pod in disguise.
And an Adrestia. And oh boy, look what we have. A Cambion and an Adrestia. So we're going for another mirror matchup here. Both teams choosing to bring exactly what they brought before. Starfleet is right in the center of the arena at 0. Urs Blank in his Cambion, though, at 10 kilometers, choosing to warp a little bit further away. Annie in his Adrestia at 20 kilometers, and Mikoko at 28. So slightly different warping ranges there, Wingnut.
Exactly that, yeah. Looks like Urs Blank and Miko are playing a bit more safe here. Meanwhile, Starfleet is saying, well, if I'm going to die first, I might as well start at 0.
The countdown has begun.
The countdown has begun as CCP Zealous hits the button to get this underway. This now is a championship world final point. If Starfleet Commander and Annie Gardet can win this match, then they win the entire everything over the last 3 years, and they will go home with all the prizes. The No Fox Given team have to win this,
10,
otherwise they go home.
9, 8,
here we go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go, and we are underway. So this could be it. This could be the last match of the day. We'll see what happens. Damage. Drones are coming out. No damage yet. Who's going to be the first primary? There you go. Starfleet Commander once again feeding his Cambion.
Yeah. It looks like at the moment both Cambions have gone right past each other. Starfleet's gone straight for the Adrestia. It looks like Annie's also, I believe, pressuring him. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Urs Blank has finally got onto the other Adrestia, but it's a bit too late.
I think they realize if they can get rid of the Adrestia, then their Adrestia can tank the Cambion basically to the end of the match, and that would be win condition for them. And Mikoko is struggling in his Adrestia. He's into half armor, going down faster. Annie Gardet, though, starting to take some damage. Not as much as Mikoko, though, who's about to hit Hull.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't think these ships can tank both ships at the same time, these Adrestias. So he's going to start bleeding Hull reasonably soon. Meanwhile, Andy is now getting pressured as well. So this is going to be a race now, except I think at the moment, Starfleet and Annie are ahead.
Yeah, they're just barely ahead. It's just two teams that have approached F1. They are just overheating as much as they possibly can. Mikoko is repping. Oh, Annie Gardette, though, is bleeding a little bit further into Hull. If Annie goes down before Mikoko, this could be massive. They could bring it back.
Yeah, but don't forget, Approach F1 is the most elite of PvP strategies. It will always succeed.
Oh,
And look at Mikko, he's getting low.
He's starting to drop.
He's starting
Can he
to break.
survive long enough to force Annie to die first? Because that's probably a winning
No,
condition.
no,
he is down. He is down. One Adrestia down.
And surprise of surprises, Starfleet didn't feed.
All Annie and Starfleet have to do now is kill Earthblank in this Cambion, and they have won the FanFest Global Finals. They have won everything. Just don't fly out of the arena, guys.
That is, I'm amazed. Starfleet doesn't feed, they win. It's
Yeah, to be honest, this is actually quite a tense moment because it's very easy to do something wrong and fly out of the arena. The arena is smaller than normal at 80 kilometers. What he can try and do is bait them towards the edge and try and see if he can force them to fly out. But at the moment, they're... Yeah. I hear them calling game. That is it. The Cambion, Earthblank about to go down. And there we have it. We don't even need the third match. Team RNG, Starfleet Commander and Annie Gardette winning the EVE FanFest Global Finals.
And absolutely
congratulations, guys. There we have it, the Grand Champion, Starfleet Commander. I'm not going to talk to you. Annie Gardette.
Yes, thank you.
How was that?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, it was just amazing. After more than 2 years after London, finally being in Iceland, in Reykjavik, playing the final, it's just the best feeling ever.
Yep. I mean, you guys did fantastic. You took it, bang, bang, done. Didn't even need that third match. What was your thoughts going into that match? Like, were you nervous? Did you think that you were going to maybe take it in two, or were you maybe playing for the third almost?
So we were thinking maybe they would go for something a bit different. Fortunately, the labs was banned, so they weren't able to go at 0 and just try and dunk us. But it turns out they went for the same thing again, so we did the same thing, same tactic. Go for the DLL labs, and it worked out pretty well.
Awesome, fantastic. There, Starfleet Commander.
You all right, mate?
How are you?
I'm good, yeah. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. So you're a champion again. You came second in Alliance tournament.
I know, yeah.
But here you go. You managed to win.
I've got to thank Annie. Really, he carries it for me. Really, I'm just sort of here for the ride, you know. But I want to say well played. It was good fights. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's have a round of applause for the Team RNG. Your champions here today. Well done, guys. And I'm going to come over and speak to you guys now for a little bit. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say how does that feel, because I imagine that feels pretty terrible. But you got a free trip here to Iceland. You got to see everyone, meet everyone. What was the experience like playing on the stage here in front of everybody?
It was great. I actually didn't expect it to actually happen when I heard that the first FanFest got cancelled. But it's amazing to be here, and it was great to play here on the stage.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, you guys did absolutely incredible. It was such a great performance to watch. How was it for you? Like, did you have a good time?
I had a good time. Same as Mikko, I was not expecting to stand on stage tonight. It was, like with the faction fits, it was a bit of a matter of 20-second fights with the Lelabs. Thankfully, it didn't went for that, but actually we had mirror matches, so I don't know if it was better. We tried to change up the tactics a bit, but didn't work out. Yeah.
Oh, well,
nice matches.
Not everything can, but thank you very much. Round of applause for No Fox Given, your runners up. And now, CCP Zealous.
If I can have No Fox Given, please. So as a second prize winners, you get a wonderful HyperX Pulsefire Haste wireless mouse each.
Thank you.
And a HyperX, a Cloud Alpha wireless headset each.
There we go.
Thank you very much. And if I can have RNG over here, please. You guys get a wonderful AMD Radeon RX 6800 XT each. Our new global finalist winners, RNG. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. It's been an absolute privilege having you. I hope you enjoyed the couple of matches. We'll see you all again very soon for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
And the party.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well, it was 3 years in the making. Congratulations to RNG for finally winning the global finals of FanFest 2022. Joining us now on the CCP TV set is the Oz, who is a famed EVE marketeer. If you're watching the live stream earlier today, you would have seen his excellent presentation. But in addition to the... I'm sorry, there's something happening on the stage and it's totally throwing me.
It's the first time you fluffed it today. You've been so good all day, right?
I apologize for that, folks. Yeah, if you would have caught his stream early into the day, which was entitled Trust, Trillions, and just three, like that three trade tower. Oh, very clever. Was that on purpose?
Kind of.
No, very clever. But you've had a super busy you've had a super busy time at FanFest as well. In addition to your presentation, you also did a roundtable. You've also been interviewed by media.
Yeah.
Like it feels to me. I mean, I know you've been active in the community. You've been playing EVE since 2004.
Yeah.
And you've been giving, for lack of a better term, financial advice. On your stream and that for a long time. But I mean, this might be an incredibly ignorant thing for me to say, and if you disagree, say so. But it just feels like you've really sort of catapulted in the last couple of years, just in terms of your profile in the community and those kinds of things.
Yeah. I was always an EVE player, but I was never a content creator. I was never somebody who even took part in anything in the community, and that all just changed when I started streaming. And since then, the community has been so supportive, CCP has been so supportive, and this is my first gaming convention ever.
Right.
And it's my first FanFest, obviously, ever, and it's been amazing, absolutely amazing. These 2 days were a fantastic experience. I already can't wait for the party tonight, but then also next year, because I'm definitely going to be back. This is just fantastic.
I mean, the thing is, as well, is you've really found yourself a perfect niche that's not really been covered by anybody else in the EVE community, and it requires kind of some background skills as well, which you clearly have. But the thing I find very amazing as well was that, I mean, you kind of threw yourself into this. It's your first kind of convention, and you went, I'm going to go up on stage and I'm going to present to 1,000 people. How's that been for you? What did you get away from this? What would you say to people who would like to maybe do something similar? What would you recommend, or what are your experiences of the last couple of days?
So I feel like, yes, it's very niche, but clearly the last 2 years have shown me that people somehow respond to that very niche content that I do, because I have a very good viewership on Twitch. And when I saw that you guys were looking for presenters, I thought, well, I know that there are enough people out there that like to hear this sort of content. I'm a fairly outgoing person. I don't have a problem getting up on stage. I have a bit of practice in that, and streaming prepares you for that a lot. I had no idea that the stage was going to be this big, or that I was going to be on it. I mean, Convict wrote to me and said, "Hey, do you want to be, would you be fine on the main stage?" I said, "Sure." I have no idea what that means, but I'll do it. In the end, I'm kind of glad that I didn't know everything, because the stage is absolutely amazing. The setting is great, and I had a great time doing it. So I think it ended up for the good, but it was, it's not. I was nervous.
Yeah, you need that screen at home, right, for your dashboard. Yeah.
That's exactly what I told the video guy. I was like, "How do I get this?" He said, "It's like 22 gigabytes or something." I'm like, "Oh, Twitch is not going to do that."
Yeah. You could just literally every single wall of your streaming room would just be covered in this one screen, right?
Yeah. As Frost mentioned, it's the niche thing, which is great because you can own that. But the amount of interest beyond that is what really I thought was really cool about getting you onto the main stage of this presentation.
Yeah.
Because I'd watched your stream before, and I know a lot of people at CCP, particularly in the economic side of things, find it very, very interesting and watch it on the reg. However, it wasn't until Friendship Week, which we did a few months ago, where we invited a bunch of different EVE streamers to stream on the CCP TV platform rather than on their own channels, just to sort of put them in front of more eyeballs. And your stream, I knew it would be popular, but I was really surprised because now this, for all I know, this is a meme on your own Twitch chat.
Yeah.
But I remember when your stream started and you're looking at graphs and you're looking, showing different tools for markets and things like that, there were people in EVE chat making the joke like, oh, spaceships win, spaceships win. And you're like, this isn't an undocking stream, all right? There's no spaceships here. I'm here to talk about the markets. And then when your slot, as it were, was up 2 hours later, like, you were starting to wrap up and people are like, no, can you please keep going? We want to hear more of this. And you're like, I'll have to ask CCP Convict. And I was like, yeah, sure, go for it. And like Twitch chat was literally like, can we? Keep going. And you went for like another half hour or 45 minutes or something. And that's like, what you do is niche in that not people necessarily it's in the front of their minds. But at the end of the day, I think everyone who's interested in a game as complex as EVE has a deep and abiding interest in the markets and the economy. And how
it's like like we just said earlier, I'm saving up for a Titan, right? Station trading is really helping with that. So to have some knowledge of that is just so important. But the other thing as well that I find incredible, and which you pointed out when you did the Friendship Week, is the amount of third-party tools that you can draw upon to help you in your trading and to understand the markets better. Is quite incredible.
It's it wouldn't be possible without those tools. And I think the way I explain it, that I think the streams are popular and the CCP streams and Friendship Week and everything that we did after that is popular. I do spend a lot of time. Like, I understand that this content is not easy. Like I've spent a lot of time preparing my spreadsheets and the way I explain things. I spend a lot of time making it easy for people to understand. And so I think over time it just became it went from I explained to people how to trade towards something where now people don't really want to miss what I say in that week, because most of the time the things I say in my show become economically relevant in the following week. So
I don't want you mentioning the stuff that I trade in, right? Because you're going to affect the market.
So there's a little bit of an Oz effect going on in the market when I trade about it. But I think a lot of people think that streaming on Twitch, and you guys know this, but it's something I do. I switch on the camera and then I go and there goes no preparation into it. And I myself spent more time preparing the stream than actually streaming, and I think that is part of the success that the content has.
I believe it too, because you always have a structure and a flow to your streams, which isn't something you can always just do organically. You never sort of sit there and go like, what should we look at next? It just always seems to like plug along and chug really well, which is great. So you should definitely check it. It's the _Oz.
Oz_Eve.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, on
Oz_Eve on
Twitch.
Twitch. So definitely check out some of your streams.
Yeah.
So, I want to circle back around. You said this FanFest was like, your first experience at FanFest. You've had a really good time. You plan on coming back. Did you get a chance to check out any of the other presentations? Were there any other speakers or anything? Is the data and analytics stuff of particular interest to you? Did you go to any of the round? You had CCP Psych, who was
I had him as an
econ guy on your roundtable. What were some of the questions thrown at you guys during the roundtable?
Yeah. So to the first question, I missed some of the presentations, unfortunately, because apparently people wanted to interview me, which is very, very new to me. But we had the whole media circle, and it was a fantastic experience. But I missed some presentations, but I'm going to be rewatching everything anyway, because here it's so much information, everything at the same time. So
it becomes more about meeting the other players, and then we all watch it on YouTube later on in the week, right?
I noticed my visits to FanFest took a particular trajectory where it was like my very first FanFest. You were working this one, so it's technically, so it's probably different for you. But my very first FanFest, I went to everything. And by my third FanFest, I probably spent 90% of my time just socializing and then watching the other stuff on the VODs.
So I missed some of them. But the stuff that I saw was fun. I saw the opening, obviously. Today, the data stuff, I saw about half of it. I thought the Ratati's presentation this morning on Living Universe was great. I saw that.
All right. Unfortunately, the voices in my head are telling me that it's time to head back down to the main stage for the closing ceremony, which is going to get underway in just a couple of seconds. After that, we'll be back just for a final goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Do we have the clicker?
Yes, yes. Is there audio? Nobody can hear me. Hello. Is this thing on? Nothing? I'm trying to talk, but I can't hear anything.
All right, guys.
Is it on? Hello.
Yeah,
there
it's
it
on.
is. Woo! Finally. What's up, guys?
It's amazing to see
Hello,
everyone
everyone.
here. Holy crap, this was a great fan fest. Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Didn't catch that.
Need to grab the clicker real quick. We're very prepared,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
you can tell.
Click on, click off.
Can't click.
Is there a clapper? No, it didn't work.
It doesn't work.
So as you know, I am CCP Swift, CCP Zealous, CCP Paragon, community team. It's been amazing hanging out with you guys all FanFest long. Some of you guys came in here earlier in the week, and we had a really, really good time together. But it all started out early in the morning, Wednesday, party bus.
It was a really early morning.
Yeah.
Really early in the morning.
I don't know whose idea this was, but...
Yeah, it was his idea, by the way.
No. It was one.
Would you place all the blame on you?
It was mine. It was great. You guys are awesome.
The afternoon bus, a little bit more excited people, a little less sleepy people, but who cares? I was in this one, so we got this one. And of course, you guys kind of went through the city of Reykjavik even before FanFest started. Also, some people are dropping the best hip-hop album of the year.
New Eden's hottest mixtape, I hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew Equalizers was a DJ, but I didn't know Rix was on the tracks.
Backing vocals.
And you guys didn't mess around. You showed up real early to the Groska office. This guy showed up especially early, and he was really... Yeah, there you are. Yeah, it's been great all week. He was really excited to be here, as you can see. And yeah, it was great running into you and just showing you a glimpse of the office. Absolutely fantastic. Look how happy he is. He's just like, it's so great to be here. And after that, we gathered here in Jita, 4-4, Laugardalshöll Arena, where we all had an amazing time. It was fantastic. We had people in suits.
Yeah.
And we had just a great time.
We didn't have an official cosplay contest, but if we did, obvious winner.
It doesn't count. He wins every time, right?
Yeah. He's disqualified for the next one. No. We'll do something good. But a lot of you guys have been to many FanFests before, but we were shocked and really happy to see a lot of you people having your very first FanFest. Here is one. The leader, or the CEO, the founder of UrsherCon, ran into CCP Burger, told him about how he started an alliance before EVE Online actually existed. So his alliance is now 20 years old, even though EVE is only 19. So he gets this bit of a shout out. His very first FanFest after all these years. So now you have to come to the next one. It's an obligation. During the opening ceremony, we heard from the boss, CCP Helmar.
Yes, we did.
A nice little chat, warmed everyone up. Talked about a little bit about the friendship machine, EVE Online, and absolutely everything there is about it.
We got this guy as well.
Yeah, he set the record straight for us.
What was that? What was it again? Who won? I wasn't listening.
Yeah, the monkey. It's something about a monkey. I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows?
But it was nice to see that his legs are looking very fine. CCP Burger looked a little bit roadmappy stuff. We talked about faction warfare, Living Universe presentation today with CCP Aurora, CCP Ritati, and CCP Loki. That was a good one for you guys at home. If you missed it, go watch it. It was amazing. Coming up next week, though, talked a little bit about this Siege Green, the updates to dreadnoughts, faction ships, the blueprint material costs for all that. That'll be live. We hadn't really announced it. We've kind of talked about it a little bit, but that'll be live on Tuesday. So after you guys get home, you're jet lagged, you can download the patch and start building dreads to go blow stuff up.
And finally, we got to chat with the awesome Scott Manley.
Yeah, let's hear it. He was awesome, guys.
Yeah.
This guy loves spaceships, and we love spaceships.
Yeah,
Perfect match.
It was really cool to see him after all these years. We tried to get him for some previous FanFests, and then this pesky thing happened, but we got him. And it was an absolutely wonderful presentation.
But most of all, we got to hang out with all of you.
Yeah. You should. Yeah.
Both in the crowd and in person. Each of the round tables. You were fantastic. Hearing your feedback, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was really awesome to see you guys at the roundtables specifically. I know there's a lot of missing gaps sometimes in presentations, so when you guys clear things up at the roundtables, contentious sometimes, but always enjoyable.
And then we did this thing. I'm still not exactly sure what the hell this is, but it was probably the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. Everyone's fine. There was no major injury. And definitely don't look it up afterwards. But thanks to all the contestants in CCP Games Games and our lovely host, they were fantastic.
Yeah. I'm not sure who won. Did anyone keep track?
I think Antiquary. The left team. Which one was that? That was the Pulse. Yeah, the Pulse. They won. Let's hear it. Give it up to them.
For the Pulse.
Yes.
And this might be the single best picture of CCP Antiquarian ever taken.
I think this is just the best picture ever taken.
Yeah,
it's really good. And then, after 4 years of being docked in downtown Reykjavik, we finally undocked, and we took over the town. I'm not sure about you guys, but my team won.
Oh, I mean...
Ooh, I don't know.
No, we won.
Team 5 went strong through most of the night, I have to say.
That's a pretty good team. Look at these guys. There you go. We all won.
We all win.
That's a one. But absolutely incredible evening with all of you, seeing you all with the smiling faces, walking in the fantastic weather. It wasn't.
It only rained once, right? Maybe twice?
Something like that.
Occasional bit of hail as well.
Yeah, nice. Classic Iceland for you. But it wasn't just the pub crawl. We also did the gourmet tour for the first time ever. And it was actually pretty nice. You guys did some fine dining. You guys put the fine in fine dining.
What the hell is that?
I don't know, but
my.
it looks...
Bam?
Wham?
Sure.
It's Wham. Oh, okay.
Oh, Wham.
It's a
Spam?
80s pop singer group. All right.
But you guys also got up to some other shenanigans, including being incredibly charitable. I mean, we just got off a Plex for Good campaign where you guys knocked it out of the park. You guys came over here again. Between the charity dinner, the silent auction, and the raffle organized by our amazing team here, you guys raised $26,000.
Incredible.
Yeah, for the Able Gamers charity. Amazing stuff. We are really happy to support this cause. This is something that the community started doing, and we just kind of followed suit. So thank you all for everyone. We'll be grabbing the raffle winner soon, just in case you want to see who won. Not that charity needs a winner, but EVE players kind of like to win. But most of all, you recharged our capacitors. It's been a long time, 4 years without seeing you guys. We didn't realize how much we needed it. You're a giant cap booster 3200 to our little frigate capacitor base. This is the best analogy in the world. It was amazing to see everyone. CCP Bureaucrat there. If you guys haven't seen him, he is our social media guy. He was the one taking pictures of you guys all week. Frank and some guy, I don't know. I think does something at EVE, probably. But yeah, as I mentioned before, this is our very own CCP bureaucrat. You've seen him taking pictures for social media, hanging out with you guys. I just want to give him a massive shout out. He's been a machine taking pictures. Making sure people at home are like well informed of what's going on. And of course, we have to keep them a little bit jealous because, you know, they're not here and you guys are.
And the FanFest Global Finals. We had the games upstairs in Thunderdome and whittled our way down to 2 final teams. And of course, you just witnessed that up here on the main stage, RNG being the winners.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. I think that's the most epic tournament setup that we've had for a tournament, especially at FanFest. Alliance tournament ships, cool stage, massive backdrop. So big shout out to all the teams that participated. It's been a long time coming. You guys have been training for years for this, when you were supposed to only be training for a couple of weeks. But yeah, it was definitely high quality.
And then tonight, after we're done here, we are going to party. All right, let's hear it. Who's ready? Anyone ready? I know you're not ready. Everyone's out of energy. That's fine. We're gonna go home, recharge, get ready. And we're going to turn this place into the craziest party we've ever done here. And we're going to be having our very own Mind One. And yeah. And C-Trip for the 3rd time, completing the trifecta.
Yep, he's going for the 3-peat. Really happy to have Mind One here as well. Saturday Night Swarm's going to take on a brand new meeting. So we'll be a good time. I can't wait to see you guys in just a couple hours.
And if you're still around tomorrow, there are tickets available for the screening of Down the Rabbit Hole with the director, Frederick Knudsen. I'll be there myself. I look forward to seeing you all there.
Okay, cool.
What's happened?
You're breaking things again?
I broke things.
Well done.
Sweet.
Wow.
You guys want to go through the presentation again? I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. One more time.
Can we just start over? Please.
I've got a laser pointer.
This is the last time I'm giving you the clicker.
What's happening? I have no idea. There we are. We're back.
There we go.
Ah, nice.
Nice.
Sweet. I'm so good at fixing things. I just break
and
them
breaking
first.
them.
Yeah. Cool.
Do you want
Who's
to keep
clicking?
trying? There we go.
Don't click.
Okay, here we go.
we go.
We're in the right
Oh,
spot now.
Okay.
We're in the right spot now.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good.
And while we're winding down FanFest, there are some upcoming player meets happening throughout the world. They are still to come. We have Poland, 29th to 31st of July. We have FinFest, 28th to the 31st. Thank you, Dopamine. And FinFest, August 13th. We have Vienna, October 15th. Vegas, October 20th to 23rd. London, later this year. I don't know when it is. When? November. And New Orleans. It is happening also, or so they tell me. June, I'm feeling. Yeah.
We have to find Alana now and just make her do it in June. So make us look good.
Yeah. That's how we do it.
But yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be great to see you guys outside of Reykjavik. We'll certainly have some sort of presence here for you, but we expect you to take lots and lots of pictures, tweet at us, make us jealous, and yeah, we just can't wait to see you. But while we have you here, we want to give a massive shout out to our amazing volunteers who helped with registration, just getting everyone sorted. There was a little bit of chaos at some point, but luckily our volunteers came and saved the day, along with our amazing team at CCP, CCP Nala and CCP Lisa. So yeah, Grey Gal and the crew, come on up.
Keep it going.
Yeah.
Forgetting I have a mic, am I on?
You come a little further to that. Yeah. There you go.
Come on over.
Perfect.
Yeah, we need more stage.
Keep it coming.
Yeah. state's too small.
Every year, the volunteer team, you know, I'm going to get choked up. They just really make it happen. They really, y'all don't know how hard they work. They really do. But who really makes it happen is all of you. So give yourselves a round of applause, because without you, we wouldn't be here. Without you, there wouldn't be a FanFest. And without you, there wouldn't be it's more than $26,000. We actually ran out of time to count the money raised for able gamers. So now I guess it is time for the raffle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dana, you're holding the tickets. Master,
drum roll.
Come here, please. I'm going to let you be the first one to pick. Must be present to win. If you are not present to win, we will pick a second number. Number 409. 409, are you here? 409.
Yeah, we got a winner. We've got a 409.
Congratulations. Let's make sure it's actually, you know, this ticket actually says 409.
He's going to have to go around the other way.
Huh?
He's just going to come around the other side.
Okay.
Going around. So what does he win?
What does he win?
He wins this wonderful AMD Radeon RX 6800 XT graphics card. And hey, y'all know graphics cards are pretty hard to find nowadays. It is valued at over $900, unless you buy it, you know, on eBay where it's like $2,000 or something. Where is he?
He's coming around.
All righty. Let's find out who our winner is. Must change his autopilot settings. Come on. Give the man a hand. How many tickets did you buy? 5. He bought 5 tickets. And your name is? AJ. Congratulations. Thanks. And thank you for your generosity. And thank you again, everybody, your generosity in supporting Able Gamers. It is an amazing charity that helps, you know, children and adults who have some physical challenges using things we call keyboards and mice that cause all kinds of problems for all of us. And we've been supporting them as a community since pretty much their first year. Maybe it was their second year in existence. So they are dear to all of our hearts.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Just got to make sure I can plug something. All righty. Yeah, don't do that.
You've got the only microphone.
As you know, we made these wonderful little Capsuleer Pilots licenses. Many of you already picked yours up for donation to Able Gamers. Those of you watching at home can order your own by making a donation to Able Gamers at evecharities.org. evecharities.org. Make a donation to Able Gamers at that site, and I will print and mail you one within the next 2 weeks. That site I want to give a shout out to Rick Javix, who designed these, and to our wonderful volunteer, Laser, who's helping me start a new fashion trend, for putting this site together, and I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody else, so apologies for making this all happen. That URL will be available for orders through when I get home on Tuesday. So, and we'll mail them. And thank you again for having us yet again. Oh.
Thank you very much, everyone. Like, this was, we literally couldn't have done it without you, and of course we couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what's left?
Yeah, what's left? So, EVE is turning 20 years old next year. It's a big year. And we have plans.
That's good.
We're going to talk a bit about them. So, the first thing is that there will not be a FanFest in May of 2023.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, that's because it's in September. But it's going to be right here in Lødesøl, and it's going to be bigger and better than ever. So we cannot wait to see you all next year. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much to everyone at home that's been watching throughout the weekend. It's been an absolutely incredible weekend. And yeah, is there anything left?
We actually have to, we don't have to, but we should, especially after the raffle. Thank our sponsors, Intel, HyperX, AMD, Worldline, Lindstolfa, and Gul. Did I say that right?
No, you did not.
I'll get it one day. All right, I've got 14 months to prep for the next one. What's the venue called again?
Løverdalshøll.
Yeah, all right, I'll get it. I'll get it. All right, but now we're actually done. You guys can go get ready. See you back here in just a little bit where this area will be transformed for the party at the top of the world for the first time back in 4 years. You've been absolutely great. Thank you.
Hi guys, welcome back to CCP TV here. I'm Mythical Hawk, I'm back. I managed to sneak back into the studio when they weren't paying attention. I've locked up CCP Convict and Frost for a little bit because I want to talk to some amazing people on this desk with me. I've got the Starfleet Commander and Annie Gardet from Team RNG, who are the grand champions of the tournament that we just saw finish up here after it started 3 years ago in the World Tour. Fantastic to have you here. In fact, let's go right back. Let's go back to London, 2019. Right? How was that tournament for you guys? That was when you won in London to win you this ticket.
I mean, it was amazing, actually. I mean, we didn't even think that we'd win, basically. And also the fact that, with everything happening in the world, and when we weren't even sure if we're going to come here, and actually being here and playing on the stage is absolutely amazing.
Annie, what about for you? Like, as Starfleet says, when FanFest 2020 got cancelled, did you think that this was ever going to happen? Did you think that one day you would be sitting here in this chair having just competed and won the grand finals of this illustrious 3-year story?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. After London, it was a long time before actually coming to FanFest, the first one being cancelled. Finally been here, and it's amazing to actually play in the tournament. It's been amazing to play in the tournament this year. And this is the end, and we're quite happy to be here now, today.
And also, big thanks to CCP, for keeping their word and actually, they kept us in contact the whole way through, saying they were going to bring us out here and actually holding the event. I mean, I would really love to see more of this, so more people can get the experience of playing and esports and stuff, because it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about that. You've played, I think, in a tournament before. This is not your first tournament, is that correct?
I've played on the stage.
In any tournament in EVE?
Oh, I've played in a bunch of tournaments in EVE Online. I think we've both been doing it for about, 10 years?
Quite a long time, yeah.
10 years, but only in the last 2 to 3 years it's been on stages and stuff, and I'd really, that was, whilst terrifying, it was really fun. It is cool to be on the stage and to be, we've got the headsets on, it looks really cool, the professional, it's awesome.
What's more terrifying for you, Annie? Being on stage with all these people looking at you, knowing that if you burn out a module, you're going to be seen by thousands of people, or getting ready to warp into the final of the Alliance tournament?
I think this place is more stressful. With all the public in front of you shouting for one team or the other, you don't want to make a mistake.
It's definitely completely different, because you've got all these people in front of you, you can see them, they can see you, and you can't really make many mistakes, and you're kind of, whereas in the Alliance tournament online, you're just at your desk, you got your computer, so it's a bit more chill. You can go get a drink, you can come back. You haven't got hundreds of people just staring at you. So
did you feel the energy from the crowd? So when you were shooting those ships and they were starting to go down and the crowd like starting to cheer, was that a nice thing to feel and experience?
I mean, in the first match.
Absolutely. The first match was pretty close. We lost the frigate early, and so it was 1 versus 2. But the fact that we'd been shooting the cruiser for so long, it died first, and then was able to shoot the frigate. So really tough match.
I mean, you can hear everything. You can hear people talking, which is, and you can hear you talking as well, which is also, you know, you can hear everybody, but it's great. It adds to the excitement. You know, in the last match when we got the Adrestia down, you can hear the whole crowd just sort of, and you get that rush. You know, it's really fun.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here. I was lucky enough to be able to be on that stage and commentate that match. I had a great time. And I hope you guys did as well. You got some fantastic shirts as well.
Yeah, we got to thank.
I won't make you stand up and turn around, but they have like the team name on it and everything. It's awesome.
Yeah, we got to thank Zealous and Swift for organising these and getting these up and everything, which was really fun. You know, makes it a bit more, you know, serious.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Well, if you like the tournaments and you want to get involved with them, there's plenty more coming up. Alliance Tournament 18 was confirmed at the end of Alliance Tournament 17, so keep your eyes peeled for that later on and probably in this year. I would encourage any team to get involved. If you're a new team, look out for the feeders. It's an easy way to get your teeth cut. You don't have to necessarily lose anything because it happens on Thunderdome. Obviously, you've got community-run tournaments like the Anger Games, which are running right now. So big shout out to those. Make sure you tune in to watch them as well. Starfleet, if you've got any advice for someone who wants to get into tournaments in EVE, what would it be?
I'd say get some guys, get some close guys, and just get involved. Just try. You know, we all started, you know, ages ago, and we didn't have a clue what we were doing, you know, at the beginning. And I didn't. Maybe you did.
It's all about trying. It's all about trying.
You've got to try. Yeah, I mean, there are obviously some, you know, big teams out there, but there's a lot of, like you said, a lot of different tournaments and stuff. And to be honest, we don't compete in all of them. You know, we don't compete in every single one. And there's some really good, like, tournaments that are really fun, really easy, and not really stressful, and it can get you a feel of what the tournament scene is like.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining me here on the desk. Starfleet Commander Anna Gardet, Team RNG, the grand champions of the event here. Final time, congratulations, well done, and I hope you put your new graphics cards you just won to great use. We'll be right back in maybe like 30 seconds or so with CCP Convict and Frost.
All right, and with that, that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to the FanFest 2022 live stream here on CCP TV. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and most of all, though, I hope you're able to make it for FanFest 2023 next September so you can come and see this in person. Thank you, Frost, for your work today on the live stream.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me, and to everyone, thank you for once again watching the stream. I've looked at all the Twitch chat. It's this event has definitely sparked off some controversy for some people, but then that's what EVE is about, right? And what we'll see is where things lead from here, and I think that's always the interesting part as well. That this is just the beginning of a story, right?
Yep, and the beginning of what is soon to be the third decade of EVE Online.
Exactly, September 2023.
Yeah. All right, so that's it for us. We got a party to get to,
yeah.
So we're going to go and do that now, and we'll be heading there now. Yeah. So goodbye. Thanks for tuning in.